Good day. What's happening? What's going on? Ugh. Okay, stream is live. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We're live everywhere. We are alive. We're alive. Ha 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 ha. What's up, everybody? Fridays at 4. Oh, is that happening? That's today with Tolero. Oh, yeah. We will probably stop and watch that. I did forget that that was a thing. Good reminder. Good reminder. They're going to talk about the anniversary, so we will stop and watch whatever that is, which is good because I'm doing solo guided playthrough, which means I can easily just stop partway through, which is great. Great for that. Which reminds me, I have the other episodes uploaded. I just didn't get a chance to actually make them go live to the public, so I'll probably do that once the stream is over, so you have something to watch over the weekend. As I'm still working on something else. Unrelated. Do you guys ever read flavor text on items? Because I just have corruption of nature, which I'm going to talk about here in a minute, but I never read the flavor text. This magical device, found in Evening Star's hospital, seems to somehow have been altered by the magical plague affecting the villagers. When worn by an artificer capable of channeling energy through it, it infects them with a benign version of the disease, temporarily toughening their skin for as long as the rune arm is worn, which explains the rough hide. Isn't that neat? There's a lore reason as to why the rough hide is on here, to give you a primal bonus to natural armor. It's kind of interesting. Oh, there were questions on the forums. Actually, that reminds me, I did want to go through the forums. Anyway. They asked for questions. Okay. I'm curious as to what's going to be there, so I'm actually, I'm going to get this ahead of time. Let's see this. Bruce's letter. Hold on, I'm just grabbing some interesting forum threads to look at. I'm looking for something interesting. Chain missile. Okay, all this looks good. Okay, I'm just grabbing the important threads here. Because I am actually very curious about some of this stuff. So we're gonna see what's going on here. But as for what would make AT cool, well, yeah. So new haircut? No, it's actually the same hair. I shaved, which is different. I did technically cut my hair, but I shaved my face, which is different. Something you didn't think it would happen. Oh, that's good. Okay, so yes, for those that aren't aware, upon the release of Bruce's letter, I'll have Tolero join me today at twitch.tv/DDO stream at 4 p.m. Eastern. There'll be an opportunity for general Q&A as well. If you can't make it, the video will be up a bit later on YouTube and linked on the forums here. If you want to post a question, please avoid a list of questions. Do so. How many people are going to post a list of questions? We'll find out. My dad's good. He's home and alive, which is good. Good enough anyway. So he's doing well. That's one reason why I hadn't started streaming yet today, because I was out helping him get some errands and do some other things, because he can't drive for the next 30 days. So what is it? Airspeed unladen swallow. Aha. Timeline for the transfers. Great question, because we don't have any concrete information about exactly why that hasn't happened. In Lord of the Rings Online, it was like instant, so I don't know why that isn't there. What's planned for Monster Manual? Great question. Was said that SG is aware of caster in game saturation, but nothing in the producer's letter about a caster pass. So what are the plans given them that look to make it viable in Reapers and raids? Good question. Is the rumor true that Tolero voiced the heroic black abbot raid? I have no idea. Can we get 2 rare longswords added to Sterling's giveaway? Oh, are the swords not on the list in the box? Can we have an imbue added to Horizon Walker? That'll probably never happen. Also, I don't think it's necessary. Also, I think it kind of, if Horizon Walker gives an imbue, then there's no real reason for the entire tree of Arcane Archer to exist. So I don't know. Reaper trees. When will we see commas become a viable option? All you have to do is just use the Forester's brush hook in current year. It's a rogue archetype, Candace. It is a rogue archetype. We're just looking over questions of what people are asking about certain things. Let's see, because there's the producer for Dungeons and Dragons Online is going to be on the live stream today, so on the weekly stream. So we'll be checking that out. Why does SSG hold back on content like Legendary Devils of Shavrath and visual effects like different Reaper wing colors? Again, this is like a loaded question. So, guys, if you want to ask a question, don't ask loaded or leading questions. A leading question is where it assumes an answer or it assumes information in the question. So thereby answering the question, you're assuming what the person is saying is correct. So why does SSG hold back on content like Devils of Shavrath or visual effects like different Reaper wing colors, assuming they are holding back on this thing? So you're just assuming this is true. So therefore, now I ask my question. Don't do that. And the reason why I say don't do that is because if you want people to answer your questions, don't ask questions like that. It's really annoying when people, because then they have to start out by saying, well, we're not holding back on this type of content, clarify, but this is a reason why, you know, we haven't worked on this or something. It could be like the easiest example to the first one, which I could just give you right here, is probably because they're just doing other things. Yeah, Blue Reaper Wings, I don't know. In my original interview with Tolero, which was 3 years ago, Tolero was like, she was like, yeah, we could do different Reaper wing colors. So, sure. But yeah, it's just, regardless, don't ask leading questions. Okay, that's all it is. Is it going to keep coming up? Legendary Devils of Shavrath? I have never seen a single person ask, or like from SSG say, we are doing Legendary Devils of Shavrath. But yeah. Okay, I admit I only watch like the first 15 minutes or 20 minutes when they do the news. So if this is something that they have constantly communicated about and it's happened multiple times, then sure, I haven't seen it. So I will admit that's a gap in my knowledge. What do the X and Y axes on the lag graphs represent? Great question. That's multiple questions. When we get King's Crafting updated? Good question. Will there be means to remove the Fey event tag? I don't know if they've figured that out. And could we get a Epic Destiny that is better suited for Warlock or their unique Eldritch Blast style? Yeah. Maybe. Probably not. Maybe. Who knows? But yeah. Anyways, these are questions. If you have any questions you would like to ask, they'll maybe probably get to them. So go to the forum thread and inform them and let them know that you have a question. As remember, please avoid a list of questions. So just ask one question and go from there. Either way, I do understand what you're saying. Again, if I'm missing the information, I just don't like leading questions. When somebody asks me a leading question, I usually ignore it because it's a waste of time. Anyway, another thing, I just saw this, which was from Torque. Something, I just saw this in the Arcane Trickster thread. You can detect traps from further away. This would be a good opportunity to add increased search range to the mechanic tree, give it some love. It is in the tree. I was actually trying to figure out how to move it lower in the tree so it's easier to splash. Oh, that'd be kind of cool if they make improved detection lower, so you could like to search traps farther away on an Arcane Trickster. That'd be kind of cool. I don't hate that. And then I saw this thread that I have not read before, which is the failure that is Arcane Trickster. I am curious as to what the failure is, but so I'm just curious as to what this is here. Let me start with this matter-of-factly. EK is a terrible enhancement tree. We all know this. I actually totally disagree. I think EK is one of the strongest trees in the entire game. It's very strong. We all know single biggest weak point it has. Being a split melee caster enhancement, you either do subpart melee damage with mid accuracy to hit or fail your spellcasting DCs because you take combat-oriented feats on a very limited class. You can actually do both. Obviously, Eldritch Knights are not going to have as much damage as some other things, but they actually... they're actually very, very good. Eldritch Knights are actually very, very good. In fact, if there wasn't a damage reduction on magic damage in Reaper 10, Eldritch Knights and other imbue-based types of characters would be some of the top DPS. But as it turns out, getting your damage cut by 33% on top of everything else is a really tough one to swallow. Tough pill to swallow. So yeah, use a fixed caster hybrid before releasing more of them. Just like I was saying, use melee range power. Let use spell DC or accuracy, whichever is higher for both spells and attacks. You know what? I like that idea. Why should I need to get 230 to hit and also 120 DCs? Just let my DCs be 230. It's perfect. Good solution. I like that. Don't you guys want to have 200 DCs by putting on accuracy items? But yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I haven't read this whole thread because I'm not going to. I disagree with the entire top part. So yeah, we'll just keep moving on. Anyway, developer said, I have a small question for people folks in the thread we can come out with. I think the one thing I haven't read or seen in a lot of the feedback is what would be cool or exciting. If this archetype isn't exciting to you, what would be, and why would it be exciting? What would you do with it? I'm curious because to help add new details to everything else being said here. Yeah, because a lot of people are worried about like damage being too low, number bad, thing not good enough, do whatever. And those are all fine, but you know, somebody like it's tough because it's like, oh, thing boring. Aren't they a well-known troll? I don't know. I don't browse the forums, dude. I hope DDO's on their villain arc and add more evil races after Dwergar. I mean, you might not have to have an evil Dwergar. The Dwergar on Eberron aren't necessarily evil. So yeah. But yes, anyways, I don't know what people find cool about it. I'm already excited, and I don't want to take up any more space than is necessary because I've already taken the time to directly tell the development staff what my personal opinion is, because I'm a very special boy. I actually had Torque in here checking out the stream on Wednesday, if you didn't see it, where basically I found a whole bunch of bugs. Some of them I don't know if are bugs, but there's a bunch of weird bugs, weird interactions. We tested basically every spell, not every, but most spell-like abilities in the whole game to try to track down spell-like ability bugs specifically, because the way that the new Arcane Trickster works is that you get to add your sneak attack damage onto your spells, but several spells weren't actually working because they weren't actually coded as spells. For some reason, they were just missing the spell tag that allowed them to be working under the system. And so me and several others, it was not just me, it was a lot of people, were like constantly reporting all the spells we were finding. So like, for example, one of the abilities is, what is it? Not Druid, Eladrin, Chaosmancer. Only they get 4 different seasonal abilities. The Scorching effect does count as a spell, but the other 3 spells that are in there didn't count as spells, so they didn't function. And so it was good that they actually got that sorted. So yeah, so overall it was pretty good. So it's fun to look at. So I've already given my personal opinion about it. I have to wait till the next Lemania. And as I said before, in the event that the next Lemania comes out and the features actually function, like you can play an Arcane Trickster, I will do an entire level up through the entire game on Lemania of an Arcane Trickster to get a good feel for it, so we can get a good sense of it. But yeah. I prefer 200 DCs from disabled device items. Yeah. Yo, what's up, J-Man Patient? How you doing? One from Mars. How are you? How's it going? Also, Swope. Effa, how is everybody doing? Anyways, long story short, I'm personally excited about Arcane Trickster. I think it will be fun to play. And I think that SSG has a good amount of feedback and things they can kind of tweak and adjust. As previously mentioned, I think it's going to be very difficult right now to get a good sense of how powerful it is, specifically because we can't actually test it at full power because one of the abilities wasn't working. You couldn't take meta magic feats. There are actually quite a few feats that just weren't functioning with it, and so when we actually see it functioning, we will check. Also, the head animations on this thing, on the core vid, I never actually just looked at it while sitting still, where it's like constantly like making cawing effects. Look at this guy, he's looking around. Does a regular raptor do this? I don't think so. I think this is specifically this mount that does this. It uses the same model, but I don't think the regular one does this. That's a good question. I actually don't know. It should be really easy to tell. So maybe I'm just unobservant. Does the dinosaur also do that weird head bob? I'm inclined to say no, just by staring at this. I'm inclined to say no. Okay, cool. So the Raven actually does have custom animations. Also, this one's eyes don't work. He doesn't blink. Poor guy. Okay, cool. So this definitely is better than I thought. I didn't realize it would have like custom facial animations. Look at that. Look, let's looking around. Like a crow. I love that like tilting of the head. I like watching the crows outside. IOD mount come from? The dinosaur mount is Isla Dread. Isla Dread Collectors and Ultimate Fan Bundle have two different mounts. That's Isla Dread Collectors. And then we have Isla Dread Ultimate Fan Bundle, which is this one. So it's got all like the feathers and stuff on it. And then there's also two more dinosaur mounts. There's a albino raptor that was a special offer, and you had to buy the $200 DDO point pack to get it. And I did not buy it because I don't buy DDO points, so I did not spend the money on it. And then there was another one that comes from the Isle of Dread raid, Skeletons in the Closet. It is a extremely rare drop, unlike the unicorns from Dryad and the Demigod, which drop literally all the time. That dinosaur drops very, very, very rarely. It is not common, so it's very rare to see. It's actually even rarer than the Phantom Steed, this bad boy, which also drops relatively regularly from Hunter Be Hunted. Cool horse, but yeah. Yeah, it's pretty common. All right. Where am I going? Down here? Yes. I need to do my VIP thing. VIP loyalty system. Hardcore event got extended by accident. I saw that. So I am still technically playing on hardcore. I'm done with the loots, so I don't have any more to do, but I am technically still on hardcore. What was the problem? I didn't see it. Boom. I got bonus account storage slots. Let's go. So we got the armor set of the Red Dragon. And then VIP Artisan's Advantage. And then Greater VIP Bag of Many Things. And then a VIP Discovery Boost. Number 2. Is that 2% drop rate? Yeah. Some issue with people not losing their Vow of Glory, so they couldn't use old gear. Oh, they couldn't effectively clear that effect from characters. I mean, I guess the answer is you just die, right? If you die, you just lose the effect. They can't fix it till they patch, so they re-enabled it until then. All right, seems fun. Yeah, if you don't want to have the effect, you just die, and it solves your problem. Unless dying doesn't remove it for some reason, or unless maybe they turned off the event, so then dying wouldn't remove it. Isn't active, doesn't remove it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. Again, I didn't engage in it that much, so I'm not sure. Even dying didn't remove it? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, one thing I did want to check is... Does my character feel like I'm running in slow motion? Anyway. Yes. I'm curious to see what are the actual, the leaderboards. So we do have somebody at level 34 with 8515 favor. Is that all the favor in the game? Hold on. DDO favor... How much favor is in the game? 8515 is a lot. That is a lot of favor. So I'm not sure. Total favor in DDO. $86.61 is the total. So they're off by about 150. So that's pretty sick. That's a lot of favor. Yeah, if you get 5k, it's because nobody was doing favor. For the most part. I mean, heck, am I on this list? Where am I at? I'm at 2395, so Oh, shit. Yeah, baby. I'm on the leaderboard. Let's go. All right. Anyway, and then we have the Reaper leaderboard, which goes all the way up to, is that 6 million? Yeah, somebody got 6,722,000, which is way above Reaper wings, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, so it's kind of cool. I'll take it. Trying not to die. I like it. That's a good one. Yeah. But we'll be getting more, presumably. If we have an extra week, I'm probably going to get somewhere up here. Maybe above 50, probably. So that will be kind of cool. Here, 1 second. Just going to reply to a message. Leaderboards are frozen. You can't change it? Oh, that's even better. That means no one can surpass me. That's perfect. I just slipped right under the door. That's awesome. What server? I'm on Thrain. Anyways, some of you guys might notice that my character is level 25, and the last time I loaded this character for doing solo guided playthrough, I was level 24. The reason for that is because I didn't have time to finish off the loot, and I thought the event was going to end, which it did. And so I logged in to get 25, and then I spent about an hour farming the loot. So I do apologize. There's going to be a slight gap in the solo guided playthrough there. It is just the last rank of 24. I was like right here, and then I just leveled up and then ran one quest outbreak for an hour in a row. So it was a good time. Also, Edriel, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope you're doing good. Anywho. So yeah, we're gonna do some solo guided playthrough the next couple hours. Then we'll stop and we will be watching the Fridays at 4 to see what's going on there, and yeah, and then we'll go from there. Also, because I did farm out Outbreak over and over, I do in fact have 2 Corruption of Natures. I'm going to use one because it's got Acid Shot, which is a good shot. But one of the things I noticed, because I don't ever read the flavor text of items, is Corruption of Nature. This magical device, found in Evening Star's hospital, seems to somehow have been altered by the magical plague afflicting the villagers. When worn by an artificer capable of channeling energy through it, it infects them with a benign version of the disease, temporarily toughening their skin for as long as the rune arm is worn. Which explains, lore-wise, why Rough Hide is on here. Why would you add Rough Hide onto the rune arm? Well, it's because the rune arm is afflicted with the plague in a benign sense that just toughens your skin, as opposed to turning you into a plant. Isn't that neat? I just thought that was neat. Anyways, we are going to go, and since I did the last quest that was out here in the Druid's Deep, we're going to be going into the High Road. Has better flavor text? I think it depends. I think modern DDO flavor text is pretty sparse for the most part. So for example, the Lemordian Bowler's Cap, a rounded bowler for a dapper gentle person. Most modern DDO items have pretty bad flavor text. A mark of Constitution, recognizing the bearer's toughness while making them even tougher. Again, a lot of the modern items have pretty bad descriptions, whereas a lot of the older items have really crazy descriptions, which are really, really fun. Again, archaic device, same thing. Though you're not certain what this device was originally utilized for, it seems to be able to absorb elemental energy and convert it into pure magical force. Again, finding a rune arm, which would be, or a thing you can use as a rune arm that has elemental absorption. It's kind of cool. Wandslinger, Arcane Trickster, here we come. The problem is you miss out on too much by going Wandslinger by doing that. It'd be so weird being turned into a plant. It would be so weird. I'm a hardcore character, 25 in like 2 days, so maybe we can get wings. Yeah, if the leaderboards are currently locked, can you still earn rewards right now? Like, are you able to pick up things? Oh, interesting. But I can't change my space? Ugh. Alright, so here is where I kind of do wish I had access to the jump spell. But my jump normally is 18. I don't believe 21 is enough to be able to achieve what I want. So I will need a single potion of jump. Can I get a potion of jump here? excellent question. Probably not. I'm gonna assume the answer to that is no. I can't get a potion of jump. You know what? We'll just do it the slow way. We'll just do this quest the slow way. Leaderboard at this point, or is that part of locking in? If the leaderboard is locked, then dying should not remove you from the leaderboard. But I encourage you to test it instead of me, and then let me know how that goes. Because for those of you that don't know, when you die, you are in fact removed from the leaderboard. In some games, that is not the case. So for example, I like to play Path of Exile. And in Path of Exile, when you die, you're not removed from the leaderboard. So if somebody has to pass you to actually take your spot, but you can't progress anymore, obviously. Because you're dead. And dead people aren't allowed to keep progressing. Alright, time to do some High Road. Now, High Road is a quest chain that is not terribly dangerous, but there are just some like quirky elements to High Road. So we'll be going through here nice and slow. Also, I'm going to summon my dog. The dog I hadn't summoned for quite a long time because it generally sucks, but one of the benefits of the dog now is it's actually affected by my mantle, which is pretty cool.
Well, the cabin is empty. There is a note on the
Anti-dead person propaganda, true. I actually much prefer that somebody, if they're dead, they leave their, like, you still have to overtake them. I actually much prefer that. Anyway, turn on my rune arm charging, and then we wait for him to get attacked by a monster. He always gets attacked by a monster here. Anyway. Yeah, I will say, I also had the experience of doing really terribly this patch. I did log into the Bazaar to play a game, and I played 2 games, and both games I got 4 wins. I got annihilated by basically everybody. I found the ship really hard, and then I went into the ship, and it was like, hey, here's a bunch of things if you have items from other classes. And I'm like, I don't have any items from any other classes. So it was not great. So I didn't really get it. So I just kind of left the ship empty-handed. So if you have a high enough jump, so I have 22, which might be high enough, you can jump into a corner here. Nah, I think you need like 30-ish. You can jump onto this flat part and then jump up, and Benson will follow you. I don't have high enough jump, so I will be walking around. What EDs would you recommend for a blasting Fey lock? Unfortunately, your epic destinies are pretty much locked into Draconic if you want to have like ranged blasting damage kind of as a thing. I don't want to talk to you, Benson. So Draconic is one of your options. Another one that's pretty good is the Fate Singer, just because it has an AoE explosion. And then one that I also personally use is what is it? The cold one, Magus of the Eclipse. Turning the Magus of the Eclipse into an aura allows you to deal damage with it, so it's not too bad. Technically, you could also use Primal Avatar, because your Primal Avatar will sometimes deal sonic damage when you hit things with it, but it will only deal sonic damage, making it just worse, or a worse version of the Draconic Incarnation one. So I'd recommend using the Draconic Incarnation one when given the chance. My character feels very strong. I'm playing melee, Artificer, macro attack. Sword sings. Depends on your character and power level. I would probably, just for leveling purposes, use Quick Cutter, but then for endgame, swap to Sword Sings. The main reason is once this character gets level 31, I get to take two-handed fighting specialty, which will jump my strike through up to 200. At which point, I'm basically always attacking multiple things. Psych, did you guys know that Sword Sings doesn't strike through? It's a bug. They have to fix it. But yeah, Sword Sings actually doesn't strike through, which is funny. Yeah. So I thought I just always remembered it striking through, and it doesn't. So they have to fix it. I kept forgetting about that one. But yeah, so use Quick Cutter basically until that gets fixed. Wish DI had Sonic. Yeah, there are Sonic-type dragons. Like Echo Dragons or something. So it would be kind of cool if we had something like that, an equivalent. I remember reading the Epic handbook because I still have it, a copy of the 3.5 Epic Handbook, and there's like the Epic Dragons that are in there, and there's like the Force Dragons, which are dragons that are basically made of pure force, and they use pure force energy, and they can also fly through space.
You hear that? Sounds like someone stirred up an
Adrenaline only applies to the first target hit, so it does not strike through intentionally. It is not supposed to strike through. So it is not a bug that adrenaline doesn't strike through. It is intended to not strike through, because it's basically the next target hit. It doesn't just juice up your next attack. So what you would want to have happen ideally is you press, let's say you press adrenaline, and then you use like a cleave or something. Then your cleave, in theory, would hit everybody for a massive amount of damage. The problem is, if you could do that, it would, like, AoE attacks are already strong, so it would be kind of like extremely overpowered, which is why they have that limitation in there. Because instead of hitting one target for like 20,000 damage, well, what if you just hit everything for 20,000 damage? And then what if you use even bigger attacks? For example, there are attacks that just get a bunch of extra critical multiplier. One great example is, man, the string arm is really annoying. Another great example is the, oh, am I gonna die here? I hope not. Because the monsters are like going behind me. I love when monsters go behind you. But anyway, there's an attack called Boulder's Might in Fury of the Wild. And what Boulder's Might does is it is a +2 critical threat multi-attack. So whenever you press the button, it will do whatever your damage. It, you know, gives you a +2 critical threat multi. So let's say you're using like a great axe that's a ×3. You get a bonus +2 from Barbarian, so it's a ×5. And then you use this attack, so it's a ×7. And then you use Adrenaline, so it always crits and hits everything in front of you, which multiplies your damage by 4 and guarantees it to be a crit. So you're doing like 40 times your damage in an AoE on every enemy in front of you, which just seems a little bit too strong. So you can still do all of that together and add all those numbers together, but it's only on the first target struck instead.
Ignore this roadblock. The lodge isn't down that way. Just take care of our attackers and move into the forest when you're done.
Get him, Dorg. Get him. I do feel very, very strong at this point. My damage is really good. My defenses feel really, really good. And it feels very consistent. One of the things you have to be careful of when you're doing these areas later on in the game is crowd control. As a Warforged, I can kind of ignore almost every form of crowd control and a lot of the dangerous stuff. You want to do a little bit of a skip here? Check this out. Instead of taking a left and taking the road, what you can do is you can just walk right through this bush here. And I can ignore an entire boss. And then you just don't have to deal with it. Still have to fight these creepers, though. Playing doing melee arty with him? Yeah, melee arty is good. Like, this character is just super solid. Again, one of the things that I like about this is it's not, like, very overpowered. So I still have to, like, think and plan around my situations and what I want to do. At this point, it's pretty consistent. If I was less scared, I could probably just start doing Reaper mode without too much trouble, if I really wanted to. But I don't know if I really want to do that. Again, when I was level 21, epic quests were really spooky and scary, and now that I'm 25, I like don't even think.
An ambush. I should have expected this.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you've been having fun doing some Reaper mode and kind of having a blast through the game. That's good. Getting people invested and started in Dungeons & Dragons Online is something that I personally have struggled with doing. Like, I enjoy playing Dungeons & Dragons Online, but I've definitely found it difficult to convince actual friends that I know in person to come and play DDO. Just because I love this game and I love a lot of like the math that you can put into it and how you can kind of customize things. And, you know, I describe this as kind of like the toy box, as, you know, we're getting like a new archetype. It's got new toys.
Could work.
In this lodge, always break all the boxes in here because it takes a very short amount of time, and that's all the breakables in this entire thing. Obviously, you can skip it, but if, let's say you're doing this in a group, just like run around and break all these while people go downstairs and start doing the end fight, because you get more XP that way. most quests I don't do all the breakables in, but a quest like this where they're all in one place, I don't mind. Like, give me that free XP, man. Although some people do enjoy breaking breakables. For example, somebody who I did get into Dungeons & Dragons Online, my girlfriend plays a little bit. And when she does quests, she breaks every single crate, box, pot, every single one. No stone unturned. No stone unturned. It's just kind of funny. Which is definitely how I started when I played this game many, many eons ago. They changed burn a lot. Yeah, they just nerfed burn in the hotfix that came out. The hotfix makes it so that burn, instead of ticking down by 1 every time it goes off, it now ticks down by 5% every time it goes off. So it's a big nerf to burn in the bazaar. Done. Ooh, and I got the Treads of Falling Shadow. That's cool. Because my boots currently give me Sheltering and Seeker, which are both really, really nice. But if I can find a replacement, the Treads of Falling Shadow are great. They grant Dexterity and Insightful Dexterity, Ghostly, and Movement Speed, which is all good stats. So I would just need to get like a Sheltering item, and then I'm all set. If anything, I could probably just take like a green augment and throw it, or a Sheltering augment, throw it in the sailcloth cloak, and then replace my boots right now. Suffer not the crate to live. True. It doesn't deal half to shield though. Oh, does burn no longer do half damage to shield? I thought they just changed it so that burning no longer gets capped by the shield in question. So what used to happen is if an enemy had 10 shield and you did 300 burn to them, that burn would take the shield and then not do any remainder to the hit points. So I thought that's what they changed. Did they actually make it so shield no longer protects extra from burn? I misunderstood that. Because if that's the case, that explains why I was getting murked by burn constantly yesterday.
Seamus's directions.
It was like Dooley burn and Mac burn and Stell burn. Burn. Like literally everybody was playing burn. And coincidentally enough, I did have quite a lot of shield. So now burn, it kills the shield, it does the over burn. What? Sorry, I'm confused. I don't understand what you mean by it kills the shield. Or now burn it kills the shield. So it does less damage? It doesn't do less damage? I don't know. Oh, Dorg. Unfortunately for me, this is the one problem of like Dorg does not have a lot of defenses, so he just kind of gets hit a lot. He's not doing too good, you know. He's trying his best. I do like being able to just spam this ability here, Tactical Detonation, whenever I feel like it. It's very good. And then do 100 to you. Oh, okay. But it's still burning for half. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so that's what I said. They just fixed the overflow. That's for the best. Die, everybody. I remember thinking that it would make sense for like all of these plants to be resistant to electricity because you know, they're like grounded, so the plant should be able to deviate some of the electricity just directly into the ground. But I remember playing through these quests like with my brother, and he was like, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, if a lightning bolt hits a tree or like a plant, the plant explodes. It's like really dangerous because, or it can be, because the heat from, or like the energy from the lightning bolt can like superheat and basically boil the water instantly. and then cause a lot of pressure to build up and explode. So if anything, plants should be like weak against electricity, because if you can shoot like literally the spell lightning bolt at a plant, it just boils the water. And I'm like, huh, that makes sense. Anyway, he then used that opportunity to then complain to the devs forever and ever and ever and ever to change it. Which is why the vine blights, I don't know how many times he posted. He posted over and over and over. The vine blights are no longer immune to lightning. They used to. They used to be totally immune. They are no longer immune. Remember, kids, if you just complain long enough and loud enough and often enough, eventually you'll get what you want. Don't ever forget that. I love the guy going insane on the bongos over here. Back up with science? Well, yeah. He's an electrician, so he was like, I actually care about this stuff. I know. Yeah, shambling mounds, but that's because shambling mounds in like 5 are in fact immune. 5, sorry, 3.5. They're just immune to lightning. Just, and you know what? Sometimes you maybe it's D&D science. Also, I don't mind shambling mounds, mostly because shambling mounds are also really rare. Like, the big difference is, if shambling mounds are, like, featured in a quest, it's like there's one shambling mound, you know what I mean? Versus, like, if twig blights are ever featured in a quest, bro, it's like 1,000 twig blights, and they're surrounding you, and there's like 100 goddamn billion of them. Get them, Dorg. Those don't have the same physics as IRL? I know, they should. Yo, what's up, Crowlog? How you doing? Die. Is this Trickster? No. The preview is over, so I'm doing my solo guided Artificer playthrough that I'm recording for YouTube. There are not that many shambling mounds in Combat and Corruption. There's, I think, 3, maybe 4. Ooh, the Ironwood Kopesh. So I always wanted to use the Ironwood Kopesh, because it has the effect Cosmic, which deals 3d8s or 3d6s of force damage per hit, or Impellant, which is kind of cool. And I always love the word Impellant and Cosmic. I think it's like really cool ways to describe the weapon. Also the fact that it's made out of wood, just a cool weapon in general. I think it looks good. You know, the unfortunate part is this quest chain is part of the Shadowfell conspiracy, and the Shadowfell conspiracy items are notoriously some of the worst items in the entire game. Or not, they're not included, but they're like kind of in that same ballpark, which is unfortunate because it said like some of the items are literally the worst yet created, which is unfortunate. There's a treasure chest here, but I can't loot it. Well, we're taking off. How do you see the Trickster? So it was on preview for the past 2 days. So also Beast Guitar Gaming, what's up? Hello everybody, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope your day was good. Hope your stream was good. The preview was the last 3 days, so I did stream it on Wednesday, so all the new stuff and new features. But if you like, I can find it here for you. If I go to Lemania News and Discussions, and we go to the first post here for the Arcane Trickster preview. I don't know if it'll let me go to the first post. Yeah, I don't know how to force it to go to the first post whenever I click it, which is really annoying. But here's a link if you would like to just look at it. Is that a dire raven? Yeah, it's a rideable raven. Ride a big bird. It's kind of cool. But yeah. But yes, so if you want to see the Arcane Trickster there's been a lot of discussion already had, and the devs have already responded with ways in which they want to make further adjustments based on some of the feedback that they've gotten. So some of the information might have changed there, but the general gist is there. And if you are like, I don't want to read a thing, I did stream it 2 days ago. So my live stream from 2 days ago, we spent a lot of time playing around and testing stuff, as well as finding a lot of bugs. Is the cosmetic on sword good? Does it look wooden? I can show you. Protect me, dog. Don't allow me to die. So, where's the Kopesh? It's not, it doesn't actually look wooden, but I really like the handle. It's got like a really good visual here, and then it's also got like a cool curve to it. I guess you could maybe call it like a dark wood or something, but I just think it looks really cool. Also, I'm gonna get killed. This guy's disintegrating me with dust to dust. So I thought I'd bring that up there. I'm still alive on hardcore, so I probably shouldn't do that. But yeah, overall, it's a pretty good looking weapon. I do like it. Hey, Stream, I have spare 600 gold festival coins. Anyone needs them yet? I don't need an extra 600, but if you want to dump your, if you want to do a giveaway, I can help you. I help support you by giving you information to give them to. Yeah, it's just a good looking weapon.
The foes fall. The terrified villager beckons you over.
Yeah. Also, what's up, Chris? I don't know if I said your name, and Mikey Geek, and everybody else. Just want to make sure I'm saying yes and hello. What's up? I mean, what's my opinion on the Trickster? Oh, okay. So my opinion on Arcane Trickster is that I, number one, I like the general direction of Arcane Trickster. I think that a lot of the ideas that are present are quite good. The stolen spells, where you get to take spells from other classes, is really interesting. I really like that you get to use your disable device as a DC calculator for a lot of these spells. It makes it so that you know you are in fact playing a rogue, which I think is a really big deal. Like, class identity matters, and so I really like the fact that that is like an element of it, where it's not just, oh, you're playing as a any type of just generic spellcaster. I think that's cool. It also means a lot of the abilities are going to be stronger than you might think. Like, Soundburst is a spell that is pretty good, but you have to use Heighten, so you have to pay a lot more for it. You have to justify whether you're going to use that over Burst of Glacial Wrath. But now, because you can get access to Soundburst based off of your disable device DC, it means as a rogue, you can Soundburst stuff at the end game and do really, really good, like have a high DC with it, on top of some of the other abilities like Greater Shout, things like that. So the crowd control is really cool, the flexibility is really cool. So again, a lot of the ideas are great. I also like the way it scales, which is fun. But there are some things that I think that are missing. As some people pointed out, there's like a, well, one, they didn't incorporate Warlock as one of the classes you can steal spells from, so I think they should do that. They should have like a Warlock spell list, because Warlocks are one of the primary casters in DDO, so I think that'd be kind of cool. Some people are upset that there's only 4 levels of spells in the character, and that there could be more. I actually kind of agree with that, but I think that when people are like, oh yeah, they should add like 6 levels or 9 levels of spells, it's probably too many. They should do something radical. Go with like 5, and make it so everybody's unhappy. I think that's a great idea, so they should do that. But yeah, overall, I think it's good. I think that there's been a lot of really good suggestions that have been put out for it, and so I'm excited to see where it shows up next. As far as like the general overall power level of it, it's really hard to get a sense of scale, because other than some of the obvious stuff, where as a melee or a ranged tree, it really doesn't line up to being powerful enough to compete at all on melee or ranged. I do think that just outside of that, it's hard to get a sense of scale at the end game regardless, because a lot of the main features, like the capstone, just wasn't working. Well, it's not that it wasn't working, but you couldn't take the capstone unless you avoided taking any meta magic feats due to a bug, because you couldn't get meta magic feats unless you multi-class, because they weren't eligible for meta magic feats. And playing a spellcaster without meta magic feats, it's like you're not really going to make a fair comparison. So end of the day, there wasn't really a lot of good ways to test it, so we'll see how it comes out. However, I would not be surprised if the Arcane Trickster, when it actually did finally release, was really, 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 really overpowered. And the only reason I say that is because anytime something in the game says no cooldown, it does this effect, but with no cooldown. There's usually a way you can do something with that.
The innkeeper was worried about.
Does it have enough spell points? It has enough spell points, yes, because you get spell points based off your intelligence. It's an int-based caster, but also it allows you to deal. You can steal spell points from enemies, so you steal mana when you attack guys. which is pretty cool. I'll come home and pass them to you. Yeah, if you want. Just let me know when and where. And yeah, I can also give away the coins. Remember that you can save them also for next year. So they don't expire like some coins. So yeah, you can save them as well. What do I mean, no cooldown? So one of the big features of this character is that you get to apply your sneak attack damage onto your spells. That's one of the big parts of Arcane Trickster, is that when you hit an enemy, you add extra damage based on your sneak attack dice. So for example, at level 8, you have 4 sneak attack dice as a rogue. You can add 4 D3s, or I think it's like 4 D6s at 50% spell power onto your damage of any spell you cast. And that effect has no internal cooldown, which means if you cast Magic Missile, which deals damage 5 times with 5 separate missiles, oh god, I might die here because I have the strength damage. I gotta watch out for this. Only because this guy hit me for 6. Over here, 10 points. Just kill this, kill this, kill this, kill this. 1 sec. Okay, yeah, it's hitting me again. I gotta go. I gotta get my strength back. Oh, is it dead? I got it? Sick. Okay, we're good. Woo! But it has no cooldown, which means if you cast Magic Missile, you apply the damage 5 times. And because there's no cooldown, the faster you cast spells, any spells that have repeated effects that hit multiple times, that have multiple things that go on with them, are going to be suspect. Also, it applies to everything. So for example, if you have a wand of Magic Missile, you can apply your sneak attack damage to the wand's cast, which is interesting. So yeah. Generally cast Magic Missile at the darkness. True. I attack the darkness.
The bartender points at the promissory.
Yeah, man, I got an ogre slaying knife. It's got a +8 against ogres.
The parchment reads, I promise to pay 1 platinum and 3 gold.
Yo, what's up, Pseudo Ferret? How are you doing today?
Yet when you turn the scrap over, you see arcane symbols and ancient writing. You have found a piece of the Nether Scroll.
Yeah. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yes. So overall, I am quite excited about. That's such an old video. Oh man, what a classic video. I'm yeah, it's so old. I was just thinking about the Arcane Trickster and how it's going to come out. So we'll see. I assume it's going to be very, very powerful upon launch. And I think that is a fair assessment. I think most people will also probably think the same. Because as I said, it has anything with no cooldown. If you can get yourself up to 30-something sneak attack dice, so every single time you cast a repeated spell, you're doing that extra damage, it can be quite powerful. It's also possible that that might actually be able to combine with Shirati Champion because of the repeated spell effects. So it might be an okay Magic Missile blaster. A bigger thing that some people might not be aware of is that the developers are actually like readjusting and looking at one of the current problems that exists in the game with force damage in general, which is that force spells are bad when they don't have to be. So force spells are currently the worst spells in the game, doubly so. One, the damage on force spells is toned down specifically because the implication is that, well, they're force spells, so therefore they ignore resistances and immunities, so we have to reduce the damage on them. So for example, compare the damage of like Force Missile, which deals like a small amount of damage, to something like Acid Rain, which deals not only more damage than Force Missile entirely, but is also a ground effect, so it hits multiple times. So Force Missile is just a easy example of like where the spells end up just being kind of bad. And force spells do less damage. But then you have the secondary problem of not only are they balanced around the idea that, well, they're going to hit everything, so they're always going to deal their full damage, they are also unaffected by magic resistance rating effects. So if a monster has magic resistance rating, you ignore it with force spells. But however, that's not how we use that generally. I'm just going to break this under my knee. Nowadays, where you do modern damage is you reduce enemy defenses. So for example, my Warlock build that I've been playing, I reduce enemy magical resistance rating by almost 50 points, making monsters take 50% more damage from magic, which is awesome. But because Force ignores that, they actually don't get that 50% bonus. It's possible to get monsters' magical resistance rating down like 60 or 70 points pretty easily with a couple characters, and then all of a sudden, you have this like really powerful combined effect. But again, it doesn't really work if it doesn't work with force damage, which is a problem. SSG has said they're aware of this, and so they're going to look at solutions to this problem to try to alleviate some of it. Do I think they're going to just carte blanche buff force spells across the game? Probably not. Do I think that they might be able to find a way to make it so force spells can actually benefit from the magic resistance rating changes on monsters, where you can like debuff them to increase your damage? Hopefully. If not, they will just need to do some tweaking to the spells individually. They're from streaming, so I'm going to spend it playing Assassin's Creed. There you go, that could be fun. I have never played an Assassin's Creed video game. I just never played it many, many years ago when it was like a thing, Assassin's Creed 1 or 2 or 3. I just never really got into it. And then I never really got into the later ones either. I'm just not a big, like, open world explorer type video game. Especially considering once stuff gets like copy and pasted everywhere, I start to like lose interest, so yeah. I get the lowest of PRR or MRR. I mean, they could do something like that. MRR in one hand? Yes. Yes, you can. It's not common. It's not a common effect for monsters that have magic resistance rating. So, and just generally resistances. Oddly enough, there actually are a few monsters that heal from force. So yeah, it's kind of weird. Do they have the new Lamortia weapons? I don't feel that Lamortia Power Spike is a bad thing. You mean the heroic damage? Is that what you're talking about? You want the heroic damage of weapons to be like that? No, I completely 1000% disagree with you. And yeah, absolutely. The heroic Lamortia weapons do so much damage, you can use them all the way up to level... You can use them at level 30, because they have a legendary effect on them. They absolutely should not be doing that much damage. They should actually replace the effect with the text that it says, which is that it's Acid Burst, as opposed to dealing 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 500 damage per strike. Being able to hit anything you want for 500 damage at level 8, when most monsters don't have 500 health, is a little silly, in my opinion. I do not like it. The castle throne room lies beyond the courthouse. Like, I think that I don't really care too much the fact that SSG hasn't done anything about it for now, because like they're doing other stuff, they're doing bigger things, and it's like something you can optionally go into.
Wow, 5 years together.
If they did decide to do that, if they decided to like up the weapons of other things, they should probably triple or quadruple the health of all monsters in heroics after that point. Also, Axlet, welcome back to the stream team for 5 calendar years. That's right. Not 1 calendar year, not 2 calendar years, and I don't know what comes after that, but at some point you reach 5, and I'm very grateful for you tuning in for all these years. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing very, very well. Welcome back to the stream team. Wow. I'm with you, man. Long time. I was having a realization like that a little while ago, where I was watching, I like saw a YouTube video, and I was like, yeah, I remember watching that video, and it said 7 years ago, and I was like, oh no. I saw that video when it came out. That was 7 years ago. Ooh, Forgotten Light, another one of my favorite weapons. Forgotten Light's very cool. I actually use this as an endgame weapon in the past, because this weapon has wisdom to it and damage built into it as a heavy mace, which is cool. On top of that, it also has devotion, which is sweet, and it's a good weapon. So back in Hardcore 1, this was my endgame weapon that I used on my character. It was very powerful. Well, very powerful, but it was good enough. So the 10 can cast 4 spells by 12 by default. I mean, sure. Five comes after 2. It's much more smooth with that power spike. I mean, it is smooth because you can literally, like, once you have that weapon, remember that damage applies to your spells too. So once you have one of those weapons from Lamortia, the craft, which is the Dolorous Acid craft, you literally do not need to have your eyes open to play the game at that point. You can take off all your other items, close your eyes, and just randomly hit keyboard keys, and you will be able to defeat everything on the entire way leveling up. I don't like any of this. I think that it is something that I've said it before. It's a enjoy it while it lasts. If you're having fun with it, please use it while it's still there. But I don't think it's healthy for the video game in total. The fact that no monster is immune to them is a weak point. There are monsters that are immune to force damage. Well, not immune, but helmed horrors heal from them. If you're watching as a literal child, yeah. Not YouTube videos I remember watching as a child because I'm too old, but yeah. Isn't Ruin spell an untyped damage spell? Yes, but the big part of Ruin is not the untyped part, it's the elemental copy part. The reason why Ruin is so powerful is, one, it doesn't do force, it does untyped, which means it actually hits helmed horrors and things that heal from force damage generally. But also, because Draconic Incarnation allows you to add an extra copy of the damage as your elemental type, you'll notice, like, if a druid uses Ruin, you know, the Ruin damage might be like 30,000, and then the cold portion of the Ruin will be like 45,000 or higher, because they have so much better scaling with the elemental. Yeah. Mortius, so I guess I start abusing those weapons. Yep. It's, if you want to use it, I'm not using it on this character intentionally. I decided not to because I felt like it would kind of cheapen the experience. Also, if somebody watched this in the future and they wanted to emulate what I'm doing, it wouldn't be fair if I was like, I'm using this weapon that makes it so I can one-tap every monster in the whole game without thinking. I didn't want to do that. So that way, this could be reproducible. So if somebody goes, hey, I would like to also try using the solo guided Artificer playthrough as like a way to emulate how to get through the game, everything I've done, every item I have is something you can get yourself while leveling. Some easier than others, stuff like the Sailcloth Cloak, which was really easy to come by. Certain specific items like the rune arms, most of them have been tradable. Can we get melee ruin? You have melee ruin in the form of adrenaline. Adrenaline, or if you want the even better than adrenaline, a sword sings. A sword sings is just melee ruin. So people start bringing up, claim that force casting is fine. No, I don't think it's going to change anything.
Fallen purple dragon knights lie near a battle-scarred colony.
But as I said, I think it can be a good option for some who wish to have an easier play experience. I kind of think of it like how if you play an not an Elder Scrolls game, a Dark Souls game, and you want to make your experience easier, you can make your experience easier by just using magic. Magic is very strong in every Dark Souls game, as well as Elden Ring. It's just, you get ranged attacks that deal good amounts of damage, and then when you run out, you can still go in and melee, just like everybody else. And oftentimes it keeps you safe. And so that's one of the reasons why I think that it's kind of like it's like a self-balancing tool where you can decide whether it's something you want to do or not. By the way, this is not me disparaging magic. I play magic every time I play a Dark Souls style game. One, because magic is cool as hell, but also, yeah, man. You know what's great? Not having to figure out how to melee the dragon's feet instead of shooting missile spells at their head. I like that. Do you think that Blightcaster damage is okay in heroics? I mean, it's ridiculously strong, if that's what you're saying. Like, Blightcaster is super strong. Bear in mind, and I don't want to make sure, I want to make sure I'm like very clear on this. I am not a flip-flopper. When Blightcaster was being placed on Lemania, or was on Lemania the first time and I got to play around with it, I was running quests naked on R1 on a first lifer. And I was like, this is too strong. SSG should definitely nerf it. However, I don't work for Standing Stone Games, so Standing Stone Games doesn't always listen to me when I tell them to do things, which is disappointing. Because it is busted, man. It's absolutely busted. It is definitely overpowered. Get strong. There's no point using any of that element, not to worry about any other resistances and immunities at all. Well, that's one of the reasons why, like, for me personally, I don't think that force spells should ignore magic resistance rate, or like should be affected by the magic resistance rating changes. It does mean that they aren't as good for the hyper end game, but what I do think is that force spells should just do the same damage as regular spells. So that way you don't get the magic resistance rating reductions, but you do get the benefit of dealing full damage to everything. So it is a genuine trade-off. That's what I want. The problem is it's a double whammy. The force spells are bad and do less damage, and they are unaffected by magic resistance rating. And if I'm going to be honest with you, I would rather have good spells that have a weird interaction with endgame debuffing versus bad spells that have a good interaction with endgame debuffing. That's my point about Lemurian weapons. Blightcaster is just as strong, and I also think that Blightcaster should get nerfed for heroics. We're talking about the same thing. I'm very consistent about how I think that power level should scale. I think that's something that is so strong that you don't need to use, like, I'm a video game player. I think that having to consider your options when you play a video game is a good thing, and that there should be options for players who don't want to have to do that. For example, one of the reasons I love Dungeons & Dragons Online is I love the fact that there's so many different options for difficulty scaling. You can play on normal, hard, elite, or whatever Reaper mode your heart desires, which means any player can find the optimal way that they find the most enjoyable to play, whether that is in any of those different settings or maybe playing with a group, which might also change how you feel about those things, and I personally really, really like that. So when you have a character class or an effect that is so strong, it makes you, like, it overwrites all decision-making and thinking. I just don't like it. That's all. Need to buff Kensai? True, we need another Kensai buff. From Final Fantasy V, need to imbue my next attack with Ruin? Also, bear in mind, one of the reasons why I don't like chasing the tail of what is the best, where it's like, oh, you know, this thing is the best damage and this thing is the best damage. Something is always going to be the best damage. If SSG wants to, like, twist the levers a little bit to make something else be the best damage, they can. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't really mind which one is the best damage. There's always going to be a best one. I respect the more weapons damage to the Dragon Disciple is really good. I think Dragon Disciple is very, very good. I don't think Dragon Disciple is as strong damage-wise as Blightcaster for leveling purposes, but it is quite good. The benefit of Dragon Disciple is it's very tanky and has a lot of healing.
Vortex opens in the sky, a portal to some malevolent place.
Well, the thing about Blightcaster is that once you get to level 20, it's not really well supported.
The towering demon turns to the Netherese wizard.
Oh god. You have to watch out for the spikes in here, which is one of the reasons why I'm very fortunate. I have access to high reflex saves, so that way the monsters have a difficult time landing the dangerous spike effects on me. Bark, bark. I'm going to try to make it so that if he throws me, I'm not going to land on a spike pit. Because he will throw me. I just don't know when. Get rid of the dretches. I'm going to go here. Keep back to full. And there we go. We're good. Die. Die, sucker. This boss fight's not terribly difficult, but it can be difficult if you don't manage your direct positioning. Where are you standing? Because I don't want to get thrown into the spikes, which are really dangerous. Then he dies and everything despawns and we're all set. Make Shattering Strike auto crit and give 500% damage, please. Good idea. You know, we really need to. They need to buff Kensai more often. But anyways, even though I personally think that these things should get nerfed, like I think that they'll eventually fix the Lemurian weapons, and that Blightcaster could probably get toned down in heroics, but then get beefed up in epics, which the easiest solution is you just make the high-level spells do more damage, and make the low-level spells do less damage. Even with that being said, as previously mentioned, these are things I've thought about for a long time and voiced my opinion on publicly, and that doesn't change because SSG has different balance philosophy than I do. Which is also okay. I do not run the game and look at the numbers. I'm just some guy. So, but yeah, that's just my personal opinion about these things. Evocation 5. Interesting. Relentless Belt. Double Strike Accuracy. Insightful Spell Resistance 17. Insightful Spell Resistance 17 is interesting because I think I have a spell resistance item somewhere. Yeah, spell resistance 30. So that would actually give me spell resistance 47, so I'd basically be immune to magic once I hit 27. And it's also got double strike and accuracy on it, but it's got nothing else. So, hard to say. I'll keep it for now. I think it's a neat belt. I'll keep it, so I'm going to lock it up here. Be surprised if Dwergar Iconic ends up as Blightcaster. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I think it'd be kind of neat. Okay. My guild leveled up to 115. Let's go. All right. So which did I not do yet? I didn't do Catacombs. Now, Epic Catacombs is really dangerous. I am going to go do it, but I think I'm going to go do it on hard mode, maybe. It's really dangerous. The monsters hit really hard. So we'll see. So yeah. So we'll see. Get Freeless Heart, respect Cold Druid at 20 and profit. True. Also, Force is only bad because Elemental Strip exists. Also true. Force is a subject because of the fact that Elemental Stripping exists. But to be fair, Elemental Stripping is not going to be going away. So I think that because Elemental Strip is not going away, you know, it's going to be there. Plus 3 party members in Catacombs on Hardcore 8. True. Oh. That leveling path was something I made a while ago, and that is because that is a character that's like not playing on hardcore. When you're not playing on hardcore, if monsters do more damage in a quest, it's not a big deal because like you can get hirelings that can resurrect you and other party members can just like pick you up and whatever. Everyone can kind of raise dead once you get into epics. But on hardcore difficulty, the monsters do so much damage. So like if I just explode, it's really annoying. So yeah. Also, what's up, Bratty Princess? How are you doing today? What's up? Their own play sessions. I'll try this on elite difficulty, but if I'm taking too much damage, it's gonna be tough. Concept of something not being fun. Also a good way to think about it. True. Oh, that's probably because in epics, you can do quests up to 4 levels over without it affecting your bravery bonus, or what's it called now? Your delving bonus. You get a delving bonus that in heroics is 2 levels above the quest. So for example, if you do the Waterworks, which is level 3 and 4, but it starts at 3, you do that quest at level 5 on elite difficulties. You enter on elite, it now turns to level 5, and you, as long as you're level 5 or lower, you will get the delving bonus. On epics, it's 4 levels. So even though this quest is level 25, I can do this up to level 27 and still get the delving bonus. So you can be a bit more flexible and get all the bonuses while leveling. On my warlock build, I am choosing to use the oh, they have really high saves too. Can I not knock these guys down? Oh, we'll see. I choose to use the Magus of the Eclipse because Magus of the Eclipse, the AoE, I can just be in melee range and apply the damage, and also it gives me access to some of the debuffing effects of the mantle. If I had points for Draconic Incarnation, I would have used Draconic, but I just didn't have the points for it. Yeah. What's the official weight of 20 to 21? Because at that point, running the Olympic Elite 2 levels above and running the highest Loic. Yeah, a lot of people will do Saltmarsh, so they will just do the Saltmarsh Explorers. And then other than that, I'm going to be honest, I just kind of just join groups, start running around. No, I'm not going to be making a new one anytime soon. I think that leveling paths are bad, generally. And the reason why I say that is because one of my favorite parts about playing DDO, and people ask me all the time, like, how I keep playing it and I don't burn out. The answer to that question, how I, like, don't burn out playing this game, is I don't follow paths or things. I kind of just, you'll notice, I was like, what quest do I want to do? I just opened up the menu and started looking, oh, I didn't do this, and I'm going to go do this. That, one, trains you where quests are, and you get to learn where things go. But on top of that, it means every time I level up, I'm doing different stuff all the time. So, like, some days I'm like, you know what, I want to do this quest chain. Or some days I'm like, I want to do this quest chain. And so it gives me like a little bit of a, I don't know, it lets me like make it feel a little bit different every single time I play through, which for me is quite fun. So I enjoy, and I don't really burn out, because if there's a quest I don't want to do, I just don't do it. It's as simple as that. Do I have trapping? I do. Yes, this character is able to fully trap everything, which is good. I make sure to put points into several of the trapping areas, getting extra listen, search, and spot, picking up the extra disable device and open lock, on top of getting appropriate items. And this character can deal with traps. All the newest content add level to get all the named loot. Yes. Also, generally doing newer content is just going to be better anyway. You get cooler items. So yeah. Do him sitting there? Oh, for sure. When it comes to the I'm gonna keep doing this on elite difficulty until I feel like overwhelmed, but we'll see. But yes, I do think that the leveling guides can be quite good for some, especially if they're like new or they're really unsure where to go, or it's sometimes just good to have it as a check. So that's why I do have the written version, which you're probably following there. And then the solo guided playthroughs also provide a route for that, because as they're going up on YouTube, they're all going to be pointed out by level. So then somebody can go, okay, I'm level 24, and there's like the video that'll be labeled literally 24, and they can like follow through with that. Obviously, a several hour-long video is not ideal in terms of like the just standard written version of what quest path exists, which is why the standard written is already done. And I don't want to make it again. I probably could just record what quests I do again at some point, but we'll see about that. I'm not certain. I just don't know how I feel about that right now. Again, I think I'm also just like subject to the media that I surround myself with. So I notice so many people get like, as just a content creator, I guess asked all the time, because I play Dungeons and Dragons a lot, Dungeons and Dragons Online, how do you not get like bored with the thing? How do you not get bored doing the one thing? And there's just too many things that I enjoy about this video game for me to get bored with. It's the same thing with like playing Path of Exile. I love playing Path of Exile. I can play the game for hours and hours and hours. And so for me, it's difficult. I don't know how people get bored of that game at all when there's so many builds you can play and so many things you can do and so many ways in which you can engage with the game. I have like 20 different builds that I would play during the 3-week event that's going on in Path of Exile right now if I had more time, but I just don't have the time right now to go through all of it. And yeah, the fun is what you make of it. So if I can encourage some to try to like explore and search, if you let yourself get a little bored or let yourself get a little lost and then start doing a search, I find oftentimes that kind of leads to the real path of adventure. Not trying to grandstand about like, oh, you don't want to just make another list. I mean, that's also part of it true as well. I also don't want to do the like make another list of like a leveling path because I'm lazy and I don't want to do it either. But you know, that's a big part of it to me as well. But it's yeah, it's it's this guy, the werewolf. This is dangerous. The werewolf is dangerous, if I had to remember. Okay. Okay. Or it's not dangerous? I can't remember. Hold on. He's hitting the guy for a few hundred. You know, he's not doing as much damage as I thought. You know, feeling good. I mean, he did kill my dog, but it seems fine. He's doing good. Those are great for listening while playing. Yeah. Oh yeah, Evening Star challenges too. I never do the Evening Star challenges anymore, but they're fun. If you can handle it, doing the challenges at maximum level gives you a lot of XP. So yeah.
The exit gate slams closed as you approach. Yet from the south, you hear another portcullis clatter.
Well, that's the other thing too, right? So when it comes to as Doc Jekyll pointed out, there actually was a time where leveling paths were like a relevant thing, because if you didn't level up properly, you would run out of XP back in the day. For those that don't know this, because I'm a DDO boomer, so I can give you kind of like the inside scoop. But yeah, back in the day, that was a serious problem where like you would be doing quests in DDO And if you didn't do your quests optimally or in the right path, it would be very common for people to basically get to the maximum or get to a certain level and then kind of have done literally every quest and have nothing to do but repeat quests, and they didn't know which ones to do. And that was a huge problem. So you would have people being like, oh, you do Kobold Ringleader on Elite 5 times, then hard than normal, and then you do this quest on Elite 5 times and hard than normal, and they would give you like the exact steps to make sure you could level efficiently and feel good. At this point, there's so much XP in DDO, you just don't really need any of that. You can just kind of go do whatever, and as long as you have access to quests, you'll be fine. The harder part is when you're limited, whether you don't have access to expansion packs, whether you don't have access to quest packs, or what have you. And that's where it becomes a little bit more overwhelming. But I don't know the answer, to that one that's very specific. I've never been a free-to-play player, or had the experience that some people have had of like not having access to all of the quests, because I've just always paid for VIP the entire time I played. So yeah, so I don't know. Oh yeah, bravery bonus also helped out a lot, which gave a big XP boost.
Filled with dust and the musty scent of old books. Yet the terrified figure nearby shows that something is amiss in the library.
I'm thinking of making a 2-weapon fighter warlock. Any suggestions? Well, the only suggestion I can think of is that the Force Shadow Blades at the beginning are really, really good and can carry you for a while. You don't have to use them at the end game, but you can level with the Shadow Blades all the way to level 32 before you figure out what weapon you want to use, which is nice. Outside of that, I like Fatesinger as a tree for epics. And if you need more advice than just general, I liked Fatesinger. Chris the Miss has a video about single weapon fighter warlock. Not a video, sorry, a forum post that goes into a reasonably good detail about ways in which you can improve your character with and build some melee warlock. And I can recommend it if you need like more advice.
A faint voice.
Oh, my dog died again. Then repeat IQ. Yes, we have to do Inspired Quarter again. Request record the API request, so when leveling through slow, you can just replay the flows automatically. That might be something that is maybe possible that some people could maybe do, but as far as I can, the problem is there's no DDO doesn't have an API. So, as far as I know, you cannot do that. But there is, because there is no DDO API.
Someone has carved a message into one of the shelves. The duality has returned. Shadow darkens. The shelves seem slightly... You hear a chittering
Kill this.
from behind the shelves.
Champion hits hard. Yeah, the monsters in here hit harder for sure. It's not so bad that it's like unmanageable, but it's harder than I would like.
Scrap of parchment covered with wild scribbled writing.
Also, their saves are really strong.
Duality.
Although, fortunately for me, Thundershock weapons is a 75, so I can knock them down pretty good. Is all built on unofficial hacks and workarounds? Yes.
A name is scrawled in blood on the
Things that I don't exactly know how they work, so I can't really give any context about it and be like, oh yeah, this thing works like this, or here's an idea of how you can do this. I am not a computer programmer. I don't really understand how most of this stuff works. I get confused by things easily, so yeah, I don't have a good answer for you. I do know that there is no public API for DDO, and it's one of the reasons I am mildly distrustful of certain tools that people use, just because I don't understand exactly the methods, but I do know that's not the way in which information is scraped is not through official methods, and so because there is none provided to the players, and so it makes me a little bit wary about some things.
Behind them lies a heavy
I'm getting a lot of items out of this. Mask of the Asylum, Intelligence, Wisdom, Charisma, Concentration. Ooh, that's kind of cool. What was the other item I got? I think I got Goggles of the Inquisition. Anger, Strength, Insight. Oh yeah, Intimidate and Anger. Oh, is that the Anger set? Oh no, it's Extra Rages. That's fun.
Grinds open to the west. Greylight's voice
All right.
calls out. Hello.
Hopefully I don't die.
Is that you?
Miss doing IQ and DD. Yes. Yeah, the Veil quests having massive increases in XP to then going to Inspired Quarter where you got nothing was really disheartening. Must have endpoints on the server. I just do not know the answer. All I know is they don't have like a publicly maintained API, which is how you get a lot of your features for other video games you might appreciate. So for example, I've mentioned Path of Exile before. Path of Exile has a really robust API with a lot of information on it that people can use to track and keep apprised of lots of different information. And it can be used in all sorts of cool ways. That way you can like directly download your character from the game server because that information is stored on the public facing API. As an example.
You hear a clatter from the hallway. The sapphire gate is open.
No, dog. Dorg, please. I need you to live. I probably shouldn't be doing this on Elite difficulty. I don't think I'm going to do Dalaris on Elite, because Dalaris, the monsters really hit hard. They do not have a lot of health, but they just do a lot of damage. Also, their saves are really high, so I gotta be careful about that. Although, to be fair, my DCs are like 43 on tactical detonation. It'll go up a little bit, but yeah, it's not amazing. If the raid timer tracker on DDO just pulls your character location from the panel, if you open a raid, then worked out, it assumes you completed and turn in the end reward. Yeah, there's a lot of just like assumptions that are in that about how the game, or like how people are processing things. His pet robot? True! I am just the assistant to Dorg. Yeah, the ghouls are spooky in here. Absolutely. Oh man, you know what? Dorg got him. Get him, Dorg! Dorg! Look at that! Holy moly.
The scratching sound from Gerard's tomb grows louder.
Enjoy playing the game? Oh no, for sure. I don't know. What I can tell you is that, again, one of the reasons I'm very cautious about these sorts of things is that finding direct information into the actual servers themselves, or finding information about them, can also allow nefarious actors to do things. So a lot of times they keep that stuff locked down. I'm not saying that that has specifically happened in the past, or maybe that's why I'm avoiding talking about it, but just to make sure that we're all on the same page. There's a big difference between the company saying, hey, here is some data that you can download and hook into that allows you to connect to our game, and people going, I wonder how we can connect to their server without their knowledge or permission and start peeling information out of it, which is a very different thing. Might be for a good reason, might be for a bad reason. I don't know. Only those people know. The whole quest entered the start chest if you got no big which we call the quest objective panel. Like I wasn't even in the quest. Are you sure that was you? Also, did you do it while you were asleep? The story where you're like the way what you're exactly describing sounds like one of those like stories that you would hear as a kid, but like oh yeah, I found like this game cartridge, but when I went out, it was like Pokemon, but when I went to play around, there was like nobody in any of the towns, and it was playing the Lavender Town music the entire time while I walked everywhere. Again, not saying what happened to you didn't happen, but that's what it sounds like. Yeah, it sounds like a creepypasta. DDO creepypasta. The DDO quest that fucking kills you, exactly.
It knows you're here.
Ready for someone to launch unofficial DDO classic server? I don't even know if anyone has the data to do that. Because my understanding is that SSG probably doesn't have. They might have the data to launch like a classic server, but I have a feeling that for versioning issues, they probably just don't have them.
You hear a click from the direction of
YouTube and or for Artificer. I wasn't sure about continuing with my 2 times reincarnated Artificer, but it's alright to play Dwarf Artificer following the guide as I had to transfer, has not played in a while and had to server. Yeah. If you want to play as a dwarf, it's fine. The main thing, because you don't get access to adamantine plating, what I would recommend you do is just shift the feats around so that at level 12 you can take construct essence, which allows you to turn into a construct at level 12, so you can take the same stuff. So basically, in the actual description thing, or in like the feat list, at level 8, I take adamantine plating, and then I take something else at 12. Just take the other thing that I take at 12 earlier, and then instead at 12 take the other thing. Oh, it's a oh, you have to take construct essence and improve. Yeah, yeah. So I would just recommend doing that. Or you could just play it as like a fleshy and then don't worry about it either and just heal yourself, which multiple times throughout the series. I have more videos coming up. I just only posted the first one publicly, although the rest of them are actually on YouTube. I just have to thumbnail them and time code them. But yeah, you can just play it normally. You should be fine. Tycho. Pikachu would be a fun DDO build. I don't know how you would make a Pikachu. Pikachu! Well, turn-based DDO would just be transcribing each of the quests into pen and paper dungeons, which I actually have done. I played a pen and paper version of DDO with some of my friends. Right when the pandemic hit, I had several of my friends basically be like, hey, we've heard about this D&D thing, and we're all stuck in our houses, and you're a nerd who doesn't do anything. Can you take us through D&D? And it was pretty short notice, so I was like, sure. So I just started them off on Korthos Island and just kind of like ripped the ideas. But the thing is, you have to like make some adjustments because DDO does things that you can't do in pen and paper exactly, or things that just don't really make a lot of sense. So the best example I can think of in that regard is stuff like in DDO, it's really, really linear. It's not open-ended. Oh my lord, the ghouls. It's not open-ended. Whereas like in pen and paper, the players might ask a question. They'd be like, how come this guy is doing this thing? Can I climb this fence? And it's like, oh yeah, climbing fences, eh? I guess that is a thing you can do in pen and paper. And so having to like manage that reconstruction of repair lore?
Greylight enters the room.
Yo. Is it alright to follow the guide even if not playing solo? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Tycho. You can use it while playing in a group as well. I just chose things that made it more defensive, specifically so that way I wouldn't die. Celasta or BG3 could be possible. Yeah. Is there... I don't think... in BG3 there definitely isn't, but is there like a map editor in Celasta where you can make your own levels? You're still at the bottom of the ladder. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the curative admixtures are fine, especially considering the points I spent in Renegade Mastermaker. You would just make sure you take like this one, cure light wounds, maybe you take cure serious wounds, and you get so much more, so many more extra stats. Because you can just heal yourself with like maximize and what have you, and it's very, very powerful. Pop enemies. Alright. Is all about the custom editor. Yeah. But you could probably do some stuff. I haven't done any custom things in Celasta. I actually still I gotta get back into it because I was playing Celasta with my guildmates, and I am the one who became unavailable. Oh, I should disable the traps, huh? Disable the traps. The traps on this side or the other side? I can't remember. They are on the other side. All right. Aha. Oh, never mind. It's on this side. Ugh. It's hard. Content. I personally made some homebrew items. Oh, that's kind of cool. It can be fun. Like making my own thing. I have too much work. Oh yeah, if you have more points, just put points anywhere. That's usually the way it works, is like I design every build guide that I put together with the goal of, unless it specifically says otherwise, the goal is with the minimum amount of points necessary. So if you have more points, like 36-point build, plus a tome and all that, oh yeah, just throw them all over the place. Just put points everywhere. What's that? You want more con? Take more con. You want more strength? Take more strength. You got points to spare. I didn't take swim, but if you want to take swim, swim it up. Become an Olympian.
Fills the chamber.
Reminder, in 50 minutes, we will begin watching the Fridays at 4 live stream, which will feature Tolero, producer for Dungeons & Dragons Online. So So if you want to hear about what's going on at DDO, what's new, what's coming with the anniversary, they'll be talking about some stuff, spoiling some stuff, and giving us some Q&A. So bear in mind that will be happening in about an hour's, or a little less than an hour's time. Just giving you all that information so you have it. We also do DDO and Divinity 2. That too, yeah. Divinity would be a lot harder, just because the actual game is very different. But again, I'm not familiar with the editors. Wait, you taking trap parts? No, you shouldn't take trap parts. I just forgot to turn it off, and I'm going to delete this character anyway, so I don't really care that I'm taking trap parts. Once this character gets to level cap and I'm done with the video series, I'm just deleting the character. So the trap parts can go with it. I should turn it off. I'm just been lazy. But you know what? Good reminder. Because every time I thought about turning it off, I forgot. Gather trap parts? Disabled. Checked into different weapons. Twice per long as can telescope to 50-foot range. Oh, that's kind of cool. In like Baldur's Gate? Kind of sick. Trap parts and they thanked me. Oh, that's funny. Anybody have trap parts? Oh yes. Endless quantities. Please take them.
Hear a click from the nearby portcullis.
Please take the trap parts away from me. I have no desire to keep them. This quest chain is another one of those quest chains that is dramatically faster if you have other players with you, because people can split and go into different directions. You'll notice there's 3 paths here. If you have 3 players, each person can go a different direction, and then it's so fast. It's over. I will say, I was scared of this quest. It looks like I didn't really need to be, this quest chain. I think I'm going to be okay for the most part. The final, or the Dolaris, is a little bit more scary because the monsters do like double the damage. So I'm, again, a little worried about that, but we'll see how it goes. Tactical detonation. Nice. And we're almost level 26. I have 4 points to spend in the tree, but I'm going to want to be spending some points up here. Probably grabbing this, maybe working on warding and scripters. I have so many points I want to spend in so many different places. Epic Ring of the Archbishop. Wizardry, healing, devotion lore, devotion. Oh, cool. Sneak up on 2 people on hardcore 8. Oh, no worries. I'm prepared for the ghouls. If I get an epic candlelight from the final quest, I'll be very excited about that. Probably not gonna happen, but I could. Probably not, but it could in fact happen. So we'll see. Foods. One of the benefits of having spot on a character like this is you can easily catch everything out. And again, fortunately for me, I have the disable device and the search to be able to see everything. Spot's a lot lower because I don't have any intelligence. Plus 20 versus plus 0. Or sorry, wisdom. But yeah, it's fine as it goes.
Voices whisper in the darkness.
Insightful spell damage stacks with the enhancement. I'm not sure what you mean. Insightful spell damage stacks with the enhancement. What? Oh, are you talking about the spell Insightful Damage? No, it does not stack. It's separate. So I cast the spell Personal Augmentation Insightful Damage to get intelligence to damage, and then I use intelligence to hit out of here to save me points. I just saved the 2 points out of the tree. They do not stack together. I just don't take it out of the tree because I don't have to.
Voices whisper from the darkness. It is the time of the shadow.
Whoa! What the heck? Okay, ghouls. They just like weren't affected by my things. Yeah, they have the exact same effect. They do not double dip. If you could apply double your intelligence to your attack rolls, my god. Or to your damage rolls, that'd be sick.
be able to get back.
That is not how that works, and that is for the best, because that would be crazy overpowered. Woo! Uh-oh. Strength damage. Let's get rid of that.
The air.
Unfortunately, Death Ward no longer protects you from strength damage. You have to be very mindful about this.
The raspy muttering and the clank of armor. Something terrible stirs ahead. Near the
Remembers
surface of Cardinal
3 ghouls.
Harvest.
Oh god, shadows. Stop hitting me with strength damage.
And the spells surrounding the sarcophagus
You don't have to fight the guy, right? You can just leave, if I recall correctly.
have been restored. Marguerite snaps
Yeah,
out of her
you can just leave.
slumber. Listen, she commands. Faint,
Run!
unearthly chimes seem to. Marguerite screams.
Run
and
away!
The altar lies beyond the gates ahead of you. Succor is at hand.
I'm just doing this because if you stand in front of the levers, you get blasted by fire, but if you stand to the side, you don't. There are traps which I can disable, but I don't think they give you enough trap bonus for disabling them because there's more traps in other parts of the quest, so I'm just going to go. Because you used to be able to run from it before, but then they changed it, and I'm going to be honest, I just fought it every time because it's like an optional for taking it down. So I haven't actually ran away in years. Another important lesson: go TN on Blaster Cleric. Can't use Order's Wrath in the Feywild. Yes. Order's Wrath is fun to use in Feywild because of all the chaotic creatures. What do you think about the Arcane Trickster you played yesterday? I know it's not finished yet, but I really like a lot of the concepts and the ideas, and I think that what is currently there is a really solid foundation. There are some things that need to get adjusted and some bugs that needs to get fixed. But other than that, I'm really, really impressed with like what Arcane Trickster is in the game. I love a lot of the inclusions of the Mage Hand and different effects with the Mage Hand. And I also like the fact that the devs have already talked about specific things that they're going to get changing. For example, myself and many other people noted that the Mage Hand spells are way too slow. They just feel really clunky. And Torque was here in chat and he said, listen, he's like, I can't really get Quicken to work with it depending on like based on how Quicken actually functions. He's like, but we're going to find a way to quicken it. He's like, no matter what, it's going to get faster. Maybe Quicken is not how we make it faster. And so that's the commitment to like, you know, we hear your concerns. We're going to make adjustments and make things work. At the end of the day, it just felt really fun to play already. So I'm curious as to how it's going to actually play out. It looks like it will be very, very, very strong. However, even though it looks like it'll be really strong, it looks like it'll be really weak in the early levels. Just a very, very weak thing at the beginning. So we'll see how that actually ends up turning out. Typical pain to level up. Yep. Hey, we're all good. Level 6, maybe 12. Yeah, once you get level 8, you get the actual thing that most people are going in there for, which is the sneak attack damage on spells. But before level 8, you have to get there first, which I don't think will be horrible, but it'll be a little bit limited. That being said, they do get some cool spells, so I am excited for some of that. So I think that there is some neat stuff that's coming out. On the lunch ladies at school. Yeah, I mean, they're trying their best. Alright, get knocked down, everybody. Get out of here, suckers. Right. Dorg, stay alive, please. I need you. There's a distraction. And you guys running at level 25-ish. Yeah, it seemed very, very powerful during the initial look through that I had. So we'll see exactly how that goes. But again, as far as like the super giga endgame, things like that, I don't know. And as far as like how it's going to feel again while leveling, just because of the fact that you do have to wait a while for anything good to come out of it, we'll see. Again, it looks good, so there's no denial here that it looks like it will be powerful and fun. which is I think one of the bigger things. It immediately looks really fun. So hopefully that kind of, you know, is something that we can kind of focus on, is that there seems to be a fun component. However, as I said, I didn't get a chance to really like play test a lot of it. Like testing, yes, playing not as much because there was just too many bugs. So they said there will be a Lemania too, and I said if the core features of the character class are working, so like you're able to like log in and like level up through the game basically and play as the thing, I will be doing a full 1 to 20 or even 1 to 30 playthrough on Lemania with the new character class to see how it actually feels. Just see how it goes. When did Catacombs get epic? Yeah, it was quite a few years ago. I don't know. I don't remember exactly how many years ago, but it was quite a few. And the XP in Epic Catacombs is actually quite good, especially if you, some of the quests that have like multiple directions, if you can split up your party, you can get through it quite quick, actually. No, Dorg. He died. They also changed up the story as well. So the story is also a little bit different. Arcane Trickster is a rogue archetype. So it is an alternate version of rogue. So you do not get uncanny dodge and several other rogue abilities. And instead, you are going to be getting... And you also trade out the assassin tree, but then you also get spell casting, spells, and a bunch of other stuff. Archbishop's Fate. All right. Here we are. The last quest. I don't remember this one being that dangerous. Maybe it is. We'll find out. Yes, just like Dark Hunter for Ranger or any of the other archetypes we've gotten. Yeah, we haven't gotten a new, like, just general universal tree in quite a while.
Then a dry whisper floats out from the shrine. So disappointed. So very disappointed.
Okay, so now we have to kill this. I'm not terribly afraid of the final boss here, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm mostly afraid of just a lot of the garbage that's in the room, because the archers do a lot, they slow, I can't do anything to these guys. Okay. Yeep. They cast Disintegrate, but whatever, that's fine. I'm quiet because I'm just focusing. I just want to die. Okay, good. Whoop. Little, you know, super green crossbow and get some stuff. Yep. That was only 20,000 XP. Oh my lord. I mean, it's fair. It's just one room, but I want more XP, man. Dang.
Along with his credibility,
I wanted the rune arm candlelight. Oh, you can't figure it out? Films? Or Flims? I can't pronounce your name. But anyways, the answer is an effect called Dolorous Acid. Dolorous Acid is just the same effect that the Melt Fang has from Legendary Isle of Dread, but it's level 8. Can be a Saga reward? No. They don't have the rewards anymore. The way it used to work is that when you would hand in, it would give you all of the items at the end. They changed it so that now the items are dispersed through the quests, which is a much worse way to do it, because if you want to farm one item, if you don't have a friend to help you, you have to reset the whole chain to try to get that item again. Which is one of the reasons why I have never recommended a single item from Catacombs or from Delaris at any point during any guide I've ever written, because farming them is akin to slamming your head into concrete. Does it just stack that much? No, it's a legendary effect. So it starts at 200 damage. So the first time you click the mouse, you do 200 damage to an enemy, acid. The second time it's 400. The third time it's 600. The fourth time it's 800. And the fifth time it's 1,000. And the only thing you need to do is be level 8 and click the mouse. That's it. The limitation is, can you click your mouse with one of your hands? It's very good. Yes, you still get the dice every time at the end. Okay, so I want to have a lot of things here. I really want to be putting points into macro tech, but I can't. I just can't. It's like Primal is too good. Because I want to have Weathering the Elements, which makes protection from energy significantly stronger. And then I also want to take DCs. Because DCs are really good. So I want the DCs here. But I really want Warding Inscriptions, because Warding Inscriptions is good. So I think I'm going to take the Warding Inscriptions, and then I have to go take the DCs, the Evocation DCs. Even though I want to get like Rune Arm DCs and other stuff and the Imbue die and all this other good things, I think I just have to pick up the Evocation DCs here. I guess I could just take them out of Macrotech, but I think it's just better to take them here. Because I want to take other stuff in Macrotech. Or I guess I could just take the DCs here. And then come back to it later. Because I don't really care much for regrowth, actually. Yeah, this effect doesn't really matter that much. So I guess I could just take it here. And then it lets me go up the tree faster. So let's go Evocation DCs. Yay. Okay, so now we have Warding Inscriptions. So now a Blade of Armor no longer has a cast level cap. So when I cast a Blade of Armor, it's now 460 damage absorption. When I cast Protection from Elements Mass, it's now 575 elemental damage absorption. So I have a whole bunch of like basically extra health shield that I can use all the time. And on top of that, I also get some more healing amp. And I get 15% absorption versus all of the elements. So my character is like wicked tanky now. Like 2,900 effective hit points, but that's not including my elemental defenses, which now I've got like, I take a quarter less damage from all the elements, which is just nice, on top of making saving throws and other abilities. So it's not too bad. And then we're going to be picking up some extra DCs. So now we've got 45 on Tactical Detonation. I'm going to be picking up more here. Then later on, I'll also be getting Armored Augmentation, so that way I can have even more powerful Rune Arm shots and other stuff. So yeah, so it should be good. Armor Legends will also be nice when I get up here. I will be taking some of the drives, so I will be picking up the different technique drives. So we'll be grabbing the Speed drive, as well as the Echo drive and the Blast drive, which will end up giving me bonuses to my attack speed, bonuses to saving throws, and I believe, yeah, bonus to Imbue dice, which all will be quite good. What's up, Rachel Letters? How you doing? What's up, Need More Chai? How's it hanging? How you doing? All right. So as a reminder, we will be watching the Fridays at 4 live stream coming up relatively soon, because I want to see what new stuff is going to be announced for the rest of the year. So we'll be taking a look at that when we get a chance later. I like parrying because it's kind of good, but yeah. Get rid of this garbage. I would like to incorporate the Treads of Falling Shadow, but I need sheltering somehow. And I don't know if I have the remnants for that. I might. Goggles of the Arch thing, a Ring of the Archbishop. Would I ever use the Ring of the Archbishop? Probably not. Yeah, it's just garbage. All right, see you later. And then Ring of Repair Lore. Reconstruction and Repair Lore on one item is really cool. Thing is, I don't know if I need it because I have so much spell power in other places. So as wild as this sounds, I'm just gonna go sell it on the auction house. I just can't. I can't use it currently, so I just have no need. I have no need. Fridays at 4 bingo card? No, I don't need a bingo card. And then these two things I just think are cool. I'll sell the Forgotten Light. See if anybody wants it. Giant Hold Relics. I didn't run Giant Hold. We're gonna have to do Epic Giant Hold, which we will be doing. Also, Lodane was slain at 25. No. Oh, my auction expired. Apparently nobody bought my Featherfoot's Dex, Insightful Dex Featherfall boots. No one bought those. Disappointing. So yeah. Also got mail. Night Revel's keys. Thank you for the Night Revel's keys. Appreciate it. It's very kind. You know, I didn't have any, and now I have them. Featherfoots. Yeah. Oh, Featherfoots. All right, let's post some stuff. So this ring, I'm going to post it for like just 10K. I don't care. I'm not trying to make money. I'm just trying to pass on these items to other users. An extra corruption of nature. We'll put one of these on. I guess it's 15k is what's there. A forgotten light. Put that in for 12. And what was that other thing I said I was going to sell? You know, we'll put these back on. You know what? Somebody might want them. That's 70,000. Shards of Falling Shadow. Yep. Night Rebels keys. Here we go. It's been a couple of weeks. That's okay. I forgive you. All right, so that's also up my favorites. Now I'm at 2557. I'm just gonna check the leaderboard because I'm curious to see if it actually is frozen. If not, we're moving up the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. Because I still have all of Giant Hold to do, which I might actually do next because I am 26. That's the appropriate level for Giant Hold, so that would be a good option. But I do want to just check this first because I am curious. Also, in case you missed the live stream on Wednesday, there was, of course, somebody posted a picture of me in the Discord, which I thought was funny, where, yeah, Wand and Scroll Mastery and Magical Ambush. If you didn't know, Wand and Scroll Mastery scales the damage of Magical Ambush, which is the sneak attack damage that Rogues deals if you use a wand. Why does it do that? I don't know. It does. Of the board. Oh, you can move up, but they took a snapshot of the board before maintenance. I mean, that's what they say happened. We'll find out. Because yes, I am now higher on the leaderboard. I'm 85, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't want anyone to lose their spot on the leaderboard. That would be unfortunate if someone, like the person that just died, had like a high spot and then they weren't thinking about it. They're like, yeah, I'll just die so I can equip all my gear. Again, this character's only using the stuff that I find anyway, so I don't really care that much. Okay, what is a good quest that I can run right now that is kind of short? Oh, I don't want to do any of these quests. Oh, geez. You know, we can do a study in Sable. That one's fine. Let's do a study in Sable. Is Dragon Fruit on there? Yes, Dragon Fruit's on there. Well, it's not that. It's that I want to do all of Giant Hold, but I don't want to start doing Giant Hold before... I don't want to start doing Giant Hold before the Fridays at 4. Because I'll have to stop partway through and then do Giant Hold in 2 pieces. I guess I could just do Giant Hold in 2 pieces. We'll just do it in 2 pieces. I don't know why I'm overthinking this. All right, we're going to Giant Hold. Get in the car. We're going to Giant Hold. Yep. Yeah, stealing is good. Don't forget the kids. All right, Giant Hold. I know. I really like just doing it all in one go. You know, that's just the way I've always been. Do spies again for fun. I like Spies in the House. Some people dislike Spies in the House. I quite like Spies in the House. What is this? A wee Warforged? That's right. That's what they call me. Wee. All right. Nothing in Giant Hold is terribly scary or terrifying. Just in general, it's one of the things that makes it quite easy. The hardest part about Giant Hold is running the Crucible. I don't have time to run the Crucible right now, but we will be doing a solo Crucible so you can see how to do it. What's in the red cup? You win the knowledge of what's in the cup. Also, this should not be hard to figure out what's in this cup. But given that it's a little Yeti thermos thingy. But you never know. If you guessed motor oil, you'd be wrong. I was wondering why I came back here. Some of the Stormreaver things, I just click them as I go. Just drinking a glass of milk. I haven't had I honestly couldn't tell you the last time I had a glass of, like, non-chocolate milk as a drink.
Shaped by hatred. Throughout my life,
I'm trying to think the last time I had a glass of non-chocolate milk. I've had glasses of chocolate milk. 2-liter of RC Cola? I'm so jealous.
Think.
I could go for a 2-liter of RC Cola right about now.
These mountains and
Mr.
these
Pibb? I don't know what that is.
They have
Wish the maps didn't reset?
become
What do you mean?
a part of me.
The orc you spoke to outside told you if you hurry,
You mean like the fog of war coming back?
before the hunting party returns.
Or like the monsters that if you kill them, they like respawn? Yeah, because I'm sure many of you are aware of this, but if you get all of the explorers in an area, the map will be fully uncovered. But if you reincarnate, they will become covered again. There are lots of random traps in this quest, so I'm going to be searching around for traps. Every door you see me search at is somewhere where there can be a random trap. Also, every quest or trap in this quest chain can also be avoided. So, like this one, for example, you just tumble through, even if you can't disable the trap. Pibb is like Dr. Pepper, but regional. I'm not familiar. Don't touch the thing twice in Prison of the Plains. You got it, boss. I will not die touching the thing in Prison of the Plains. Alright, could be a trap here. Is there? Nope, we're safe.
The orcs have fashioned this wing into a makeshift leaderboards.
A failure of an imitation. Like I said, I don't have a strong opinion, considering I don't really like Dr. Pepper that much, and I've never heard of a Mr. Pibb. This one can't have a trap on it, so we can just rip it. And right here, we're looking for bad guys. Looking for the boss. Do my dailies, Fun 3-4, Whiz King Spies. Oh my god, the dailies. I do remember logging in. There were so few quests and epics to level up. Some of you guys might be too young for this one. Where you used to do your dailies, where you would log in, and then because of the XP that got reset each day, you would then run Spies in the House, Von 3 and 4, Whiz King. Then you would turn the game off and come in the next day. Like, leveling through epics was not a one-day event. Or like a 2-day event, or like you do it on the weekend. It was like over the course of 3 days, or 4 days, you logged in and did the dailies to get like 500, 600,000 XP and turn them off. Those were the days, man. Stop hitting with crippling hit. Fuck! I can't move. Various cans of pre-diabetes. Yeah, I don't really drink a lot of soda pop. I have coffee in my cup, by the way, is what I'm drinking. I've just had a lot of very long days recently, and I'm tired all the time. And I'm taking these antibiotics that also make me extra tired, so the coffee is helping me get through my day. Also, as a result of still being on the medication and just being generally tired, I will be ending the stream a little bit earlier today, so we're going to be ending around 7 Eastern, so about 3.5 hours from now. So I do apologize for the shorter streams. We'll be back onto regular schedule as of next week. But this past week had some extraordinary events take place that were very uncommon, so yeah. But next week we'll be back to normal. Whiz King optionals and quest reset? Yes. People used to just do the optionals, and then they had to do an optional ransack. Picks for the dailies. Casters would mass hold and helpless auto crit. Oh yeah. Yeah, old Epic Elite is harder, or used to be harder than current Reaper one. Just like a wild thing. It could be a trap. Ooh, and there is one. Whee!
You enter into another wing.
Again, you just kind of run through and you don't take any damage. Also, there's a Heresy Arch here, and if you don't get him, all the Heresy Arches that are in this quest you have to be a little mindful of because they will cast Disintegrate. So you just want to be careful about that. It'd be scary. Not be scary now that lag is better. Yeah, lag is so different. I love it. I'm a huge fan of the change. Again, watching through some of the old clips in my Discord, I asked people to post clips in the stream clips from Memberberry's channel, because if I go through it, there's just like an endless wave of just clips of whatever, but some people have like fun things that they remember they have bookmarked. So I've had people have been posting like their favorite clips, and watching how much the game was lagging at every second of every like little bit of gameplay, it makes sense why, you know, somebody would turn on the live stream and go, yeah, this game looks bad, and then turn it off. Because like it's really hard to advertise how cool the game is when you can't see what's going on, when the characters are just slipping and sliding everywhere. Like, dude, it's crazy. Like, I play this game a lot, and I didn't realize like how like the difference between like October of last year and November of last year is so unbelievably insane. I like forgot how bad it was. Like, I just like wiped it from my mind. Even though it's something that we complained about on the daily. Killing all the casters. Always killing all the casters, because I don't trust them. Rotha Grimskin. And get in here, Dorg. No, Dorg, come back. Come back, Dorg. Passive. Here we go. If you have Dimension Door, you can Dimension Door to this quest, but that's another way you can do it. Yeah. It's outstanding. I'm a big fan. If you're somebody who hasn't played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons Online recently, or has been taking a bit of a break because the lag was like impossible to deal with, number one, same. I did the same thing. It was overwhelming. It was also just especially like demoralizing going from playing Dungeons and Dragons Online, and then you flip to like World of Warcraft or just any other video game, and they just work, and you're like you kind of condition your brain to be like, well, you know, it's an online game. Online games are like laggy, you know. It's like it's not always going to be perfect. Nah, dude. The DDO lag is just something else. It was just crazy. The fact that that's almost entirely non-existent. Like, I haven't had a single millisecond of lag today. And it's already been like 2 hours of gaming, and I've had nothing. It just feels like a video game is supposed to feel. It's beautiful.
When he brought me back.
That is correct. Yeah, Arcane Trickster will count as rogue. So if you don't care about the rogue past life, which is +1 to sneak attack damage, instead of taking a rogue past life, you can take a Arcane Trickster past life, which will also qualify as rogue. However, instead of getting sneak attack damage, you will get, it's not sneak attack dice, by the way, it's damage. If it was one die, that'd be crazy. But it's sneak attack damage, and instead you get illusion DCs, which is pretty cool.
The giant relic.
What settings? You shouldn't be lagging. Like, if you're experiencing lag, it might depend on your region or your duration, or like how far away you are from the server. So for example, if you live in like Australia, all of the servers are either in North America or Europe, so you may still experience some lag issues just because of the distance from you to the server. But yeah, I'm not sure which setting I can tell you. If you are finding your game is like slowing down, you're experiencing performance problems, like the game is like struggling to load things, you may just need to turn down some of your graphics settings based on like, you know, what chips are inside your computer. But yeah, for me, I play everything on like the highest settings, and I don't have any lag problems. I do have a pretty monstrous computer, so I can stream DDO. Well, not stream DDO, so I can stream generally, and also stream DDO. But yeah. Ustream Tom, are you able to hide it? Are you going to lose control and like it? Oh, this is a reference to a song. Uh-oh. Oh no. You found my Achilles heel. Song lyrics. No. I'm going to jump up here. I can't reach? I'm disappointed. Anyway, goodbye, Dorg. Yeah, me too. Like, DDO actually working means I don't have to feel like an idiot recommending it to people. It's always just something that feels kind of silly to be like, yeah, come and play DDO. And as they watch it like chug, I was really terrified about how the PAX presentation was going to go. For those of you that missed it, or maybe weren't playing at the time, or maybe just got started recently, I have been, I had the opportunity to showcase Dungeons & Dragons Online at PAX West on the big stage, which was really cool. So I got to have some people who've never played DDO before sit on the stage, and I got to lead them through some dungeons, which was actually a lot of fun. It was a good time, and they did a really good job, and they enjoyed themselves. The problem was, like, this was during the height of some of the worst lag we've had in DDO in like forever. It was brutal. And so before the event started, I basically was like, hey guys, can we play on like Lamania? Can we like do something so we don't like crash the there's no players, so the game doesn't lag out. We ended up just playing on Cormier, and which people caught on to very, very quickly, because all of the player characters were just logged in Korthos Island, and so people saw the characters that were being used just sitting in Korthos, and there was a crowd already forming before the event even started, so that was like not ideal. And fortunately, there was not a lot of lag during the event. We got very, very lucky. Playing on Cormier during non-peak hours was a big help in terms of like keeping the lag down, but more so than that, there was only like 2, I want to say, lag spikes that would be noticeable, and the DDO players that were watching noticed immediately, because I had the chat open. The DDO players noticed like right that they saw the lag. They're like, well, the lag, look, there it is. Fortunately, it was minor enough that the people that were watching in the audience and other people that didn't know, they wouldn't really be able to tell. It's one of the things you're just kind of used to seeing. Not that they couldn't tell that the game was lagging, like, not to insult the intelligence of people that don't play DDO, but more so that, like, you know, you'd be hard pressed to know as whether that's just like a glitch in the broadcast, or like maybe an issue with like a card or something, you know, where it's like a graphical bug or a graphical glitch. Where as a non-DDO gamer, you'd be like, that's weird. There's some like weird glitch that made this thing freeze for a second. But no, it was just DDO lag. If you're a DDO player, you're like, there it is, spot it. I'm like a million miles away. So yeah, so it was I was kind of worried about that, but you know, on the one hand, it was exciting to show people, but it's really hard to be like, hey guys, come play this video game, and then the people like have to wade through the goddamn like knee-high mud that is the DDO servers at the time, where they're like, you log in and like you have to hope you can play, and it was like got to the point where after 8 o'clock it was just a wash. Like there's no reason to even log into the game after 8 p.m. because the game just didn't work. It was like it was a bit of a problem, but we're on the other side of that now, and it feels so good, man. Oh, it feels so good to be on the other side of that. Yeah, there's only one server, European server, which is Moonsea. Right now you cannot transfer between Moonsea and the other servers. They said that might change in the future, but we don't have any news or anything like that. Presumably the server transfer stuff will get brought up today during the Fridays at 4 live stream, but again, we'll have to wait and see. No, Dorg, live, buddy. Oh shit, when I said live, I didn't mean bring this guy under me to attack me. Cool mounts in Korthos, so it wasn't all the negative the cameras caught on. I agree. That's why I tried to hype up the crowd, so then when there were people that were showing stuff, at first I was like, oh, this is annoying, because a bunch of people were getting in the way, like the people that were trade spamming one of our players, where they were literally like spamming opening up trades with them so they couldn't play the game or see anything, and I had to go like, okay, and here's how we're gonna solve this. So you know, that sucked. But then once we got there and seeing how excited people were, instead of doing the opposite of being like, hey, let's minimize this, I was like, yeah, if anybody's watching and in there, show off the coolest mounts you have. And then everyone started popping out their different mounts, and there was like all the expansion mounts and the raid mounts and everything else. It was which was a cool moment, because then you got everybody really excited about it. Sometimes you just got to know when to lean in. That's all. You just got to know when to lean in.
Quest received.
45 and 74 in favor. Nice. That's sick. Spike's less coming out. The game is pretty consistently at 210. Yeah. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Is there a thing here? Is there a thing? No? Yes? Maybe? No? There's not. Okay. Okay, I'm going to town, and we're just going to chill until the live stream, the Fridays at 4. Oh my god. And I think one of my favorite parts about the stream was afterwards, when there were people that were really upset, and they were like, I can't believe that SSG didn't say anything about the lag with this, or take this as an opportunity to address the lag in the game. They were like posting on the forums. They're like, yeah, SSG did this thing. And they didn't even talk about the lag once. It's like they don't even care. And I'm like, guys, it was a commercial. Of course they didn't talk about the lag. I wasn't told to talk about the lag. I was paid by SSG. And they were like, don't talk about the lag. You know why? Because it's a commercial. When you watch, if you're like a North American and you watch a car commercial for like some snazzy European car, they don't tell you in the commercial that if there is an issue with your car, that they'll have to outsource the parts, which means bringing it to a repair shop might take extra days where they have to go source the parts and then have them shipped in and whatever. They're not going to tell you that in the commercial because it's not how you sell something. Because it's a commercial. What? Some of that stuff is really funny to me. It also overheats very quickly. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah. And this is not me saying that European cars are bad. Not trying to say that at all. But it's the same thing if you're in Europe and you buy a North American car. It's like, just the parts aren't made there, so it would take time. But they're not going to tell you that. They're going to be like, yeah, buy it, whatever. Although I'm going to be honest, I don't know how many people buy North American cars. There's a lot of Fords driving around in Europe. If I go to the German highway, I'm going to see a lot of Fords. Probably not. Commercials are not real. I know, it's disappointing. Honest commercial for the original Pinto? No. A lot of Fords were made in Europe. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. I don't know anything about cars. I'm not a car guy. I am extremely, I wouldn't say car agnostic. I just don't know much about cars. Yeah. The resell network provider in Canada, also the #1 network, like in US. Yes, join the #1 network. Exactly. Although I will say, people are like, oh man, is like every book a New York Times bestseller? #1, not every book. Surprisingly, there are a lot of books that are not New York Times bestsellers on the list. But also, #2, isn't it like 100? It's like they publish a list of like 100 books every month or something. So it's, I wouldn't say it's hard, but like you just have to hit a threshold to get on there. Yeah, the only thing I know is that whatever future car I do buy at some point in my life, I'm going to buy an electric car. Because I'm just a city driver and I don't need anything for like any type of long distance, and it makes more sense. Okay, let me get the DDO stream. It's not up yet, but I'm just going to get the stream ready so we can watch it as a group. We'll also game the system, yeah.
Hey Strim, Brian here. We know that alcohol messes with sleep.
Possibly,
and good sleep is critical for good health and results if you're exercising.
True.
So does that mean to recover by the night I should do morning drinking and the earlier the better?
So it messes with sleep. Actually, that's true. So I too have had this experience where sometimes if I drink a lot, I find it difficult to sleep afterwards. So maybe it's a good idea to wake up in the morning and then, have a few glasses of scotch to prevent me from being able to sleep later. So it makes it easier for me to get through my day. You know what? Good idea. Good idea. I like it. Very forward thinking, Howie. Very forward thinking. I suck at drinking scotch. Yes, that's true. Distance is what stops me from electric. I don't need distance. I'm going to be able to just drive 600 miles to the ocean. I have never in my entire life ever had that whim. Never. I have never had that whim. Never. I have never had the urge to drive to an ocean or really anywhere like that isn't directly within the city. If anything, the most I've ever done on a whim as a drive is there was one time where a buddy of mine, I was like, you want to get sandwiches? And so we drove to Montreal to go get some smoked meat sandwiches and then bought a shitload of smoked meat and then we drove back, which is within the range of an electric car. Do you have their different license for electric cars? No, there's no license. It's the same thing. It's just a car. But yeah. Day drinking helps you deal with people. True. Big ass sandbag that I'm throwing around now. Oh, hell yeah. For the exercise? Wait, big sandbag. Are you talking about like one of those, in like the movies, the cartoons or whatever, the TV shows where like they have the bag that's like hanging from the ceiling and you like punch it? You gonna get into that? Get into that exercise? Charge takes about 6 hours to charge up. Oh yeah, but you just charge it like overnight. You just like plug it in when you go home. Again, I understand why there's a lot of people that have lifestyles or visions that don't fit within the model of having an electric car, which is why I think that usually like the simpler answer is like a hybrid gas electric is a good option, because those have really good coverage. So for example, the car that my girlfriend has, she has a Civic hybrid, and I think on like a full tank of 40, like it's like a 40-liter tank, it goes like 700 kilometers, which is pretty nice. It's probably farther than that, but yeah. We never used it. Yeah, not a Mazda 3. I know it's not a Mazda 3. She had a Mazda 3. But they don't have they didn't have a Mazda 3 hybrid at the time.
On a whim was I drove from Colorado to Maine for spring break because I wanted to go to a lighthouse. Great move, I know.
Well, so Colorado and Maine aren't that far apart, right? Hold on. USA map. I don't know. Let's see. Colorado to Maine. I mean, that's a bit of a drive. That's a bit of a drive. Okay, I'm looking at the picture. It's a bit of a drive. You know, California be a little bit closer. I mean, you're right. But sometimes you gotta just really take a drive, you know? Like they do have hybrids with diesel generators. Yeah. Yeah, if you have like a hybrid where it's like you can run it on full electric, then and then you just have like a diesel generator, so if you get stuck, you can just like slam some diesel in your generator and you're all set. Also a good option. So it runs fast charge really well. Yeah. And even still, the fast charging is like pretty good. Yeah, that's just it. It's like you spend less money on gas, and the maintenance is a lot easier because you don't have like your car literally exploding to drive, which is nice. The only thing that I have to worry about with the thought of buying an electric car around here is that when it does get very, very, very cold, you run into problems with your car working. Now, to be fair, that also happens with a non-electric car as well. Like if your battery doesn't work on your regular car, you're also screwed. So yeah. Hybrid Corolla, yeah. That being said, I'm very far from buying a new car. Very far from buying a new car. Because I have no car currently. But, yeah. And if you're wondering what we're doing, we're just killing time talking about cars until the live stream starts. 4 days to get back. What a drive. What a drive, man. Even buying Code Vein 2. That's correct. I'm so unemployed I haven't bought Code Vein 2. I'll buy it eventually. A battery that can charge almost as fast as filling a gas tank? I mean, probably. But they got rid of cars in Canada? No. It's actually the opposite. We're going to be importing several of the several Chinese electric cars. And what's that? Okay, what's that one company? What's the BYD? Yeah, the BYDs. Yeah, I've like literally only heard good thing about these cars from people I know in different parts of the world, and I'm just like, oh shit. Could you imagine? I will admit, I like many other people, I did see the commercial where the BYD literally drives over the water, and I was like, LinkedIn is a milestone. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we'll see. Should we go get a BMW? No, I'm okay. Seafood there because I'm allergic. Oof. I hate being allergic to seafood. Send this guy some Steam bucks. No, it's okay. I'll get it later. I also don't mind, like, the thing is, you have to understand, is that playing new video games when they come out is really good for stream viewership, because it's like you're showing off a new game the second it comes out, so then people are interested in the thing. But the better part is playing games when they're not as bug-ridden, which is after 6 months of patches. But what about a BLT? Dude, I love BLTs. A BLT is just a great sandwich. it's like you got the bacon, which gives you that like pretty much it kind of like overwhelms the flavor of everything else. But then you have like the lettuce, the tomato for the freshness. So this is the Tolero waiting room. We are in the Tolero waiting room. Yeah, we're just waiting. The stream is supposed to start in 1 minute, but it hasn't started yet, so I'm pulling it up. What's up, Cranky Balcony Muppet? How you doing? Incredibly cheap to drive, yeah. Good pickles, and it's a great alternative. Yeah. You could do pickles. I could see that. I could see that kind of working. The sourness, though, I don't know how I feel about the sourness. Maybe. Here, it's a lot. It's not that far. What is this? Suggestion on chain missiles and AoE. Plan chain missiles Fire Seed. A version of Fire Siege, which I fixed, by the way. Its physics were a mess. It's like throwing beach balls. Bad. Yes. So for the record, Torque was in stream yesterday, and he was like, because we were testing out all the spells, and not yesterday, on Wednesday, and then he was like, "What's wrong with Fire Seeds?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I don't play Druid." So I just put Fire Seeds on, and we started casting Fire Seeds, and there's so many things wrong with Fire Seeds. So that helped him actually figure out what's wrong with the spell. Up to 3 missiles of mini AoEs, so you get 3 ambush procs, but it's not really possible to just drag an entire monster pod into it. You'll be smacking like 3 mobs really hard. Basically what you're suggesting. Yeah, it's a really small AoE. Plan chain missiles, chain lightning. You'll hit 6 targets, but once in the AoE, it'll be really big, and you don't need to aim it. The missile will zip around. Ooh, I like both of them. Is stream on? No, I have it on my other monitor. I'm waiting for it to come up. Unless it's not on Twitch, but presumably it'll be on Twitch. But I'm staring at the Twitch stream, waiting for it to come up. Can't really get much so busy with the 25th anniversary, but I'll try to sum up in summation. You're probably going to be fire and forget post. So if I follow up next. The casting system is really big and complicated to touch, so working on it takes a much larger time. We've been in a bit of a time crunch. We had so many cycles last year figuring out lag, and while we aren't still quite done with that, we're still trying to dig out a typical milestone of hey new stuff every X month. There's an extra complexity of that the Reaper system is supporting we are a large, powerful group of adventurers who want to be challenged. It's aged a bit, more and more players pushing into it as a solo environment, high skulls, and we want to preserve that top as a good idea to party here, place in the game for general content. So mostly still some dungeons, blah, blah, blah. We're going to try to break things up to get to you quickly. The soonest thing will probably be a Spell School DC relief. We're still figuring out the amount and how it's located in the meta. Interesting. I don't think they've talked about that publicly. They play to the strength of the ambush ability. You want a lot of hits. Yes, but Chain Lightning that's forced at as a level 3 spell would be sick as hell. Maybe cross streaming? Yes, once it comes out. Where I'm just waiting for it to come up. I don't know why it hasn't come up yet, unless it's again a stream they decided to stream somewhere else. But I'm like trying to feverishly find this. Because it says Twitch at 4 p.m. Eastern, and I have the stream up, so I just don't have it on screen because there's nothing to show. It could also be like technical difficulties, which is why it's not up yet. But yes, we'll be watching it as a group. So if you guys want to hear my opinion and my feedback, I will do my best to like not talk over them while they're talking, and we'll get all the information together. So it should be a good time. Although I'm being told by Twitch, watch non-stop Roblox action on Twitch and earn rewards. Yay. You guys want to watch Roblox on Twitch? Here, I guess I could just do this. So you guys can just see when it's going to come up. Again, there's no live stream. We're not live yet. So they're just like, it's just running the brighter days ahead. Am I at market? Yes. Here, I'll stand on the bridge. Oh no, I can't go. I'm on the bridge. On the bridge. I'm on the brig. Alright. Oh, it's live. Oh, Pog. Getting a few things set up will be a few minutes yet. Okay. Is it live? Is that live? Oh. 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 Ooh. Ah. Ah. I think we're here. Light mode? Oh. Listen, I don't use Twitch, so I don't know. I just don't use it. That's all. What's happening? Why am I being invited to a party? Sure. What's happening? Hold on. Oh, this is the coins. Yes. Okay, we'll be doing some coin giveaways. Thank you. I will be giving away some coins for people that still want them. That was very, very generously donated.
Hello everyone, welcome to Fridays at 4 on twitch.tv/DDOstream. I'm your community manager, Kurt Oven, and we have a special show for you today because this week we released our latest producer letter. You can find that on DDO.com. And with me, I have said author of the letter. That would be Standing Stone Games senior producer, Tolero. How you doing, Tolero?
Doing good. How about you?
Great. I really appreciate you being on with me. People in the audience may see a little thing. I'm going to adjust your mic.
Tolero, way too quiet.
Turn you up just a little bit.
No, go beyond 80%.
Okay. So this week you released the producer letter. It took us.
Very quiet.
It wasn't too bad a letter to put together this year. We've done it. We're getting ready for our 20th anniversary, much of which we'll be talking about here in just a little bit. But before we really get to that, I guess we could just kind of talk in general that we've done quite a few letters together over the years, and this one I think went pretty easy because we have a pretty good, solid plan for the year.
Yay.
Yeah, there was so much to talk about. Poor Cordovan had to start editing for length.
We did. We had a long letter. The early draft was a little on the wordy side, perhaps, but it worked out good. So, we did get some questions.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
I couldn't fit everything, and then there's some things people are like, well, what about this and what about that? I'm like, I also want to tell you about this thing too. One moment, please.
Well, we also did want to make sure we always do
so
this to the best of our ability, which is everything in the letter is as accurate as we can make it. It's as solid a plan as we can be at the time of its publication. Things do happen sometimes. So if something happens that what you see in the letter here today as we talk about it doesn't end up happening or happening when it maybe is stated as a possibility in this letter, well, that's sort of how it goes. But I think we're feeling pretty confident about this year so far. Everything's looking pretty doable on time and what have you. So I've got it up on the screen. I would also just say that we do have some questions from the forums that we were able to get this afternoon ahead of our chat today. I let people know that we were going to have you on the show.
There were some good questions on the forums, so we'll see what happens.
We can probably start, though, with a little bit of a review. And I wanted to talk, for those in this audience are probably going to be interested in these images that you've seen kind of up on the screen here. So, as most of the people watching this know, we're getting people kind of up to speed as to what we did
what's his hand
year.
doing? He's doing
that
this.
That is released Chill of Ravenloft and focus heavily on upgrading infrastructure and improving game performance, all the 64-bit server stuff. One of the big questions we'll get to here in just a little bit. But before we do that, this is an opportunity for us to kind of talk a little bit about what we did for game performance and actually show it in a visual way to the community. So can you tell me a little bit what are we looking at and what is this?
So one of the challenges when you have lag or performance things is figuring out where is the problem. And so with a lot of engineering work and investigation work, we were able to come up with some visualization tools. And so the top image that you see with all the red there, it's showing you how much lag, how intense is it,
every breath you
how
take,
often
baby.
was it, and where was it. Now where's kind of the way this visualization works is it's sort of collating a lot of different aspects of the game, so it's not like, oh, this one quest. It's lots of different parts of the game. But the reason that I chose those two particular images is it's very clear where it's like, before, everywhere, after, significantly gone. Basically, in this image, green is good, and any place that's not green is where you start to see some problems, and anything red is absolutely a problem. As you can see before, we were experiencing it a lot in many places, many pieces of the game, many components, and then after you can see a significant reduction. Now you can see there's like a band of some areas are still having problems, and we're obviously still working on those. But it also made it easier for us to see what those were now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Able to strip away I think one of the previous letters that we talked about performance, we sort of talked about it as this layer cake, and we're sort of chipping away at each layer. So what you're seeing before is all of the layers, and then the green one is more where we are now.
It wasn't one specific thing, and I don't want to spend
I caught it.
Day talking about the lag that we've been talking about quite a bit
breathing
over
is
the
very
past
uncomfy.
year,
I
but
agree.
it was really the series of steps we did for the server infrastructure, the server environment, the game code, a lot of engineering, a lot of pieces went into getting from image A to image B.
Yeah. One of the tricky parts too, like, when I talk about the layer cake, that's almost not correct. It's almost more like a game of like a Jenga tower, or no, that's not even the right research. When you would fix one problem, what could happen is it would remove a problem that was technically stopping a different problem from being able to happen, and then that problem would come rushing forward.
Yep.
And so it was a lot of this sort of whack-a-mole type exercise of, well, this can't happen anymore, but because of that, now this other bad thing can start happening, and so we got to get that too. So it was a lot of firefighting the way down the list, essentially.
Thankfully, now that we're...
If you've never had this
it's
experience, by the
February
way,
something now, February
just
6th.
play
We
Factorio.
have more than entered 2026 at this point. We are 1/12 of the way through it, roughly.
And have a factory that breaks at some point, and then when you try to fix it, you just find more
problems. A lot of
problems.
this work behind us. Some work still to do, as you see. Can you talk at all? Do you know really kind of what the next step is for us in terms of looking at game performance?
So at this point, what we've come to is we've reached the limit of what our tool can currently tell us, because we fixed so much. And now to get these last things, now we have to kind of retune our approach. Like, imagine that before we were able to see everything we needed under this type of telescope, and now we need to move from this type of telescope to a different measuring tool. Like if you're trying to see a black hole, you can try to point the Hubble at it, but maybe you need to be able to view it in X-ray, for example, to actually see the root cause of the problem.
Is he turning his gain down?
So that's where we are right now, is tuning some settings to be able to really pin down, okay, these here that are still escaping us, what are these made of?
Okay, I saw a few more comments on the volume difference. I have adjusted our volume a bit more. Let me know if I need to do more there. All right, let me get back on.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Loud and unfiltered. Gosh.
Oh.
That leads me to think maybe it's got my settings incorrect.
That's okay. So, fun fact, this is the reason why whenever I've done a live stream, like I've had like a guest on,
Okay, well,
like
let me just real quick take a pause if it's all right.
somebody at like SSG or something come onto the stream. I always do a thing where I just have them sit there and they tell me like, what did you eat for breakfast? Tell me in as much detail as possible, and then I fiddle with all the levels to make it so they're sure they sound right. For time to get this perfectly recorded on his excellent bronchopulmonary pathways for his age. He does sound good. Okay, we'll see. Stream frozen? Yeah, he's resetting some stuff. Talking about sports again? No. That did happen.
Okay, yeah, my input volume is up too high.
Unless I'm frozen. Am I frozen?
All right, there we go.
Yeah,
I've
the
got
breathing.
a cat on me. Also
That
caused
was the
my
problem. We didn't
thing
have
to...
enough cat.
Yeah, so this is actually the first time
Much
this
better.
cat has been on camera. This is the new cat to the house. This is a cat named Brooklyn, and he needed a place to go to stay out of a shelter, and I was happy to have him here. So
I'm jealous.
You see
I
the
can't put a
kitty,
cat
it's
on me.
Brooklyn. But let's get back to the producer letter here. So
Not gonna join the
let's talk
stream.
about the year ahead.
No.
Next up is the anniversary. It's been a huge week in regard to the anniversary, but this letter opened the door to all of that. What do we got going on?
So much. This is the 20th, right? And we wanted
20th
to make
anniversary.
sure that it was big, that there was lots going on, and
Big.
so that we've just kind of done a whole bunch of stuff all at once, and our hope is that this will be a really fun-filled event for everybody as a result of that.
I'm so jealous of the
large
cool
amounts of it happened
D&D
during
merch
our,
that they get.
our typical sort of February celebration period, but we are having one aspect of it last all year long. It's because we just wanted to make sure people were able to have a lot of fun throughout the whole year of our 20th anniversary. So, gosh, where to start? You know, we obviously have some things that people haven't seen yet. For example, we have an updated 20th anniversary version of our commemorative cloak. So,
Yep.
slightly new design.
Yeah, that has
That'll
not
be really cool.
officially been posted
and then
anywhere.
we have a new dungeon coming out. I know everyone is familiar with the dungeon that we debuted with our 10th anniversary,
Mhm.
and then obviously we kept making little tweaks to it, you know, for fun, like add Easter eggs and
Yeah, it's
change
been
some
posted
things up
places.
every year since that point. But now that we've reached 20, we felt, you know what, it's time to introduce a new dungeon to the party. The old dungeon will still be available, so you can still play that dungeon as part of the anniversary time, but now there's going to be a new dungeon, and folks will get
That's
to
exciting.
check that out in the next Lamania preview. So that dungeon is going to be focused on the story of DDO, whereas the previous dungeon was a little bit more tongue-in-cheek, a little more fourth wall, and this one is more about celebrating the stories of 20 years of DDO.
That's cool. I didn't play it.
I am
Or
seeing
not
chat
play it,
about
the,
earlier chat, I think, about
the
my
updated
vocal
10th
volume.
anniversary.
Please do let me someone pop into chat whether or not I've got it corrected or not. Otherwise, I'll take another minute to correct this.
Audio good. Audio good.
You mentioned the old anniversary dungeon, the one that debuted for the 10th anniversary, if I recall, is not going away.
Correct. It's still going to be there. It'll
Two
be
anniversary
active during
dungeons.
the 20th anniversary celebration. The only thing we did was we took a couple of spots and made them a little bit more evergreen. Like one of the fight encounters, we used to always change that fight every single year.
My encounter,
Yep.
yeah.
Your encounter.
It's one of the
So
coolest things
we've-
ever that you get to be memorialized like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we've tuned your fight to be a little more evergreen. Although I like to say that it's literally evergreen because it involves plants and vegetables.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be
So
evergreen
yours
as
is
in he's
more
got
evergreen
infinite
now,
mana.
and we also took the D&D game. We moved that outside the dungeon into the party zone.
Which is fun. I didn't
Every
read through
year
it
we
yesterday,
have a
but
little
it's cool.
sort of faux D&D table with some NPCs gathered around it, you know, pretending like what would it be like if the characters played D&D. And so we plan to keep doing that because we have a lot of fun with it, and we've moved that into the other feature of this anniversary, which is we've created a brand new zone for the anniversary, so that it's your one-stop shop for all things anniversary party.
Oh, sorry.
Any
I just realized.
activities, any free stuff, any content, it's all together
There we
in
go.
one new place now, and you'll have multiple ways to get there. Fred will be in the world in multiple locations to help take you there.
I saw, at least on Lamani, I believe this is the plan for live, in-house Jarasco, where Fred normally is, and then also in-house Fjarlin, where the 10th anniversary event is.
Correct,
So-
and then also Hall of Heroes,
Oh, Hall
down
of
where
Heroes. Okay.
yep,
okay, cool.
down
Hall
by
of
the
Heroes.
ramp.
And the image you're seeing in chat here is of the new public area. The public area is wider than this image here, and there's actually some kind of little bridges, that, things to do and bits to experience. Then ultimately that's where a new dungeon, the new anniversary dungeon, is going to be located as well. So this public area will be around when the anniversary event is active, is the plan?
Yes.
What can we say about the new dungeon? What do we want to say about it?
Yeah,
So
say
the
something cool.
new
Spoil the whole thing.
dungeon,
Spoil it.
it's designed to cover all level ranges, but it is going to be a little different than the way that the 10-year anniversary dungeon worked. The
It's like a
10-year
challenge.
anniversary dungeon used the challenge system. This one uses more of our traditional dungeon tech, and the reason we did that is because it allows you to play it on Reaper mode. And so
cool.
it'll be a Reaper mode setting covering almost every single level band in the
Okay,
game.
interesting. I wonder why.
So you'll be able to play it on normal difficulty, on epic, or on elite.
They specifically
you can play
called it Reaper
heroic.
mode,
You
so I
can
wanna know
play,
why.
you know, epic and legendary. It covers everybody, and that way people can play with the Reapers as well, which we thought would be cool. And so then the other difference is normally when you
Imagine
play the
there's
10-year
secret
dungeon, you
mechanics on
sort of
Reaper.
get your party favors at the end after you get like your star objectives.
Mhm.
This one, instead of getting star objectives, you go to when you finish the end of the dungeon, you'll get a chest to get your components.
Gotcha.
The loot for it, which has been available on Lamania this week, will feature some, we'll call it flashbacks to popular loot throughout the game's history that people
can
may
you
remember.
ransack?
So some tuned up versions of that for nostalgia's
no.
sake. And then the other thing we can say about the story is that players will be dealing with time. They'll be at the chronoscope, but it's a new plot line relating to the chronoscope.
Oh, is it the chronoscope?
They will be traveling in
That-
time.
The chronoscope's going to be used for
And
like
that means that when you're
ever.
playing the dungeon, you have a chance of getting a different encounter when you go in. So you might not always get the same encounters each time.
Overwatch 2 Falls,
But you'll be
DDO2
fighting
Rises.
memorable, important bosses or characters from DDO's history.
Is the new zone set up like a challenge? So level 1 to whatever it ends up being?
So the level spread covers from level 1 all the way up to the level cap, but instead of having the drop down list, you'll pick the level range, and then
That you wanna
you'll
play,
see
yeah.
sort of the usual quest interface where
I
you
guess
have
if
to
they're
click the
different quests, you
heroic
can
tab
farm
and the
multiple.
difficulties, or the epic or legendary tab with the difficulties. So that's the part that's a little
Okay.
different.
And that's because it's not using that sort of challenge tech system, is that why?
Correct. It doesn't use the challenge
the,
text system. It also means there's not the star objectives at the top. Instead, it behaves more like a traditional dungeon.
The loot is its own loot table. It's not shared, say, with the 10th anniversary stuff. It's
Correct.
all new, and that's where presumably over time we would be adding new anniversary items over the years, at least for
Yep.
the plan, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
there's some
God.
other things that people are going to be getting
Oh,
for
God.
free
Ransack.
in the anniversary. And
Ransack.
one of those things did get previewed as well this week on Lamania, which is a 20th anniversary token and a reward system. That's sort of the reward box part 2 that we talked about a little bit ago.
The token's cool. I
That's
will make a video on what to take
going
from
to be
it.
distributed to every character, is that right?
It's going to work real similar to how the 10th anniversary, which was during the announced window, you log in and claim it with the characters, and you got to be in by that window to get it.
Okay.
Oh, infinite.
But yes, all your characters, you log in.
Oh, infinite.
I think you have it in the letter here, but there's
Okay,
also going to
so
be the genie buff, which I believe is
you
something
can now
like
get
a 10%
every
discovery
augment
boost
you want.
that you can just sort of
Yeah,
speak
this
to the
Discovery
genie and
Boost
pick up.
buff is back. Yep.
So
Yep, Discovery Boost is back.
everyone can get all the
And we
augment
have
sets.
some other
Yes.
little freebies in that
Huge.
people who do the anniversary or are familiar with our anniversary kind of endeavors may be
Yep.
expecting.
They do.
You'll be seeing more about that soon, but we're not really ready to talk about the free gift. It's pretty sweet, though. It's a cool looking thing.
Correct.
So.
And then don't forget the Arcane Trickster.
Yeah, right. So that's the next
similar
part.
to
Yeah.
Similar to what
yeah.
happened with Year of the Dragon,
Mm-hmm.
this time we're doing the Arcane Trickster archetype, and for that first month of anniversary, everybody
It's
who
free.
wants to get it for free permanently, you'll log in and come and speak with the NPC to claim it, just like you did. It'll be a different NPC. It won't be the dragon. He has gone on to other important dragon things now that Year of the Dragon is over. But there'll be an NPC that you can speak with to permanently claim Arcane Trickster for free for a limited time. And then after that,
Which is
it
cool.
goes available in the store or free for VIPs.
Which means if it is giga busted
And
when
I
it comes
actually was
out
able to
and
sit
you don't
down
claim it,
with
L.
Torque, who was one of the people who worked on Arcane Trickster, for a video interview that isn't out yet, but we're going to have that in the next couple of weeks.
Oh, cool.
Next couple of weeks.
that's fun.
Where we can go more in depth into the
Torque's a
Arcane
very smart guy.
Trickster and talk a little bit about it. But it's a rogue archetype, and per our usual archetype
Yeah, when the anniversary comes out.
process, they don't have the assassin tree. Instead, they've got the arcane trickster tree.
But
And
when?
that arcane trickster tree
Later.
allows them to essentially have a selection of spells, stolen spells of sorts from the various classes that they can use in addition to
They
all
don't
their
have a day
rogue
for it.
benefits and things like
It's
that.
in
They
February.
don't get a few rogue benefits that other traditional rogues get because of the balance of being able to cast the spells, but they do have trap finding, for example. They do use sneak attack dice very effectively, I might add, in the tree as well. So people have been having a chance to see that on the Mania, or will be seeing
Yes.
that? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they should be able to see it on the Mania. They've been able to try it this week. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm really excited about the Mage Hand personally. Like that was one
The
of
Mage
those
Hands are very
things where you're
cool.
like, ooh, how are we going to represent that in the game? Are we just going to kind of give it a nod within a bit? But nope, we were actually able to get an actual hand. This actual hand you will see like working tools and then coming out and going after monsters and things. So
It does emotes with
we
you,
were
which
able
is
to
really
get
fun.
an actual Mage Hand, and it looks
It's really cool.
looks like a Mage Hand to me.
The animation's are actually
It's got,
super
it's
slick.
got a
if you
really
haven't seen
great
it yet.
appearance.
Yep. So let's move on outside of the well, actually, I guess we could just say the anniversary time frame is going to be roughly around the 25th of this month, give or take a little bit per usual. But our formal anniversary is usually the 28th.
Yeah,
and
28th
so
is
it'll be
the anniversary of
pretty close
DDO.
to that time. Do we have any sense of how long the anniversary event's going to go this year?
So the main event with most of the things that we've just described will be happening for about a month.
Cool.
But there's one piece of
Basically
it
all
that'll
March.
keep running all year long. One of the things that is happening during this celebration is Fred has invited an NPC to come help us clean up the mysterious remnants that have been floating around in the universe.
Oh, right.
And so
That's
people will be able to
the remnant
trade
guy.
in mysterious remnants to this new NPC in exchange for fabulous rewards. This
It's really
NPC will
crazy
let you
stuff.
do it up to a certain amount of tries with an increasing cost, but at the beginning of every month, the cost will reset. And so this NPC will be available all the way until the next anniversary.
Yep.
Oh, so we're actually going into technically early 2027 with it?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. It'll last until the next anniversary.
And you start with basically turning in, at least on Lamania here, 100 remnants, and then it goes up and up
It
and up.
increases
until, the goal is
non-linearly.
not to have an unlimited number
Yeah.
of rewards. It gets pretty high, and you can
Yeah.
do up to 10 turn-ins on your account per
Yeah,
month.
the 10th
So,
turn
you
in
get
is
some good
basically
things
impossible.
like
9 and
Cards
10,
of Curse
probably 8, 9, and 10 for most people.
Suites of cards from the deck.
But still, doing 7
the-
easily per
the
month is
curse
sick.
decks. I'm sorry, I don't have the name is skipping my brain right now. There's Myth Draenor
There's
loot
tomes.
picker boxes.
Yeah,
yep,
Myth Draenor
tomes.
loots.
Yeah, bunch of good things, and you can see that list over on Lamania. We're going to have an article
Oh, the
for
remnant
that
boost potions.
along with the
I should start using those. Genius. I have so many.
new anniversary event and other things on DDO.com in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, Lamania is closed.
All right, let's move over
be back
though
open next
to
week.
beyond the anniversary then and talk a little bit about the new Spring Quest Pack. We're introducing one of the most famous items in all of D&D.
Traveler's Trunks.
Yeah,
Doc
It's
Trickle.
at least about that. Now, you're not going to be wielding it, and everyone's
Correct.
gonna be
At
equipping
least not
this.
at this phase.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
true to many other famous D&D things that have appeared in DDO, you're introduced to the concept that this thing exists in the universe.
The thing is
and
the deck
so
of many
with the
things.
storyline, we're going to have the dragons have become very concerned about this item, and so our adventurers are going to be helping to manage the deck of many things.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to
We're
be a
not
bunch
really
of quests,
ready
like
to
4 or
say
5.
too much more, other than it's going to be a traditional quest pack, so free to VIP
Yes.
available in the store, and that'll be later this spring.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. The
Along
ultimate
with the
MacGuffin.
VIP loyalty rewards. For those who have been playing the home game, this is our third season of the VIP loyalty reward program. Could you talk a little bit about what maybe players can expect for this third season, in terms of structural changes or kind of anything, I guess, about it?
Spoiler alert,
So
I hate
this
the
time,
VIP rewards.
many of the
Personal opinion.
benefits that are numeric, the number will increase and will stack with previous years. So for VIPs who have been, faithfully with us for year number 3, they're obviously going to have the biggest benefit. And then additionally, this will be a new set of cosmetics for the mount and for the cosmetic outfit. One of the things we wanted to do this year is we got some feedback for year 2 that it felt like the outfit and the mount was like, I mean, yes, it's technically different, but it's not different enough. And
Yep,
so I'm hoping
true.
that this
agree.
year's set will be a lot more different, and it'll be something that other people haven't had. So when you see somebody with these cosmetics, very clearly you're going to know that they are the VIPs.
Yeah, because the Red Drake VIP is very
Nice.
So
similar
I'm
to
very
the
excited.
Astral
Now I don't know,
Drake.
I always I'm like, oh gosh, do people want spoilers on the stream? Like how spoilery do I want to get?
Yes.
I
But-
saw someone on the forums already figured it out.
Oh.
We haven't confirmed it or anything, but it's one of the things that I've seen was correct. So
Mhm.
yeah. So let's move on to the expansion.
No,
That's something
spoil it. What are you
people
talking
often
about?
Very interested in hearing about. We're taking another look at a book.
Oh my god.
Yes. So we are going to be visiting the latter half of Out of the Abyss. And so if you're not familiar with sort of the high-level story of Out of the Abyss, you're looking at the D&D demon lords who have attempted to escape the Abyss, and they have ended up in the Underdark. And so our players are going to try to help deal with that, because you definitely don't want demon lords running around in your universe. They do terrible things. We've dealt with demon lords here and there in
disciple,
the
you know,
DDO
then it's all
universe,
good.
and so if they're all trying to escape, that's a big problem.
Yeah.
And so this means we will also get to go to the Underdark. So we're very excited about that.
People love the
We'll be able
Underdark.
to introduce a new race related to the Underdark, which I'm also terribly excited for.
Did you
which
just
is
put
the
quests just in the
Draegr.
Underdark area and just reuse it?
Okay. So I guess I've always called him Durgar.
Everybody says something different. It's like Sahuagin, right? Everyone's
Okay.
like, you say Sahagin,
Aren't
I
you
say
gonna say
Sahuagin.
Dwaegar before?
Yeah. I've heard
And, like,
Druger, I've heard
Dwaegar.
Dwerger, I've heard Jorgar.
Yes. Also, a
It's
new
like all
level
the different
cap.
ways we pronounce Mithranor, you know?
Yeah, right. I think
Mithranor.
it's with Draenor, isn't it?
Also, they're copying
Technically
Stranger Things and using
Mithranor.
Demogorgon,
Is it?
so
Yeah.
So it's like Boston. It's Mithranor. So
that's what I said.
Yeah. All right, level cap of 36 for Out of the
Yes.
Abyss, and that'll be our first level cap in a couple of expansions here. So. And then also the Demogorgon.
One, yeah.
We're going to be
Yes,
fighting
that is
it.
a major monster. We obviously are going to be doing the version of the Demogorgon from the book, the D&D books more directly. I know a lot of people may have seen that monster in other media out
be anything.
there, but they at least have the concept of it's
Stranger
really
Things.
bad.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't.
I used the
it
Stranger
doesn't
Things
really
Demogorgon
look
for the picture,
like
the
it did
thumbnail
in
that I
one
put out when I
show.
reviewed this.
Correct,
So.
correct. Ours is like true to the book form.
Yeah. We have a roadmap up here like we usually do for the graphics. I don't know that there's a lot that we haven't talked about, other than we do have a PAX East player meetup planned. We'll have more information about that probably roughly in a matter of weeks.
Any expansion thing
I
they
know
started
we've
doing?
got someone working to finalize the lease. And
Hard to say, but yeah,
I
kind of.
guess I would say right now, the way it currently sits, think about Friday evening around dinner time is the current plan that we have. So if you're already making your PAX East plans and kind of want a sense of maybe when you might want to go to this thing,
I'm not sure
look at Friday
the
evening.
tall ginger girl.
If that
Yeah.
changes, of
Yeah,
course,
yeah.
we'll announce something different. But that's the current plan is that. So. Gen
Correct.
Con
One
player
quest
meetup
pack,
as
one
well.
expansion.
I've heard a little bit about that. We
It's
may
a
go
content
to the
light year
place that we
in
were
terms
at
of
last
quest.
year, if you were at our meetup last year. And then a
A
new
rematch of Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, right. And then a new hardcore-like live event. What can you tell me about that?
So some of you may have been here for our Lanterns in the Mist event back when we ran that on Cormier.
it's
The
another year
Lantern
for the
Guardians
VIP.
are actually still active in the universe, and this is a continuation of their story. They are still concerned about Dreadlords from Ravenloft. Someone's trying to help them escape. And so this time we will be focused on a Dreadlord that we have met before. We will be making sure that Strahd does not escape.
Oh, it's another Strahd themed thing?
And we can expect that roughly sometime in the fall, something like that.
Does
Yeah,
anyone
that'll
be another
be a
Strahd
fall
raid?
one.
We're also going to be, I guess you could put in parentheses, finally, working on Drow. That has been one that we have kind of hinted at maybe wanting to get to
Strahd
for
2.
quite a few years, and it looks like this is the year for it.
Yeah, we were looking at, okay, when is the time right for this? And the challenge with Drow was always, but we already have Drow. How excited will people be to retouch what we already have? And do we want to do it as an update in place? Do we want to make it a variant like we did with Wood Elf? Also, we know that people are conscious about how many elves we have.
No,
The
we need more
D&D
elves.
universe is very rich with
More
many
elves.
flavors of elves, and we've done many of them. We were like,
More
you know
elves.
what?
We don't have enough.
Let's take a pause on elves and we'll do Draegr. But then we were like, you know what? We still have enough bandwidth. Let's go ahead and wrap up the end of the year. Let's go ahead and pull the trigger on doing some retouches to Drow.
Do you know, is that also going to involve some class work, or is that mostly art and animation work? Like, I guess by
It's
that I mean, are we
most-
talking systems as well?
It's mostly art and animation, and we're currently exploring whether or not we also will have a systems component to it.
Yeah, 'cause
Because like similar with Wood Elf, we obviously had a different
race
set up there.
Yeah. What I would like
so
to
we're
see
looking at,
is
do we want to
a
just do it as visual, or do we
Underdark
also want to
drow.
explore systems for them?
They should do an Underdark drow.
While I start
That
heading
can use
into our
the,
Twitch chat and take a
the
look
other
at
races.
some of the questions that they have, I wanted to give you a chance to talk to us a little bit about the final piece of your letter,
Yeah,
which is
that's what I
the
want.
20th anniversary of DDO and some personal thoughts.
Give us 2 versions of drow,
on
one
it.
Eberron and
Can
one
you
Forgotten
take-
Realms, both
when
level
was
1.
the-
So you can
when
take
were you a
level 1
yes?
race with the other religions.
Like, when were you like,
Oh,
Also,
for
yes, I am
originally
going
coming
to
to the
play,
game?
Yep, I am going to buy Dungeons & Dragons Online. I'm going to go to a store or something, buy the box, and do this. When did
Oh,
that
yeah, I
happen
know.
for you, and kind of what's the story there?
I know exactly when, and I think I've even told this story at the 10th anniversary. I know exactly when it happened. The original tutorial, obviously, which doesn't exist now, there was a scene where you walked in a room, and up to this point, the dungeon master has been talking to you. And I walk in the room, and there's boxes, and there's like broken boxes on the floor, and some like, glowing shards and such. And the dungeon master talks about, oh no, you better be careful because there's all this broken debris down there. You might get hurt. There could be problems, and it's sort of encouraging you to want to go up and around the hazard to learn how to like climb on things. Because back then MMOs were not as vertical as DDO is. Like we have a lot of jumping and
Very true.
parkour-y type elements that wasn't as common back then.
It's still used to
I had
uncommon.
come from EverQuest, actually, one of our in the sister games these days, but back then
Quest received.
predated DDO. I had come from EverQuest, and most of EverQuest's gameplay was you're on the ground,
Very flat.
you target the thing. You could be like staring at the wall, and if you targeted the thing, the damage would land, and it kind of was, very flat to me.
Yeah.
Whereas
if there
when
was
I
a
tried
height
this game,
difference, it was giga broken
you're
because you
climbing
could just
around
stand
on
on a
stuff,
wall
you're
and
able to
fight
hang
monsters.
on things, you're jumping, and there's a little bit of jumping puzzle to it, which I liked. But it was the dungeon master. It was the dungeon master adding this extra layer of color to the experience beyond what I could see with my eyes, adding this extra layer of like emotion or things that your character would be thinking about as they encounter this room with these broken boxes. It's a subtle thing, but that was the thing where I was like, oh, this game is really cool. It's adding this extra layer beyond just the art that's right in front of me. And that to me was like, yep, we're doing this.
Yep.
Yeah.
I had a similar experience.
I myself had gotten a phone call from my twin brother who was like, you need to buy DDO because I want to play it. One of those things. But I checked it out, and I had not heard at that time that Dungeons & Dragons Online was coming. So as soon as I heard about it, I was like, yeah, that sounds great.
That's cool.
A lot of us were old tabletop friends who used to get together around high school and such and play D&D a lot, middle school and high school, and play D&D a lot. And by the point that Dungeons & Dragons Online came out, we had scattered a little bit post college careers and all that sort of stuff that happens, and we were well on to establishing our own families and futures and what have you. So the idea of being able to go back online using integrated voice chat, which at the time was pretty exciting, as a group, and really have that D&D experience, even if it was in a video game form rather than tabletop. It had that authenticity, like you say, of the dungeon master, the chests, just a whole bunch of things, right? Spike traps.
Yeah.
They really nail the flavor of Dungeons & Dragons.
So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. All right, I'm going to get through some of the questions here, and the first one is about the hardcore event. What are our thoughts about doing a separate hardcore server someday?
Please say yes.
So we are still deliberating that. Right now we've been trying this hardcore at home phenomenon, is what we kind of lovingly call it internally. The idea that when your guildies go to play hardcore, they don't just disappear into the ether and leave you abandoned on the regular servers. So we're talking a lot about when would be the right time to do a separate server again. There's a couple of factors to it. One of them was we definitely needed server transfers to happen first. We need to
server
have
transfers, and we still don't have that. What's up with
on
that?
the 64 bits, and
What's
that
up with
also
that,
meant
dog?
a little bit more consolidation of everyone too. So that was one piece of it. The other piece of it is we need the actual physical hardware. That hardware did not come through the move, and so we will have to rebuild that hardware. So that is another piece of the puzzle. So
just,
once we're in a
copy-paste
place
the
where
servers?
we've made a decision about that, then we'll
I don't know
bring
how
some more
programming
information
works.
and announcements for you. For now, what we've done is try to make sure that if there's aspects of the hardcore experience in this new format that aren't quite meeting it, that we continue to find ways to shore that up, right? We want you to feel like it's still meaningful to participate in it this way, even though it's not the same as like a pure fresh start server, right? We're even working through like, technologically could we do things like you can't use any of your past money, or you can't use any of your past crafting ingredients, or there's a whole bunch of different things. We've been watching people's feedback as they played the Lantern event and now the Fae music event to see where are the parts where you were like, it's not hardcore enough, right?
Yeah, true.
So that's what we're currently digesting and seeing. Are there things that we can just maybe we can just address, and then it is the experience that was the same as being on a separate server, but without actually having to not hang out with your friends.
Just demark hardcore players.
This one comes from Voodoo Spice. Will there be an Underdark City public zone in the expansion? Is the public area going to actually be in the Underdark?
Yeah, you got carried all the time.
I don't know yet. I would have to check with the knockback and some of the other quest makers whether they're planning to have people coming in from an existing public area a la Evening Star.
Oh, I have a question, actually.
Or coming in from a public area that's above ground, or whether people are going to be sort of staged in the Underdark in some sort of like, foothold of a safe place to work from. I don't have that level of detail yet because they're still planning a lot of those layouts. Some of it comes down to like what makes sense story-wise, what kind of assets would it take to do each of those places? And so we're still working through those details.
If they find it so hard
is
to like...
Is the Durgar going to be a standard race or an iconic hero?
We will offer a standard Durgar, similar how the Deep Gnome, very similar to Deep Gnome, where you can be Deep Gnome or you can also be the iconic Deep Gnome. Same setup, you'll be able to be a Durgar or you'll be able to do an iconic Durgar.
Sick.
Sardonic Fox wants to know about raids in 2026. Are we getting a raid with the expansion? Are other raids coming this year?
We are definitely getting a raid with the expansion. The raid is where the Demogorgon is going to be.
Yeah.
Okay. Demogorgon is in the raid.
All right.
Can we have more than that, though? What if we got a second raid? It's got Demogorgon 2.
Someone is asking both in the forums, and I see a comment in chat as well. So what's the future, if you can speak to it, of the Monster Manual? What are our plans for it?
Great question. Great question.
Monster Manual, what we're doing right now is looking at the way that it's constructed. Is there anything that it is contributing to performance? And if there is there anything that we need to change about it to make that not be the case? Almost every part of the game during our lag investigations is a suspect. And so there's almost no safe corner of the technology where we're like, what about this one? What about this one? And we were working our way down the list. And so Monster Manual, we've been doing some investigation. Those investigations have gone back and forth. Sometimes it seemed like it was the caught red-handed culprit, and then we would dig a little harder and it was like, no, technically it was this other thing that made it look like it was. So that's where we're at, is investigating what needs to change about Monster Manual, if anything.
Speaking of systems a little bit, this question is also asked elsewhere. What is going on with Kenneth Crafting? When will it be upgraded to the level cap?
Please, just do it.
This was the thing that I couldn't fit in the letter. We're going to do Kenneth Crafting update this year. Now, what we didn't have was when it comes to the producer's letter, I prefer the producer's letter to give you things where there's timetables, so you know what you can set your watch by, to be like, okay, the X pack's going to be roughly here and this quest pack's going to be roughly there. The Kenneth Crafting we didn't have pinned down to a specific point in the year, because we're talking about, do we want to do it all at once? Do we don't want to do it in 2 phases? If we do those 2 phases, do we want it to happen before the level cap increase or during it?
Just do it before, so you can craft
that there
and
is
pre-craft.
Kenneth Crafting action within the calendar year is the way I would think of that.
I totally agree. They could just have here are things we want to do. We don't have a timetable for it.
Yes, I've had a twin for a long time. He's been a DDO player too. Back in the early years, he used to join me on the show sometimes. And that's
but they could just do a thing of, here are things we're working on. We don't have a timetable for
He's got his own family and other life these days. But
it's pretty easy.
He knows DDO just fine. So.
Again, I
Oh,
The people that work in
next
the
big
games
question,
company, big fan
also
of a lot of
from
these
the
guys.
forums, and I see
They
in
are
chat
big
here.
under promise, under
Can you
deliver
speak
people.
at all to our plans for 64-bit to 64-bit server transfers?
Please.
We have,
Please.
some pledges to get certain things done and other things.
So many
we'd
people
like
are
to
stranded
do.
on
Where
the
do we sit
European
on all
island, and
that?
they want it off.
So that is work in progress. What happened was, as we saw characters that were having trouble getting off the Ghost Worlds, we made some technological changes to let those characters get off, but it introduced a side effect that we're now currently having to work through. Once we can get that side effect addressed, I'm hoping to be able to start also rolling that out fairly soon. I don't know if it's going to happen in time for anniversary month, but I'm hoping it will be in the first half of the year rather than the last half of the year. We want to give people enough time to get settled and be able to do those transfers. So that, like, for example, I know there's people on Cormier that want to go to Moonsea because they started on Cormier, but now there's this European server, and they're like, well, I want to go where, I'm European. I want to go where it's going to be a better experience for me in that regard.
Sail across the ocean.
So once we get past this technological hang, then we'll be good to start doing that.
Okay, so they did say Cormier to Moonsea is coming. Okay, so that's good.
I am going through questions. This one is also from the forums that I see in chat. It's nice to be able to be reminded
DDO
of
Classic
both.
Vanilla, please.
We've had a lot of discussion over on the forums in particular, but the Discord and elsewhere too, about class balance and class work that the community would like to see done. One of the things that we've been hearing quite a bit from
Cormier,
our caster players who would like us to focus on that particular DPS spellcasting and perhaps crowd control, high-level Reaper style of play with casters. Is that on the agenda?
So that is on the calendar year agenda, yes. That's actually one of the things that's fighting with crafting for timetables. So that the balance pass is a part of it, again, because we couldn't tell you when specifically it was going to happen. We didn't want to put it in the letter and on the little picture there, but that is on the docket, and we know that the spellcasters, that's part of it. There's also some other areas too we want to try to look at, like I know that Epic Destiny trees, for example, there's been some discussion around that, so expect that this may be another case of you may see this come in multiple phases, or you may see one big one all at once. We're not sure which direction we're going to go.
Yep. Basically, but you heard it first
Essential
officially.
wants us to bring back a
casters
quest
are bad.
that was shuttered. One of the only quests in the game's history, maybe there's been one or two others that have been shuttered, that being Memoirs of an Illusory Larcener.
No, I don't need
Any
it. Get
chance
rid of
of
it.
bringing that back?
No, get rid of it.
We talked about what would it take to bring that back. I know one of the things that is we can't bring it back in the exact form that it existed in, the way it was built. Could we recreate something in the spirit of it? Possibly. So it's, if we're going to do it, it may have certain aspects of its encounters that would have to change, and we don't know if that'll sort of ruin what people liked about it, I guess is how I would put it. What would be helpful for me is for the people that were big fans of that quest, if you can talk about the specific aspects of it that you liked, and that'll help us kind of decide whether we're actually capable of preserving those aspects or not.
What I liked about Memoirs is that it was basically playing D&D in D&D.
Yes, we have been discussing Reaper tree work. Same deal, no formal announcement. We've actually had some newer folks on our game team that we've been ramping up for things. That is a part of the factor. Is some of these things we want them to be
on team,
learning the deep workings of our game, and there's no better way to do that than to get into balance work, updating, extending systems, things like that. So we're very excited. They have a lot of options.
New systems designers.
The Symphony of the Fae event technically ended this week, and then got reopened for the weekend here.
Working overtime
we
forever.
are working on a minor but not minor issue of people not being able to get rid of their Vow of Glory without the event being active. So we have something like a patch and game update set for next week that'll take care of that. But as you're hearing my voice, the Symphony of the Fae is getting a little bit of a refrain. So we've got a few more days to get that done. A lot of players had items that appear during the Symphony of the Fae that have these musical kind of notation borders, and there's some interest in us being able to systematically remove those borders when the event is over. Do you know what our ability to do that might be?
So one of the things that I wanted to know actually from people, it is work for us to scrub them off of there. However, we were originally just going to go, yeah, let's just, purge them off of there. But then there was a deep conversation about sometimes people want to collect stuff.
Exactly. It's
where
cool
they're like,
collectible.
I
It's a
was
cool
there,
collectible.
Gandalf. I was there, 2,000
Yeah.
years ago when Symphony of the Fae came out and had these music items. So we were like, well, people who collect that stuff, would they care if we removed the border?
Shit.
And maybe if they care, we could just keep the little effect in the tooltip. Maybe that would be okay. Or maybe they don't care at all and we can just get rid of the whole thing. So we are
you.
interested in hearing some feedback from people where if we scrubbed that stuff off of there, would you be okay with that?
Keep the music note.
It's the kind of thing where
get
if
rid
we
of the
took
green.
it away and
Just
there
keep
was
the
like
music
a
note.
large enough pocket of people that were excited about it, there's no putting it back.
Just keep the
So
music
we wanted
note.
to err on the side of caution and say, okay, everybody, we're thinking of scrubbing these off of here. Is that cool? So it is technologically possible to do. It is a thing that we were lined up to do if we think the community is okay with us doing it. Since this was the first time we had run the event and we haven't had this concept of seasonal items before, because when we run the next event, obviously it's going to get a different appearance and a different effect. The other thing we're wanting to work on is
All borders green.
one of the major annoyances of the music notes is it sort of covers up some of the feedback that people need about their items.
No.
And we're thinking what we can do is maybe do a little bit of a rework on the appearances of the items in general to make it easier to see that feedback. So that's another part of the work. So let us know. Do you want us to scrub it off of there and you're good? And or are there any, are you team keep it or team scrub it?
Well, Twitch chat is certainly team scrub it. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
We
They
got
are.
people
That's
in
great.
chat saying, "Get rid of it."
Like, get rid of it.
Yeah.
Right.
So
So
okay.
if your team keep it, you have a very finite
true.
amount of time to lobby us to keep it, because otherwise I will take that as go ahead and add it to the scrub it task list.
So we could systematically,
Yep.
in the future, in a game update, actually scrub that border then.
Yes.
I know sometimes changing icons can be a little tricky. So
Sometimes, yes. It depends on the way it's implemented. And then another piece of it is we're hoping that we can change that so in the future it's a little bit easier to see during seasonal loot, that icon isn't as disruptive to people because they're trying to see the other borders and affect information.
Yeah. They just need to make like the music note that's on it, right? Like on here.
Do you know, there's been a specific issue with a summer wing turn-in
Right. How there's
where
a music note.
I think it's
That's
actually
what you want.
the winter
Leave the note, get rid of the green
wing.
border.
If they had the winter wing and they
don't know how
turned
to
it
do
in
that.
and then got the summer wing, accidentally when we had that one bug, we fixed that. But now if they want to get the summer wing, I think they might be having an issue.
I don't know what this bug
familiar
is.
with
I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
I am personally not, doesn't mean it might not be in the hopper, but I individually am not. So I will have to check into that.
Couldn't tell you. Are there any other things that people want to ask about that I
Any
missed?
plans for new epic quests or content?
New epic quests? No, delete them.
Yes, I know that we will
guys
be
want more
doing
quests all the time? What the heck?
the spring pack will be in that end of the game.
You already have Giant Hole, guys.
Because we do want people to have content to play, especially in the 30s. We're making sure that there's a lot of variety up in the 30s. So expect that we will have high-level content for people.
Right.
That's
I'm
true.
Trying not to ask a bunch of kind of wish list style suggestions. I really
I like
appreciate
wish
all the
lists.
suggestions. Well, it's fun, but we get dozens of them. Can we make? Can we do this? Can we do that?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's difficult to, if it's not in our plan. It's like you can't really commit on a live stream to doing something like
Yes,
that.
you can.
So it's
You
a
just
hard
commit
question to
and then
answer
never follow
sometimes.
through.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I do it all the time. It's really
Legendary
easy.
Tower of Despair? Question mark.
On our punch list, but not this year.
Okay.
There you go. You're not getting it this year. Take
But
that.
that's why I like the wish list. Is it's sometimes it's very useful for us to hear from people when they're like, "I wish you would do X," and it turns out we kind of also had the same, because we play the game too, and we're like, "Oh, we kind of want to do this, but we don't know if the players want it too." And so then when we hear people saying, "Oh, Legendary Tower of Despair,"
So
we're
the
like,
yellow cup?
"Uh-huh,
Water.
see, we're
It's
not
just
the only
water.
ones that want this."
All right. I got a bunch of border questions. Apparently we got people
Is it riled them up?
Can we get a filter for character and TR bank for bound to a character and bound to account? A filter for to be able to filter bound to character and bound to account items in your character or
That's
reincarnation.
probably
cache.
doable. I don't know why you would want that.
I will have to check with the
That's-
engineers on that.
like, I don't know,
that
that-
they
again,
were
sounds
looking at the
useless.
filter system, and so
Unless
I
it's a
don't
raid
know
item,
if
in
that's
most
one of
cases,
the
a bound to character
variables
item
that
is
it's able
useless.
to see, and how hard it would be if it can't see it. I don't know how hard it would be to add.
Not quite sure, King Kaza, what you're asking here. Can you use the Gatekeeper Grove as the teleport portal rather than give us a teleport device for each? So make it one device that takes you to the Grove only? But what if you don't want to go to the Grove? What if you want to go to, like, Mythtrana or something?
The other thing, too, people, I don't know if everybody knows this, because this wasn't always the case back in the day, but these days we did update the teleport clickies from the various expansions and
This is do it
such.
like the old AC subway.
You only have to keep one. If you open that little window, like if I have, say, the Sharn map and you click it, I can go to any of the places. I don't have to have, like, to go to Sharn, I need the map, and to go
Grove's
to
hub,
Isle of
yeah.
Dread, I need the treasure
So
map,
you-
and to
you
go.
get
That's what
teleported
used to
into,
work
like,
a
a
long
room that
time
has
ago,
all
but
the
we did
teleports around
refresh
you.
that now, and so you keep the object that you like the best. Like in my case, I get kind of silly, and on my one character, I really like the Sharn map, but on my other
Yep.
character, I really like the Bottle of Mist.
Yeah.
So-
I'm used to playing Ashran's Call, and Ashran's Call, there's literally an area called the subway
Now,
where
is
it had
the
portals
question,
to everywhere.
can we get a teleport to the Gatekeeper's Grove? I will take a note.
Teleport scrolls do that,
Actually,
by
is
the
a
way.
good point. We have a lot of ways to get to the Grove, but I guess we don't put it on that teleportation.
Yeah,
map,
we don't have like a direct teleport. I mean, probably could look. It might make sense for it to also exist in the teleport spell, because it is kind of a.
It's in the
To
teleport
me,
spell.
anywhere where you have the teleport glowy gate is a candidate for the teleport spell.
The teleport spell takes you there.
Bit of a bug question. When will our poor, they're saying pets, but they mean animal companions, be able to benefit from augments on
producer.
their docents and collars? This is a
Different.
long-standing bug where augments on docents and collars for, like, say, your
pets
your
don't work.
wolf pets and things like that aren't.
Does it have the white rabbit? I don't know.
I don't have a specific timetable when
You're
it's
not allowed to
fixed
talk
by,
about
but I
private
can
servers
tell
on
you
Twitch, so I don't
that
know
the
anything about what
bug
you're talking
was
about,
being
Twitchy Boo.
discussed in triage, even fairly recently, so it
You
is
have to
on our
Google what you
radar,
wanna
but
know.
I don't know how difficult the fix will be. Like, so that makes it hard to predict when the solution will get to go live. But we are aware it is in the to-do list, and it's a matter of, and how do we actually fix this?
Is
D20
it
for the
true
20th anniversary to the Grove.
that
That'd be sick.
Tolero, you voiced the heroic Black Abbot raid?
Yes. Well, sort of. It's a long
Amazing.
story. It's what actually happened was
What a question.
long ago. They had a voice actress that did the Abbot, and then that person wasn't available anymore. And so they said, "Hey, Tolero, you actually sound like kind of similar to that actress. Would you mind coming and re-recording some lines for us? Because we don't think anybody will really kind of notice." So I was like, "Yeah, sure, we'll do that." So yes, I did do it for the purpose of filling in gaps of a different actress who sounds really similar to me.
When will we see commas become a viable option? That's a tough question, I think, for either
That's
of
a
us to
tough
answer.
question. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's more a
You
torque
just
question.
have to equip
Yeah.
Forrester's
Or
brush
perhaps a
hooks.
Steel Star question.
That's it.
Or something.
Yes, Steel,
Forrester's
yeah,
brush hooks.
Star could probably also speak to that.
That's all. It's not a good option, but it's Forrester's brush hooks.
I'm not really.
I have
seeing-
been also really enjoying everybody's memories that they've been sharing.
Yeah.
So that's been a good time. That's been like, open the forums and like, nostalgia hits you for 10,000 damage. Like, it's been really nice. Like, so many good memories.
We have a request for black and blue Reaper wings, or a
Please.
new type of Reapers, Reaper revamp.
Do it.
We've been talking about the Reaper wings. One of the things that comes up very often in our discussions about the wings is the fact that they were sort of like I don't know if they were the earliest necessarily art-wise, but they're pretty early. And so it means that they're of a different fidelity. And so we're like, in modern times, we're able to do these so much more complex. I mean, look at the Fae butterfly wings, right? Those things are amazing. And we're like, okay, we want to give the Reaper wings something cooler, but sometimes people get really attached to a thing that they earned, right? The thing that when you see it, you're like, that's from the very first such and such. And so we're like, do we change them in place, or would that upset the people that worked so hard to earn that original version? Even
Correct.
if we could make a, quote unquote, more updated version, or a different color and such.
Never
So,
balance, only rework.
but we have talked about, like, okay, what's the next wings?
Do we have any intention to add sun and moon
So the answer
augments
is-
to older gear?
You will not get blue wings.
I do not have an answer for that one. That's I can double check with Steel Star and see if that was on his plan.
Are you a Patriots fan?
You kind
means
of
I would never
have
get
to be
wings.
if you want to survive
No
living
wings,
in New
only
England.
thighs? True.
Yeah, you're not
I-
necessarily not a fan. You just don't talk about
Exactly.
it much. I'm a big
Yeah,
fan. I just don't
exactly.
really talk about the Patriots much. So.
Sports? Couldn't tell you.
Yeah. I would describe it as, I am aware of what they're doing.
I don't even think I'm watching the show this Sunday. I have to
Yeah,
admit.
yeah. To me, it's an excuse to get together with friends. So, like, I'm not necessarily watching the
Oh
game.
yeah, I guess
but,
Super
like,
Bowl is
when,
this Sunday.
when your region is in one of the major sporting events, it's an excuse to get
I don't know.
together with your friends and family and such and hang out. So that aspect of it, I enjoy quite a bit. We had a big question going around recently, which was, what is the food that you have for this type of celebration? For me, it's chili. I got to do like a chili with like all
I've
the
never
fixins on
been to a
top.
Super
Like
Bowl
that's
party
my
in my
big
life.
to do is
Because I've never
make a
been
cool
invited
chili.
to one. Because people know if they
Lagan
invited
has
me
a
to one,
question
I'd have a
about
bad time.
the Durgar. Will they get a spiked hammer? Now, I know we had a little bit of a deep dive discussion on that this week, and I think, Lagan, you were the one that brought this up on the forums as well, but do you know which spiked hammer particularly you're talking about?
Yeah,
I
like a
don't think
spiked
we
hammer. It's a
actually
hammer with
know,
a hammer
right?
on one side and a spike on the other.
We
There's
we
that
were
Artificer
debating for
one,
like,
but that's like in the suit.
Yeah.
And that's not really maybe what you're talking
Right.
about, right? Or is that what you're talking about? I don't know. Identifying what spiked hammer you're talking about is something that we could use a little guidance on.
yeah, even if it's like, page whatever of such and such book, that's a huge help to us, because we were going back and forth and we were like, did they mean this thing or was it from this? So yeah,
Literally.
definitely we were looking for a little
It's a
clarity on that
spike
question.
on the end
No.
of hammerhead.
I mean, in theory, I'm generally a fan of spiked hammers. For
Do you know what book that's
RDO.
from? Spike on hammer.
Yeah.
Why
Hammer
not,
spike.
right?
Right? Like, yeah, sounds cool to
This
me.
is what I want.
Can we get more bank tabs?
Oh,
More bank tabs. Which particular bank? The personal bank or the shared bank? Or
Well, I'm
both?
gonna guess they're saying yes.
All the above.
Yeah.
We will add them as we can,
Um,
even though I know in modern times storing a bunch of data is like really easy to do. It turns out that it can also be difficult for game performance. So we move very carefully when we choose to expand that chunk
Since I expect
of
we set in
the
favor.
game
well,
interaction.
well,
But it is our intent to allow people to continue to expand their storage. Like, we're going to keep throwing, resources and investigation to let people have what they want to have.
Duergar aren't from Eberron. They're in the base game.
I guess we sort of started the conversation with the technical question. Let's end it here. And I know we're about ready to wrap up the show, but someone has a question about airship game performance, and I know that that's also something we've been looking at. Do we have any? What are we doing there?
That's part of the investigation. We have some data that we were like, okay, we think it's this. We applied some changes that did make quite a dent in one aspect of them, but there's still one other piece of the puzzle that is evading us, and so that's one of those other pieces where we're putting in more reporting to help us understand exactly what's going wrong. So hopefully, basically what we're looking at, it seems
correct
like
people.
a lot of the activity is happening in the public areas, and so that's what we're really focused on right now. Sometimes, rarely these days, but more so back previously, the bad performance in the public area would then bleed into the dungeons a bit. We've taken a lot of steps to try to mitigate that, but we ultimately want to get down to the root cause of, okay, well, why is it happening in the first place, so that we can address that.
They should just delete airships.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Delora, for joining me here today. I really
That would work.
appreciate you joining us here on Fridays at 4 on Twitch.
Absolutely. Everybody have a great time, and happy 20th anniversary to us.
Yeah. Happy 20th anniversary, DDO. What's that was great.
All right, thank you so
Good
much
stuff.
for watching
I don't know if
Fridays
there
at
was a
4
lot of
on
good stuff that we got that was new.
twitch.tv/DDO stream.
We didn't
I'll
already
be
know.
back next week with more. We've got anniversary stuff happening for the next
Hell
few weeks,
yeah.
so I'll be back on this channel every Friday at 4 o'clock for at least the next few weeks. If you're watching this on YouTube afterwards, really appreciate that as well. Give us a like and a thumbs up if you would.
Thumbs up.
And hope
like,
you're having
subscribe.
a great DDO weekend. Before I wrap things
look
up,
terrible
let me
today.
just mention a couple of bits of news.
Oh,
That being, we
news?
do have the Symphony of the Fae event extended, so if you haven't turned in your stuff yet, you have just a little bit more work that you didn't get to. You can get it done now.
Yep.
Until our next game update, you can find the Symphony of the Fae guide on DDO.com. Next game update tentatively set for early next week, mostly to correct the one issue that has to do with the Vow of Glory with the Symphony of the Fae.
Hopefully that gets fixed.
We do have a 25% Caneth Crafting XP boost going on this week as well. That goes through
Which
Sunday.
allegedly is getting updated.
And I would
Allegedly.
also point out, if you want to get more information about Arcane Trickster and all the anniversary stuff that we just talked about, head to the Lamania forums of the DDO forums, and you'll find a bunch of write-ups on these things as well. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me, and I'll see you next week.
Bye-bye. All right. So, news. What news from the game? So, yes, I did. So what news from the land here? What do we find out? Number one, I don't think we got anything new. There's going to be there's a special reward that we haven't seen yet that is going to be coming with the 20th anniversary. So there's 2 dungeons. There's the original 10th anniversary dungeon, which is the challenge style dungeon coming out, which scales, and then there will be the 20th anniversary dungeon, which will be multiple different levels. So that's going to be happening. The 20th anniversary dungeon loot, the new dungeon loot, is going to be coming from actually I should write this down, but yeah, the new dungeon loot is going to be coming from the actual dungeon itself, which means unless they change ransack, the drop rates are going to be a little wacky. So we'll see exactly how that goes. As far as things that are not anniversary related or directly anniversary related, you're looking at what was it? They talked about lag and the performance, and basically it's kind of what I said and what they said there, which is that the initial lag fixes let them see bigger problem areas. And like I said, it's kind of like, imagine you have like a swamp that's and it's full of water. You can drain some of the swamp, which then can let you see why the swamp is still filling up and the water's not flowing. And as you drain more water, you find more problems. That's kind of what they're doing here. So it's been death by 1,000 cuts, but they've been getting through it. And they kind of show off the picture there about how they still notice there's issues with certain public areas, monster manual problems, things like that. Character transfers. You cannot transfer currently between 64-bit servers. Apparently that's because they had to use a hacky method of getting all of the characters to transfer off of the old servers, which is causing problems right now. Until they get that fixed, we won't have transfers. However, the goal is to have transfers this year. They said they can't have it for the anniversary for sure, but probably either after the anniversary, hopefully first half of the year, we will have transfers between the 64-bit servers, which directly will include Moonsea. So you'll be able to transfer to Moonsea, transfer from Moonsea, Moonsea, Sea Moonsea, Moonsea. So we'll be able to do all of that, which is exciting. And then outside of that, there's also a couple just other associated things. Level cap going up to 36 this summer. So Caneth Crafting is getting an update that will allow us to craft higher level stuff. It shouldn't be too bad considering that it's all just on a scale system. Presumably they have a chart somewhere that they input, but I don't know how much work it is to actually update all that and add the graphics and all that. So, and the selections. But that is something that is going to be getting updated, which is good. I'm trying to think of the other stuff that is also here. Also, Nirso, thanks so much for getting a sub to Ritz. It's very kind of you. I appreciate the gifted sub, dude. Thank you so much for the support. And Ritz, welcome to the stream team. I'm trying to think. Other things. They acknowledge that spellcasters don't feel as good as other things in high levels of the game. And so they will be... It's on their list to go through and adjust some things. For the record, it's not just Tolero saying this. This is also Torque Systems Developer saying this today as of 2:51. He said, there's complexity in the Reaper system and blah, blah, blah. More like this. We're going to break things up to get to you as quickly as possible. The soonest thing will probably be some Spell School DC relief. So we're still figuring out the amount and how it's located in the meta. There's more we want to do, but again, don't want to do it yet because we aren't sure how it'll all break out. So long story short, they are going to be doing something for spell DCs. This is currently a problem. One of the reasons why basically every hybrid in the entire game is really bad is because you can't hit anything. You literally can't cast any spells on any monsters if you're a hybrid. You can if you have like crazy past lives and you like hyper focus into it, but like the fact that it's just a zero-sum game. If you go into the most recent expansion, Chill of Ravenloft, and expect to land a spell less than 100, go home. Like, it's absolute madness. So it is very hard to get any spells to land. And so I don't know exactly what they're going to do to alleviate this problem, but that's what they said is the thing they're looking at first and foremost before they start looking at some of the more delicate caster stuff, specifically with the Reaper system, which they talked about. And they said there's extra complexity with the system with supporting a group, which is basically kind of how I've said it before. If you make Reapers, and like it's really complicated, if you make casters better in Reaper mode, you just shift everybody from playing non-casters to everybody playing casters. So I think that they said they have something they want to do there to mitigate that, but at the very least the DC stuff will make it feel a lot better, hopefully, which will be really, really nice. We'll see how that actually shakes out and where that actually goes, but yeah, again, we'll see how that actually holds up. The anniversary token will be 1 per character. That is correct. I also don't think they gave it a limit. I believe they said you have to claim the token. So I don't know if that means you'll have to, like, if you can make a new character and then run to the thing and claim a token, or if you'll actually have to, like, have your characters existing. It'll only add tokens to existing characters. You may wish to make extra characters on your account that can collect tokens. You have to log them in at least once. Depending on how they actually do the delivery, we do not know if it's going to have to talk to a guy to get a token or if it's going to spawn into your account. If you can just talk to a guy, then just if you need extras, you can. Bear in mind, what you turn the tokens into is going to be, there's a list of items that you can get. A lot of cool raid gear, but most importantly, there is the Quiver of Alacrity, which you can get, and there's a way to make it tradable. And on top of that, the augment sets for many different types of raid augments, which is just going to save you a lot of time if you want those things. So yeah, so that's another thing that kind of came up. So caster rebalance is on there. It's something they are going to work on. They just don't have a timeline for it. Same with cadence crafting. Yeah, the token. Is there anything else that I missed that was kind of relevant? I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I missed that was like really relevant. Oh, you're not going to get blue Reaper wings. So that was the other thing. You're not going to get blue Reaper wings. Deal with it. Basically, what they said is that it's not that they can't do blue Reaper wings. It's that they would much prefer to do a new offering with better looking wings and include blue into that. So the Reaper wings that we have right now, being the color blue, is not something you will get. Instead, if they do blue wings, it will be a different style of wing with flashier graphics that will be blue. And they have no time limit on that. So yeah, so that is something to think about. That is also not coming. I'm trying to think of this anything. I'm like mentally going back through what we just watched. There was that. Demogorgon is going to be the raid. We're getting a raid Demogorgon. Duergar is the new race that's coming with the new expansion in the summertime. That race will come with a heroic and a legendary, or no, heroic and an iconic, so like a regular race and an iconic race as well. So you will get 2 Duergar, which is fun. The Drow are getting a rework. In terms of visuals, the Drow rework is not planning to come with any systems changes. So they said they're not planning on adding an extra race. What I would love to see them do is give us 2 Drow. You can either play as an Eberron Drow with all the Eberron religions, or a Forgotten Realms Drow with the Forgotten Realms religions, and maybe we get Illustre added to the list. So you could play as like an Illustre Drow or something, and give us finally, after 20 years, actually it hasn't been 20 years. When did Menace in the Underdark come out? 15 years ago, I think. Hold on. Can you believe Menace in the Underdark is $60 of the Underdark DDO? Was that 2011? 2012. It's been 19 years. 19 years later, let us make a level 1 character that can use the Forgotten Realms religions, That would be sick if we get 2 drow. If they just give us like, you just pick one. They could just do it like the multi-selector on like the races or like the classes. You know how you can like pick your class archetype? You click drow and you click which drow you want. And it just determines where you come from. Something like that would be very, very cool. I would love to see that. Especially for role-playing purposes. They also said at the end of the year, we will be getting another hardcore-like event. When asked directly about adding a hardcore server, they said the issue is more of a technical problem than anything else. The main issue with the hardcore servers and doing it again is that they just literally don't have the servers, which is to say that it's a hardware issue. So unlike before where they could just like spin up a different server, they don't have a 64-bit hardcore server, so they would have to build one, which is why they haven't done that yet. And so they want to try more events to see if they can make hardcore feel good on the regular servers, so they don't have to be spinning up a regular hardcore server, which if they can improve it, sure. Right now, I don't think that the hardcore-like events are a good substitute for hardcore, if that's what they would like. If they want to shift away from hardcore-style events and make other events, I can get behind that. But if their goal is to try to preserve the feeling of hardcore, this most recent hardcore event did not have the feeling of hardcore. And so, for like many, many reasons. And so I think that that is something they'll need to address and try to sort out. But the new Hardcore Light event that is coming at the end of the year is going to be featuring us working with the Lantern crowd with the lanterns, trying to box in Strahd. That's right, Strahd is attempting to break out of his domain of dread into the world of Eberron, and so we will have to be using the lanterns or whatever they do, the Guardians of the Lantern or whatever, so probably just new lanterns to keep Strahd at bay. This makes me think we might get Strahd 2 as a raid, so another Strahd raid, as like we got with Den of Vipers, how Den of Vipers is a raid tied into the first event. So that would be kind of cool. So we will see. But damage to okay per cash. Circle is moved to save 0 effects less common. Yeah, we'll see. I'm trying to think. Yeah, like I said, one of the things I would love to see them do is if you play on hardcore, I would love to see them make an adjustment or a change. So something like on your player icon here, it would have like a skull, so people would know that you're playing hardcore. It would be easily identifiable, and maybe make it so if you're hardcore, you can only play with hardcore players. Like you can't play with non-hardcore players. I think that would be a good solution to solve some of those problems. Some people might not like it and might find it frustrating, but like it's just the fact that somebody can join a hardcore group or like be hardcore, and then you just join groups and get carried through the entire game really takes the bite out of hardcore. So yeah. No, personally not a big fan of that. And the fact that you get access to all your resources and everything else, even the idea of like, well, you have to use new items. Not really. You can just go run some quests, get a full set of like items like this, Canis craft them, and you're all set. Sure, it takes some work, but like it's maybe like an hour and a half of work to get full gear sets versus like playing and having any amount of risk. So yeah, I don't know. When you try to please everyone, you please no one. Exactly that. Like, just make it so that the hardcore people have a good time. Yes, I agree. One of the coolest parts about hardcore was playing on the same server as a bunch of other people. So yeah. Anyway, end of the day, we can argue all we want. They will accept your feedback. So if you have feedback about it, please post it on the forums. But yeah, overall, that is a thing. Oh yes, and fraction contributing to the auction house, so you can't buy certain things. Well, not only just a fraction contributing to the auction house, also the fact that like the if you were playing on the hardcore event on the regular servers, you would run into the major problems where it was stuff like Cormier never finished the event. Like, whoops. Sorry, Cormier. Not enough people did the actual like stuff to help hear some, so it just never happened. There's no buff when you logged in? Yeah. There we go. All right, I have to bank some things. We'll be doing this later. I want to do it now. Where'd the... Oh, did the coins go in here? Okay. I have some... We're going to be doing some gold coin giveaways, some coin giveaways and some other stuff, so... But I'm going to save that for another time, because I don't have a lot of time here. Stay Here Some was free. He made it on the last day. I wonder if that was like done intentionally. People do most suggestions in the forums, but it's never seen. It does get seen. It does get seen. It's the sort of thing. Another thing we did learn, which I thought was interesting, is that the where is this? Here. A lot of the oh god, so many festive augments. Something we did learn directly is that there are new systems people at DDO. So they're being trained and working on stuff. So for those that aren't aware, it's basically been like, for the most part, Torque and Steelstar doing like all the system stuff for like the past year or so. So having a couple extra hands, even if they're, you know, still learning and getting there, that will be very good, I think, for the overall morale of the team and just be good generally. So I'm excited about that. That will hopefully be helpful. Can druids wear tower shields? Yes, you can take proficiency and find a tower shield, as Matus said. Most tower shields are made of metal, so it's not a good option. In fact, almost every tower shield in the game is made of metal. But you can. You can't anymore. They fixed it. You solve the problem of separating players that would require new hardware. Yeah. Right, I gotta use the washroom because I've been sitting here for almost 4 hours and we watched that thing. Really interesting stuff. Well, really interesting is probably too much to say. Interesting stuff. We'll have to see how some of the things shake out. Overall, I'm very excited about the anniversary. The fact that we get multiple tokens means that you'll be able to get a lot of quivers of alacrity. So all your characters can have a quiver of alacrity. And if you're like, but Strim, I want a quiver of alacrity on my character and I want another item. I will test it, but you should be able to get more than one. So I will, there's a tech in the game to move quivers of alacrity. If it still works, I will show you guys how to do that. But until then, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Because I'm gonna use it to get my own quivers of alacrity, because that's convenient. And next time back to the catcher stuff. If not, next hardcore event. Yeah. But the casters, dude. Well, you gotta play the Arcane Trickster. It's so good. Well, actually, you don't have to play it, but I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play the heck out of it. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. I've returned. Sorry for the slightly longer break. Ugh. Still dealing with the ramifications of my medication that I don't need to go into. Tree and R10. That would be awesome if that was like Reaper 11. If Reaper 11 was just like, you don't get access to your Reaper tree. It probably wouldn't be hard enough, but yeah, probably like something like that. Any tips not to burning out in game? Yeah, what I do to make sure I don't burn out while I play Dungeons and Dragons online is that every single time I play it, I always just do something different. So I play characters and ideas I think are fun, and I try not to run the same quest paths when I play through the game, because I find if I do that, I just go a little crazy. So I never do like the same character twice in a row. So for example, like if I have to do past lives or something, let's say I want to do wizard past life, I just don't do 2 of the same wizard builds back to back. It's very, very rare that I would ever do that. So yeah. Burn out before getting to 20? That's a tougher one. Like, I'm an MMO veteran, so for me, I don't really burn out that quickly on games. Yeah, it's going to depend. All right, I'm going to be buying a hireling here. I'm going to show you guys how to solo the Crucible. You find any noticeable bugs in Arcane Trickster? Yes, millions. Gazillions. I found many, many, many bugs in Arcane Trickster. But we found them on camera with one of the devs watching, so they're hopefully able to fix it. A lot of the bugs were just a lot of spells that didn't qualify as spells. So yeah. Yeah, if you're burning out before level 20, it's also a good time to like take breaks as well. Like, not everybody is well suited for kind of just doing the same thing and slamming your way through it the entire time. It can be very healthy to take regular breaks, so that way you're doing different types of behaviors or different types of activities, which I do recommend. Because Dungeons & Dragons Online is a free-to-play game, but there's a lot of other fun free-to-play games you might be able to occupy your time with. Also, playing solo burns me out faster. I like joining groups. I just like joining groups because I just like playing around with other people. I think it's fun to just run around and do quests with others. The solo guided thing that I'm doing here, I'm doing it as more of a, like, because I said I would and because people like to watch it on YouTube, and not because it's something that I personally enjoy doing. It's one of the reasons why I don't do this very often, is because of how much I dislike doing it.
One down with his own deceit. He created this stage.
Yep, same. That's pretty much what happened with me, is that Mr. Nor came out, and I was like, you know what, I don't need this right now.
And used our long-standing conflict to fuel yet another attempt at domination.
Yeah, the chain lighting solution seems cool. Okay. Now we have Garrett the Sainted.
Once and for all.
Garrett has 1,300 health. Oh my lord, this guy's got a lot of hit points. Alright, so you can break all the breakables in here if you want. There's not that many. Breaking all of them does give you a good amount of extra XP, so I would recommend doing it if you have, like, the time. Yeah, if you're not too busy. The total since my MG released? Yeah. Mr. Nor is not my favorite expansion at all. I really, actually, I would go much further to say I dislike Mr. Nor. I like a lot of the quests, but I find the adventure zone really kills it for me. The raid is sick. I love Threats Old and New, though. Really good raid. Really fun. Really appreciate it. Anytime big. I'm glad I can specifically do it just for you and nobody else. Well, that's always what happens too, is you see, if, like, I will admit, I have that happen. So like I mentioned this before, I enjoy watching this YouTube content creator, Zarfin the Loot Goblin, who makes Diablo 2 videos. And every time he comes up with a new video, like once a month, I watch it and then I go, oh man, you know what'd be fun? Playing Diablo 2. Every time. Literally every time. I'm like, oh man, that'd be a good idea.
An empty arena awaits. The fight has not yet begun.
Do the dead shall rise and put me in a foul mood, and I wish that person all the best in life, but they are unwell. I do like running and the dead shall rise. You're telling me you don't like climbing the Spire of Validus? What a good quest. Also, my dog is purple now. It's kind of fun. The Pyre quest? Oh, that's From Beyond the Grave, right? Yeah. From Beyond the Grave is a good one. I actually don't mind it. The trick to that is that there's the funeral pyres. If you never touch the boxes, so there's like the sandbox with the funeral pyre, if you just stand outside it and never step inside the box, the monsters don't spawn. It's actually extremely fast if you do that. If you don't do that, it's like really tedious because monsters are constantly spawning on you and it's really frustrating. All right, so I'm going to put both of my guys on passive so we can get through this, and I will show you how to do this solo. If this could get patched in the future, but I will show you how to do this solo. Watch videos in the game you want to play. Yeah, I actually use that as a way to prevent myself from watching videos. Or like playing video games. Is sometimes I'll be like, you know, it'd be fun to replay that game. You know what I do instead? I watch a speedrun. Watching a speedrun lets me experience the whole game again, basically. And then by watching the speedrun, I go, okay, good. I got everything I needed. Like I was like, you know, it'd be fun playing Dark Souls 2. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna watch a Dark Souls all bosses run. And then I didn't have the desire to play Dark Souls 2 anymore. It was just gone. It was good. Plus I could throw it up on the second monitor. Oh. I'm trying to do my best. Don't lecture me about the fact that I'm playing DDO. Trying to do my best of not replaying video games. I'm just trying to have new video game experiences when possible. Because there's just so many new games that I have to play. Like, I don't need to like replay video games. Okay, so next up, we have my hirelings are going to go here. I'm going to get them to stick here. Alright, so having two minions makes this much easier for getting around. So I want to click the eye. So I grab one of the crests. I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to tell my dog to use the valve. Okay? So I'm going to come in, kill everything, yada yada yada, everything dies. I'm going to click on the bat crest. And then I'm going to tell the dog to use. He will use the item he just used. Dog? Oh, he's stuck. He went into this. Oh, he got himself stuck. He went into the room where I was and then got himself stuck behind the wall. So now he can't leave where he is. He's locked in place. Well, that's interesting. And I don't think I can backspace it. Well, we have to... Now we gamble. And we have to hope that my other hireling will use the valve. Oh, no. Oh, he's being meleeed by something. Alright. Just use the valve. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I did not expect my dog to physically get itself locked behind a wall and be incapable of moving. So that's fun. Alright, so I have to reset this and try again. I've never had that happen. Literally never. So I didn't even know that was possible. And I don't think Garrett the Sainted can come to me, which means I have to wait 5 minutes for the reset. Whatever, we're just going to do this with just the dog. I don't know how that happened. I actually don't even know if it's physically, like, what happened there was physically possible. So yeah, so we're going to try this again. Yeah, never had that happen. So that's some wild stuff right there. Alright, I'm not going to break the breakables this time. Weird.
You are greeted by growls, insults, and
I don't even know how it's possible my dog got itself locked behind the door that it had to close. I don't even know. Anyway, we're gonna try that again. I'm going to go a different route or a different method to make it easier. Anyways. There's always a null perch in the maze who snipes my hireling. Yeah, that's pretty annoying as well. You can kill them up top if you want, if you just want to get rid of them, which I might do. I just never solo it. Yeah, but I agree. Also, don't solo this quest. Just do it in a group. In a group, it's super easy, but yeah. All right, let's try again. All right. Yeah, not breaking all the breakables. I just don't care this time.
The sign reads,
I'm going to do something that I didn't do before, which is I'm just going to go around and clear off all of the garbage. So that way my dog doesn't get like randomly attacked by stuff. Because like there's just random pathers that will get you through the wall. And I'd rather just take care of them before so I don't have to deal with it. There's this guy and there's this guy. There is something I actually didn't do, which is I didn't flicker them to stop moving. So I'll have to do that as well. So I will be taking care of that. Get this guy here. Yeah, I believe that's good. And just making sure there are gnolls that will come down to attack. But I believe they spawn later. So I will just shoot them so I don't have to deal with this. All right, so I'm going to pull this just like last time. I'm going to come in here and grab the first crest. So kill this guy, everything else is good. There are now no monsters alive that can cause me problems. The dog, what happened is he pulled the lever and then ran in here, and then before the door closed, he got in and then got himself locked in here. Again, do not know how that happened. So now we're going to tell the dog to pause. And now, after I tell him to do something, I'm going to tell him specifically to stop moving. So that way he won't run the wrong direction. How did this guy spawn in here? Where'd you come from? Where'd you come from, buddy? Alright, is there any others that I'm missing? There is another guy that spawns up top. I just don't know when it spawns. And I don't want to shoot my dog, because my dog sucks. Okay. So, I'm going to say use. And then I click it, so I tell it to stop moving, so now it's not going to move. And then we're going to tell the dog to use again. There we go. And now it used the actual thing. It's also being shot. This guy spawned up here. Can you not do that? Can you stop attacking my dog? Thank you. Perfect. So now we have the 2 of the crests. So we're halfway there. We're almost done. Then this bat socket, if you use the backspace key or the Q key to select a thing, you can use the bat socket through the wall, which makes that easy, which means you don't have to go the entire way around. And I don't have the snakes, so the snake crests, so we're going to go around this side. We're going to be doing the same trick with the dog, but on the other side. So get it to use, then flicker it. So turn it, because if you tell it to use something, it'll immediately try to run to your position. So you tell it to use, and then once you notice the door starts moving, you go stop and start on the movement. Okay. Also going to break this barrel so the dog doesn't feel a desire to use this item. Now, for the record, I'm going to pull this real quick to see if anything spawns up here. Just to make sure. I actually can't remember if there's a monster that spawns here and shoots it. Does not look like it. We're good. Okay, cool. So we're going to go here. Tell him to use this thing. And once it starts moving, flicker. So I clicked it twice, so he stopped moving. If you run into the corner here, you don't have to worry about... you don't have to worry about anything else. You just kind of squeak through the door. Grab the crest of the snake. And then same thing. Tell him to use. He will use the last object he used, which was the valve, and we're all set. And that's it. We're done with the maze. Again, I have to go around. Squeaking through that door saves you some time, which is convenient. But other than that, it's not super necessary. You can just get your guy to use more things. The only thing you need is when you're coming through on this section, make sure that the eye door here is closed. So I'm going to open this. like so. And then you want to go north from the center, and that's it, and you're done. So I can place this in here, which will, there's a bunch of guys here, just kill them. Doors open. You can disable the 2 traps here so you don't get murdered by the danger traps here. These will kill you if you're on hardcore. And then you pick up the Horn of Cunning, which of course drops out the floor still, but it's okay, I don't care about that. Now I don't need the dog for anything, and I can just easily solo the rest of this with the rest of my kit. That's the only dangerous part, or not even dangerous, but the only tedious part, I would say. Killing some of the gnolls up top does cause the gnolls to change their spawns later on, but that's okay, I don't care about that.
The gilded dragon head next to the door has a
Heroically crucible iconic characters. Oh, there you go. Now we're set. I do find turning off auto target helps. You can kill mobs to pick up the crest, and the valve will still be your focus orb. Yep, I don't have auto target turned off, but for some reason it turned on. At least I don't think I do. But I'll double check. Targ. Auto target is off. Auto target monsters is off. Yeah, so I don't have auto target turned on, and it still did that to me. So I find that the auto targeting is not always consistent in DDO. Anyways, like I said, not too terribly dangerous for the most part.
Chamber of agility.
So in this section, you can just jump on this barrel here to get some extra height, which can save you some time. Just eat the traps. Also, I can just use a shield to run through these, so even if I fail my saves, I'm not going to die. Because I'm going to take way less damage, which is one of the reasons why we still have the shield. The shield is just good, so I'm never going to get rid of it. Tumble. So I get to make my reflex saves. And taking only 60 damage from the trap is like a huge increase in my defense. I technically could just play the whole time with the shield, but the rune arm gives me a lot of extra damage, so I'd rather just use the rune arm. Also, breaking boxes in here is where you get the rest of the boxes broken, so you get the XP. Now, if you have enough skills, you can talk to this guy and use diplomacy, but I don't have that. I didn't talk to any of the guys at the beginning either, so unfortunately for me, there would be a lot of floor breaking here. Now, one of the things you can do... one of the things you can do, if you want, is kill these guys. But the monsters are where the floor isn't breaking. So instead of killing these guys, I'm going to just jump across from guy to guy. And now I don't have to worry about figuring out where the broken floor is, because I'm just going to go from monster to monster. And there we go. I don't have to worry about the broken floor. Some people will just stand there and spam and kill every single monster as they go across. But in doing so, you will sometimes, find yourself in that horrid situation where you don't know where the broken floor is. This completely eliminates that problem. If you didn't know, you could do that. Can you second one fighter with a shield? No, you can't. Healing. Here we go. There we go. Sweet. Now I'm going to put the shield back on. This, you need high wisdom to be able to tell the answer. I'm just going to roll a 1 in 6 every time. I put the shield so I can't die, and I'm going to tumble away. As long as I'm at full, I won't die. Look at the HP bonus. The HP bonus is for taking the feats, not for using the combat style. So all you need to do is have the feats.
The test of instinct has reset.
Like I said, because I have the shield, even if I get hit by multiple traps and fail all of them, I won't die. Which is sick!
The test of instinct has reset.
There we go. Anyway, everything dies. Another situation where the crossbow is going to reign supreme here, unfortunately, as much as I don't want to play crossbow, the convenience level of being able to just sit here and shoot all these stupid-ass ranged guys is too high. So we're just going to shoot down all these ranged spellcasters that are really annoying. My damage sucks, by the way. It's only when the mantle procs that I actually do, like, a reasonable amount of damage. The mantle comes through, and then all of a sudden, boom, it explodes. Yeah, the spellcasters cast Sleet Storm, which just is slippy, so it makes I don't have a way to prevent the slippery floor. So we're just going to shoot these guys, and then that way I don't have to deal with slippery floor. Again, this one, if you're soloing it, can take a lot longer. It's also not too bad. I can just, like, kill all the elementalists, and then I don't have to worry about it. The Soul Howlers are also annoying because they can cast Comet Fall, and Comet Fall means you immediately get knocked down, which is a frustrating experience. Come on, crossbow. Yes, Runorm. There you go. No problem. That's how you get through that hallway. I didn't hear any news from Fridays at 4 that wasn't already in the producer letter. Did I miss anything? Yes, the two things that you missed were we are getting a Caneth crafting update to update the levels. B1, R4, G5. This, oh my god. This right here is the solution of the puzzle starting from the left. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is how you count it out and you tell your party. So blue 1, red 4, green 5. And that's how many turns you have on the wheel. So this is red. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And you only have 60 seconds to do all of this. That's why I didn't like belabor the point, but it's not too hard to understand once you see it. 1. Now, if I fall in one of these sections that I can't actually escape from because I didn't do it the maze properly, I would be stuck. So there's that. That's a thing to always keep in mind. All right, and we're good. But yeah, so Caneth crafting update is coming. The caster balance pass is coming as well. They don't have an exact timeline for individual parts. They're also going to do it in parts. So we're going to be getting updates and changes to casting and DDO over the course of this year and possibly next year. But it's just not a, like, it's definitely coming in the next patch or what have you. Open this door for yourself, because if you don't, you have to go all the way around. That sucks. And then do the swim. Some people get scared of the swim. You know what my solution is? Temp HP and a shield. Go left, then go middle, hug right, then middle, then slight right, then far left, then far right, then left, then middle, then far left, then up, then down, and then straight up. Easy game. And then this one is down, then left, middle, then up. And then you just swim against the current here. Second raid beyond the new expansion one? No, there's been no talk about a second raid. Stand up for 30 minutes? You got it. Free me. Again, the shield is just useful for all those really trap-heavy sections of quests, where I probably will make my save, but in the event that I don't, I just don't take a chance. We grab the Horn of Endurance, and we get the heck out of here. Now, this is the most dangerous section coming up here, so similar situation. We're going to throw on the shield, and then I'm probably going to eat multiple trap hits, so I'm going to put on the temp HP again, and then swim my way through here. One hit, go middle, then go up a bit, and then go straight forward. And honestly, I thought it would take more damage, but I didn't. Nice. Yeah, it's important. You gotta get the blood moving. I agree. But no new raids outside of what we already know about. So the only thing that I can think of is that for the Lantern event that took place on Cormier, at the end of that, we got the Hydra raid. Whatever it's called? Raid Hydra thing. Hydra raid. Anyway, we got the Hydra raid. And so since we got that, yeah, Den of Vipers. Since the next event that's going to be similar is going to be a Strahd-based event, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a second Strahd raid. Just because of that, in particular. Because the next event is going to be based around Strahd. But that wouldn't be coming next year. That would be coming in the year after. Because the event is going to start in, like, December, so then it would be, like, April, May before we get it, of 2027, before we would get anything. Anyway, and then here's the actual hardest part. Having 3 red names on me is going to be, or 4 red names at the same time is going to be a little annoying, but it's fine. I don't know if it's worth it to call him Dorg. So the tokens for the anniversary event, which is basically how you get the free raid loot, the tokens are going to be 1 per character. So every character on your account will get 1 token. So you'll be able to get multiple items. Did they say what the iconic Duergar will be? They did not. But they did say we are getting a heroic and an iconic Duergar, which they didn't say before, but we kind of implied. Or like assumed that's what they were talking about, and that is in fact what happened. Cast Greater Heroism again, because it's almost out. I'm gonna cast True Seeing again, because it's almost out. while ago they were updating classic raids to legendary, but there's some sort of stopped. I think updating classic would be less work. Apparently it's the same amount of work, effectively, because you have to redo everything for the higher levels. That's what they've said, which, again, I don't really understand DDO's tools, because I'm not a designer, I don't work there, but if that's what they say, it is what it is. That being said, there is also the... there we go, I need this. Not just like updating it takes a lot of extra work. It's also, at least in some level, from my understanding, like you want to be able to make like new stuff versus like just revamping and updating old stuff. So like, for example, for some of you might not be aware of this, but a lot of people want the Tower of Despair raid to be updated to modern standards, and that might happen at some point. I personally have no affinity for it. I don't care. If SSG never updates Tower of Despair, I don't really have any complaints about that. Some people call it like the best raid we've ever gotten. I actually disagree with that one quite heavily. I think that like Shroud blows it out of the water, both Shrouds. The Strahd raid, as an example, Curse of Strahd is like an excellent raid. So like for me, it's definitely not, I wouldn't even put it in my top 5. And so I'm not too excited about the idea of getting a new Tower of Despair. One of the cool things that I liked about Tower of Despair is that there are multiple bosses, and each boss in the raid has their own drop table, like a classic raid from a regular MMO, and that is pretty cool. The downside is that it means if you want specific loot, it's even more difficult to get from the actual raid, which I don't love. If they decided to take Tower of Despair and split it up into multiple raids, so imagine each fight in Tower of Despair was its own separate raid with unique mechanics, and it was like a staged raid with like 4 different things, and each one had their own loot about it. I think that would be very interesting, because then they could make each raid much more complicated and much more interesting. Because one of the problems right now is if they were to update Tower of Despair, again, for those that don't know, it's a multi-phase thing, so there's like different floors you go through as you're climbing the tower, which is cool, but if the raid ends up taking like an hour or more every time you do it because of the multiple different steps within the raid, if you wipe on like the 3rd section, that's going to be really a big piss off if you're trying to do the final boss, or if you wipe on the final boss, you have to do the whole thing again. Oh, oops, my sound is gone. Oh. Okay, my sound is back. So yeah. Did Twitch eat your sub? Maybe. When I stood up, my desk, my sound got disconnected from my desk here. Now it's all fuzzy. It's not ideal. Also, Fairy, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Now it's time for Madstone Crater, a quest that's really fast if you have a group and really slow if you don't. Sort of fits with Duergar and the other themes of this year's content. I don't think it really fits with Duergar. I mean, there's no Duergar in Tower of Despair, so I'm not sure how that would fit, but I'm curious as to hear why you think so.
The crater here will drive you
I am very curious about that one.
only death.
Unless I missed that part and I missed all the Duergar that are there. The issue with even with something where it's like, oh, but you know, it's like the demon lords and it's all about like demons and stuff. The problem is it's also not demons. The Tower of Despair is distinctly about devils, which is not the same thing. They're quite different in the storytelling of the game. And then you also have the secondary problem of not only are the demons and the devils different, but if they did want to take a demon route and they wanted to focus more on Eberron, we actually have an area in the game called the Demon Wastes, which would kind of tie into it a little bit more. So yeah. That being said, I mentioned this before, I'm just not personally a big fan of Tower of Despair, so if people want to like, I'm a big fan of like, you gotta advocate for yourself. So if that's something that you really, really want, you're like, yeah, I want Tower of Despair, I want to see Tower of Despair in the game as like an updated thing, then keep posting on the forums, keep talking about it. SSG is listening. I just don't care. Lacks sense of challenge and achievement. Raids that punish failing late. The downside of this, the upside of completion feeling like an achievement. How would...
In the passage beneath the crater.
Can you elaborate that on a little bit more? Maybe? What you mean by that? How there's like a lack of challenge and achievement? Like what what would you say is the part that's like lacking?
There are no signs of a spell.
Yeah, she does look at the forums. All the devs look at the forums.
Only piles of gargantuan bones.
They just don't always reply to everything. Or directly do what the forums say, because again, you want a development staff or people that are working on your game to like be paying attention to the player base, but you don't want them to be 100% beholden to the player base, because they have to make their own decisions. And they have to be able to do things without direct involvement from the players, because if they can't do things without direct involvement from the players, then what are we doing here? Why am I not getting paid? Yeah, I'm not saying that the idea that DDO doesn't have a sense of achievement is even incorrect. I'm just curious as to what is missing from you or your friend's perspective in terms of the sense of achievement. Because I actually don't disagree. I find that there's no, we have, raids you can do on Reaper mode, but there's no way to like see your completion on it. Like, let's say if there's like a tracker, that'd be like everybody that has completed the raid on like a Reaper mode or something like that, or like the highest difficulty would be kind of interesting. But yeah. You get hard once, they reward doing it often but easy. That is correct, yes. It is actually a problem. Something I think that is a major problem. I've actually said what would be cool would be a revamp to how raid loot is actually delivered. And this is my personal opinion, so again, you can disagree on this. But what I would love to see SSG do would be to change how raid loot is delivered insofar as... this next section is going to be really tough. I have no idea how I'm going to deal with this. Anyway, but I'd like to see SSG change raid loot insofar as making it so that raids give you a 25% chance of getting an item on normal. Right now it's 10%. Hard mode would give you a 50% chance of getting an item. And Elite or Reaper would guarantee you get an item from the raid. So everybody gets an item on Reaper mode or Elite difficulty to actually make it so that hard mode isn't the best way to do raids. Because currently the best way to do raids is just do them on hard. It is the most effective and most efficient way of completing content, which sucks and I don't love it. Being in the swim. Mana, if you do want to see that, you can just go into the VOD, like the archive, and you can like scroll back and check it out. Either here or on YouTube, where I save everything. What is new expansion supposed, where is it supposed to explore? It's in the Underdark, in the Forgotten Realms. The Underdark. Leaderboards request difficulties don't go high enough to even challenge an average endgame build group, much less a few tryhards, even a really OP character. So I actually disagree with that a little bit. There is this prevailing feeling that there are people that are out here soloing R10s all the time like it's easy. I have to stress this. If you watch a YouTube video, you see one person doing it one time, you don't see the 30 to 50 times they reset the quest. Because they got a bad Reaper spawn or something else happened. Some of the best R10 solo people can confirm that it is not login solo R10 because my character is God tier. That is not how it works. It is still a huge accomplishment. Anyone that completes any quest on R10 solo, it's very hard to do. It is a huge challenge. It is a huge undertaking. It is not an easy task. Because you'll also notice people that are soloing R10s are also picking pretty much exclusively short quests as well, because they are very difficult to do. It is not... you don't see a lot of people out here, solo R10ing pretty much any quest in Mr. as an example. Outside of like the... what do you call it? The Ettercap one. You don't see people doing Corman Thor Castle. Spider or purple worm? Spider probably. But yeah. Don't even try R10s? Yes. Most people also don't do R10s because Reaper 10, the reward from going from R10 7 to 10 is not worth the increase in difficulty. Monsters take half as much damage and do more than double damage between R7 and R10. So most people will just do R7s and have an easier experience that way, which is not a bad thing. Like if you are doing not Reaper 10, then it will feel noticeably easier. Reaper 10 is a bit more of a challenge. That being said, you know, coordinated groups can get it done pretty easily. I don't deny that at all.
Has gone undisturbed for a very long time.
Dungeons and Dragons Online. DDO stands for Dungeons and Dragons Online. Depending on part of the world you are, some people may also use DDO to describe Dragon's Dogma Online, the MMO of Dragon's Dogma that shut down several years ago and was not available here. If you're a Dragon's Dogma person. I didn't play Dragon's Dogma 2, but I didn't hear good things about it. Dragon's Dogma Online, though, apparently was a very, very cool game. Do I know the size of the game? Like the file size? No. Probably like 20 gigabytes? Maybe more than that. It's not too big. I'd have to check my installation, which I can do here. Properties. Installed files. 14.8 gigabytes is how big it is. Yeah, and I have the HD textures, so it's 14.8 gigabytes. It's not too big. Yeah, it's not too large. And it's free! It's free MMORPG. In fact, not only is it free, this year is the 20th anniversary of Dungeons & Dragons Online. The 20th anniversary, which is bringing some new stuff coming in a couple of weeks. A new archetype for the rogue called the Arcane Trickster, in which you'll be able to sneak attack enemies with spells. And that feature will be a paid feature. But if you play during the anniversary, which starts in like 3 weeks from now, they're going to be giving it away for free, so you don't have to buy it. So for people that play during the anniversary, you just get it right away, free. For people that don't play during the anniversary, you gotta shell out the cold hard cash. But you know, that's in the nature of things. I don't know if I can do this solo. We're gonna try. Should be okay. I just gotta prevent these guys from getting there. If I can keep them aggroed on me, it should be fine. Okay. We're doing a lot of swapping. I will not be reading chat as much right now because I'm just like kind of focused on making sure I don't screw this up. A lot of those guys are stuck there, which is good. I have to protect this guy and I just have no heals. Those guys are stuck, which is perfect. Nah, he's making it. Okay. Okay. These guys are stuck here, which is good. Once I get past this section, I'll teach you guys how to solo the other one. You're supposed to do this quest in a group. I'm just not doing it because why would I do quests in a group? Hope you died, please. Thank you. He took a little bit of damage, but he's fine. That guy's sneaking his way up there. That guy's snaking his way up. Get out of here. Nope. Bad Minotaur. Alright, we're good. I will read chat in just a minute. I am still focusing here. It's only, you have to protect him for like 2 minutes. And again, usually you have like a team of people covering different sides and you have heals. And if I was smart, I would have brought invisibility scrolls so I could have cast invisibility on the Stormheart Seer. But that started with a sentence, or the sentence started with, if I was smart. So, you know, we're already like really, really tanking it here. We're asking a lot from my poor little brain. So everything's looking good. You're dead. We're good. Oh, so you're wondering why my damage seems so high and I'm just one-shotting stuff? It's because my damage is really front-loaded. Every 5 seconds, I get a huge burst of damage, which in a consistent fight is actually not that big of a deal. But because there's 5 seconds between each monster that I'm attacking, it's not too bad. Almost there. 1 more minute. Looking at Black Desert Online, looking to try to find a new MMO. So Black Desert Online and DDO do have some similarities in terms of like the action combat. This game has a physics engine. So, you can dodge things and move out of the way of things, which is kind of cool. And again, the action element is a big part of how the game plays and performs. So that is a similarity. Outside of that, I don't know if there's anything else that's similar between Black Desert Online and DDO. I couldn't tell you. Oh, right. Everything has see invisibility. I forgot all the giants get see invisibility in epics. All right, we're almost there. Oh, also, the reason why it's not as bad, there are giant skeletons at the bottom. If you don't kill the giant skeletons, they actually, like, gum up the pathways so monsters can't make their way up. And we're good. Good job, buddy. Let's go. Freedom. The brute doesn't spawn in the game with the Fey tag is interesting. But yeah. No, this game is pretty small. I mean, Dungeons & Dragons Online is old, right? That's why it's celebrating its 20th anniversary. We have some new stuff coming this year. So there's a new anniversary event that's coming out as well. So there's going to be basically like a celebration of the whole story of Dungeons & Dragons, which looks kind of cool. So we're going to be able to take a look at that later. Arcane Trickster Archetype is coming out. That's going to be free, which is pretty fun. Yeah. And for those of you who are tuning in and don't know exactly what I'm doing specifically, right now I'm doing basically I'm recording for a solo guided playthrough. Whoa, don't you dare. Don't you dare. It's not something I like to do, but personally I like to play with groups, and grouping is really easy. You can just find groups. There's lots of groups on my level. But some people don't have the ability to play with groups, either because of bad time zone, like maybe they, you know, you're a night shift worker and there aren't as many people online to group with, or maybe you just don't really, you don't want to play with other players, and so you want to learn tips and tricks to get through the game. And so my goal here with the solo guided playthrough is to show how to do every individual quest by yourself, while also showing with no special gear, no special items, no grabbing anything, as if just starting a fresh character, effectively on a fresh account, just still on my account. I'm just not like making a new account because of sheer laziness, but not using any of my account-based resources to show how to get through different adventures. Again, like this quest is meant to be done with a group. The whole point is doing it with a group with the split paths, and there's ways to do it without that, which is cool. You know what was the worst part of going fast? The worst part about going fast. If you go too fast, then you actually travel forward in time because of relativity.
Arrows shower down from the entrance to the crater's northern slope.
No horse breeding, no AFK fishing. Yeah, there are no hobbies in this game. Everything doesn't look wet. Do things look wet in Black Desert? I've never played. I have not played Black Desert Online. The only thing I know about Black Desert Online is I go, Black Desert Online, what's that game about? And a bunch of people pop up in chat and go, that game? Pay to win. And I'm an MMO player, so I don't really need to play other MMOs. So I'm like, okay. Recalling out of what goes up by mistake. Oh, that hurts, man. That hurts. Okay. So, you may be wondering, how do we deal with this giant? There's guys coming up from the bottom and from the top. How do we protect him from all sides? Don't you worry. Shrimp-Toms got you covered. Number one, we're going to take the dog, get my mechanical dog, and we're going to park him here. Monsters will come out of here. They're going to go after Dorg first. So Dorg gets to hang out there, and he's going to be chilling. The next step is to get the aggro of the monsters that are upstairs here. So I'm going to try not to kill them and just grab their aggro. For that purpose, I'm going to be turning off my mantle, actually, so that way I don't actually deal enough damage to kill anything. And my goal is just to make sure that all of the monsters up here want to kill me. Also, Dorg is dying very quickly. Poor Dorg. I'm just going to beat up each of these guys just a little bit to make sure they're aggroed on me. I don't want them to be aggroed on the giant here. I want them to be aggroed on me. That's good. I'm almost there. Just this guy. Okay, I think that's good. Everything is aggroed on me. Beautiful. Now, I'm going to put myself right here. By standing here, all the monsters are aggroed on me. They're attacking through the floor, not attacking my giant friend. The Minotaurs, which have to run up this path down here to get up to me, they also are going to encounter me, except they're just going to die. By doing this, boom, problem solved, soloed. So we're good. Never got the pay to win part. I just leveled to like 50, never reached PvP. Yeah. Did your Lotro Brawler attain relative physics speeds and their consequences? No, unfortunately. They do a lot of light damage, which is weird. I didn't do the math on the light damage. There's like an effect where when you crit or devastating crit, you get to add flat light damage onto all your attacks, and I don't know if it's actually worth it to use. I haven't done the math. And I was going to level up my Brawler and try to use it as a DPS, but I don't know if the Guardian is better. This part is, again, in a... Hey, what the... hold on. Somebody is not listening. Excuse me, video game. Hold on. Hey. Hey. Get at. Whoops. That was an unexpected amount of damage. Okay, well, he's probably gonna take a hit and get stuck. That's not good. Another one's coming. I just don't know when. Because they respawn. This is the main problem. Hold on. I did not expect to just kill that guy. So we're gonna chill here. I'm gonna cast Tactical Detonation on those guys to knock them down. And then this guy shows up. Hey. Perfect. Alright, so he should have aggro on me, hopefully. Yes, good. Everything is back to normal. Perfect. I'm level 26 right now. Yeah, Dungeons & Dragons Online is a game that goes up to level 34 right now. The expansion coming out in the summertime will raise the level cap to 36 with the release of the Beyond the Abyss expansion, in which point we go in deeper into the Underdark to take care of some of the demon lords that are locked there. The main, or one of the main ones being the Demogorgon. Very spooky monster. Ooh, Stranger Things. I mean, it's not related to Stranger Things, because Demogorgon's a D&D monster that exists in the Underdark, but like, you know, Stranger Things.
The magic comes from the spire.
Anyway. Yeah, Dungeons & Dragons Online is cool. It is a very three-dimensional game that has a lot of features. The way I can describe Dungeons & Dragons Online is if you've ever played pen and paper, where you've had the opportunity to like make your character exactly what you want, this is what you can do in Dungeons & Dragons Online. You can multi-class up to 3 different character classes. I'm not for this example build, but you can do up to 3 different character classes. You get to choose your exact statistics, what skills you take, what feats you take, what spells you take. I didn't learn enough spells. Whoopsie doopsie. I'll learn more spells later. Actually, I'm not going to learn more spells later, but if I wanted to learn more spells later, I could. And then on top of that, you like trees for customizing your build? What about... I was going to do the enhancement tree thing, but there's too many dangerous monsters here. I'm also playing on hardcore mode. If I die, I lose my character. I don't lose the character, but I'll be sad because I get kicked off the leaderboard, just to show that this character is consistent. But there's a tree here where you can customize your character. Every class gets 3 different class trees, but if you multi-class, you get access to more class trees. There's also universal trees, which are trees that apply to all character classes that may or may not be beneficial to you. There's also a racial tree, depending on which race you pick. And then also once you get into epics, you get your epic classes, of which you can have 3 at any given moment. Yeah, there's a lot of customization in Dungeons & Dragons Online. I describe this game as having... some people say that, you know, a game will have like a learning curve. I find Dungeons & Dragons Online has more of a learning brick wall. So when you play DDO, it's kind of like a complete vertical wall that you must climb over to begin playing the game and to begin understanding it. Once you make it over that solid vertical wall of learning, eventually you reach the next vertical wall, but you've already climbed the first one, so it's easier to climb the next vertical wall. So games usually have a learning curve. DDO has like a series of moving on vertical walls that become greater and greater over time.
Good. The giant roars.
Why didn't I take Deadly? Because Deadly is not very good for my build. I'm not going to have as much melee power as spell power, so having more imbue dice ends up being better. In the future, Deadly will be better when I have way more melee power, but it's just not better now.
Bring peace.
Can I explain Pee-wee in a similar manner?
I see the terror of our history when I look upon this battlefield. Giants have done great evil. I feel it in my gut.
I'm trying to think of... Wait, how was it described? In there's like the bad guide to Path of Exile.
We are not stopped.
It's like a it's like a meth-fueled, spreadsheet-based gambling addiction. Is Path of Exile. Great video game. Can recommend. But yeah. That's Path of Exile in a nutshell. Dungeons & Dragons Online is a toned-down version. It doesn't have the same difficulty, necessarily. Like, one of the things I like about DDO is I can choose my difficulty, so I can decide what difficulty I want to play on. Because another thing is, you might look at my build that I have going on right here, but it's important to remember two things. Number one, I have 20 years of experience in this video game, so yes, I will find these monsters to be less challenging than some other people, because I, like, know exactly where they spawn and what they're going to do. But also, another big deal is the character customization. I both play pen and paper Dungeons & Dragons, and I have for almost my entire life. But on top of that, I have 20 years of experience in DDO. When a new character concept or something comes out, I intuitively will know what are the good ways to combine things and how you're supposed to put stuff together and how to kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together. When you're brand new and starting out, it will take you a long time to figure out how to actually make a character that functions the way you want. Because Dungeons & Dragons Online is an older video game, it is possible to make a character that sucks. It is not a game that will hold your hand. It does not level for you. So if you make bad choices and your character is bad and sucks, your option is like make a new guy. Also buy the player's handbook. Go buy yourself a 3.5 player's handbook from a thrift shop and learn how to do that. And your channel earlier? Yeah, dude. Yeah, this is the stream you're watching on YouTube, so you're looking at the streams channel. This is just where, because I stream on Twitch, that's just where I back up the live stream, is on the YouTube channel there. My actual main channel, StrimTom, is where I post lots of actually edited content about the game. Class guides, class builds, things about the event. There's like my review of the new anniversary that's coming up. Solo guide to play through, things like that. Actual edited content goes on there. Strim, this tune you're playing is based on your Artificer guide template. It's based on my template. You can find it in chat with !solo arty. And that's the exact character that I'm playing right now. So the only place it's posted is !solo arty. It's also in the video description, so if you see it on YouTube, it is there as well. I only use physical media. That's a sick, sick name. I love it. Big fan. But yeah, also not saying you have to watch on Twitch or anything, just mostly like I am a Twitch streamer. I stream to YouTube as a archiving tool because Twitch doesn't save all of your streams, unfortunately, which is a little annoying. I wish they did, but they have decided not to because I guess Amazon doesn't have an infinite amount of space. But YouTube does. It will save all of my information forever, so I don't have to think about it. Plus, also, it gives people a secondary place to watch, because some people might have Twitch or YouTube blocked at their place of work. And as somebody who does stream during the day, it gives people the option to look at something. And also just preferred platform as well. Oh, geez. That's archers. So I'm slowly stepping back and forth. Again, this is the physics engine in play. Not all of them, but a lot of arrows are just missing me because I'm doing a little bit of a sidestep. Yeah. That paceman, or is that the output from... That's the output from the builder. You think I would format something myself? You think so highly of me, Need More Chai. Back in the day, I used to format all of my forum posts, but ever since I realized, oh, just stick a YouTube video on it. Oh, it solves all my problem. I took the Mathil approach, where Mathil's a Path of Exile content creator, and what he does is he like makes a video about the build and talks about it broadly, and then just posts a link to the specifics of what you need. There's no written version, so fortunately there's transcripts that are auto-generated, so the auto subtitles, which they're not horrible, they're like pretty good. But yeah. Once I get a job, yeah. Yeah, dude, gotta get a job. Gotta find your way back into that wage cage. Interesting playstyle. Yeah, it's pretty cool. One of the reasons why I like Melee Artificer, I want to point out very clearly, this character is a themed character. There's a video game called Mega Man, and I'm a big fan of the Mega Man X series of video games. Because Artificer exists where you get access to rune arms, I can charge and shoot them, and I can even change the type of rune arm I use to shoot different types of blasts with different elements. You know, it's got a very big Mega Man vibe, so I wanted to make a character that felt like Mega Man. However, you can't just use the rune arm, because you're kind of wasting one of the better parts of rune arms, which is that rune arms ignore all your other actions. So while I'm fighting, jumping, doing whatever, I can still fire my rune arm, which is cool. So I justified playing as an Artificer with this character by the fact that in Mega Man X6, Zero is dead, one of the other characters, and so Mega Man carries the sword, Zero's sword, and uses it as a weapon in combat. You can use it through the whole game. So I'm just playing as specifically Mega Man X6 with a sword in one hand and a cannon in the other. So it's specifically a themed character. That is kind of the goal here. Would you be better off if you just used the repeating crossbow build? Yes, it is just better. But I'm making a themed character. And isn't theming important? Also, this quest, another quest you're supposed to do with other people, the Maze of Madness requires you to pull levers to open doors, but with a pet, you can have the pet open the door and then squeak through. So I'm going to get the pet to use the first one. I'll be describing how to do this quest in a little bit more detail as we go through, because this one's tough. I could have that DDO tool. Wait, why would you do it when you get a job? Wouldn't it be better to do it while you're unemployed? Because being unemployed means you have more time? Or are you turning unemployment into like a full-time job to find employment, which is objectively the right way to do that? Power level of over 9,000? I could. I don't have a scouter, so I don't know what it would say about my power level. Alright, this quest has lots of randomized traps. Because I'm an artificer, I can find them, so I'm just going to search for every randomized trap possible. They start spawning here. If you ever see 2 levers, it means there's a trap on one of the levers. More work than being employed. I actually totally agree with that. Yeah, being unemployed sucks. It's very demoralizing. Oh, my dog got the mystic. Get him, buddy. Get him, Dorg. I really love that I named my dog Dorg, because I say it too often. Very happy with that. Alright, so only one lever, no trap. Only one lever, no trap. So again, that's kind of how you tell. Now, there's a couple ways through this section here. If you have a high enough jump score, what you can do is you can actually climb up these edges and climb over the maze. This is how most people will do this quest. They will climb up here, then they will climb up onto this, and then if you have access to jump 36 or higher, you can reach this ledge and climb over the maze. I don't have a jump of 36 or higher, so I'm going to show you how to get through this without doing that trick. However, doing that trick makes this quest dramatically faster, especially because once you're over top of the maze, you can have the team split, which makes it a lot easier. Okay, so one of these is real, and one of these is a trap. Okay, so it's the middle one is the real one. Perfect. I'm going to tell Dorg to stand right here, and he's going to use this lever. So I'm going to let myself out, and then Dorg is going to stay here. I'm going to get him to pull it. So I'm going to get Dorg to pull the lever. And then we're going to give him the flicker. So we're going to flicker this right here so he stays, which is good. And then... Actually, I don't have to do that. I can just teleport him out because I forgot I have a hireling. Instead, I can just get him to stand here. This is what actually opens the next door. You have to get to this gate. Usually you'd have multiple people in stages, but instead I can just pull him to me, so teleport him out of the room, get him to stand at this lever. Then I walk all the way over here, step through this section. This underwater gate is locked, so I pull the lever with Dorg, and boom, problem solved. Usually you would have to communicate with other people to be able to handle that problem. I don't have to deal with that because I'm playing alone. And then it's one of these two is to open this gate right here. This place is a maze. If you've never ran this quest before, you will get lost and get stuck for quite a while. Again, if you're like, how do I remember this stuff so good? Just do it for 20 years. Actually, Giant Hold came out, I think, in 2008? Like 18 years, probably. Now, you can pull all these levers if you want to get access to the shrine to get your mana back. I don't care. There hasn't been a lot of combat, and thanks to Evergreen, I have infinite mana, so I can do as much as I want, which is pretty sweet. Instead, we're just going to work our way through here, and then there's another secret door here with some guys. Kill these. 1 hour of moat farming, only 2.8k to left to go. Are you seriously farming another moat? I thought that was a joke. Oh. It's not a joke. Well, best of luck. You know, My condolences to you and your family. All right. Is it serious business? Yes. I have no idea. All right. So one of these is the real one, and there's 6. So here I actually am going to disable all the traps. Fun fact, with the new Arcane Trickster that's coming out, I have to go up to these trap boxes to actually disable all the traps. The Arcane Trickster, you'll be able to disable things at range, which is really cool because you can summon a mage hand that disables traps. You're helping tomorrow? I can't. Because I have to do something aggressively nerdy. I have to play Magic the Gathering in real life. So unfortunately, I'm busy. That's right.
You have finally found your way.
I know.
Malkian the Mad must be near.
All right, we're almost done with the maze stuff. Again, this quest is so fast if you can jump over the maze or split. But if you can't, you can't. All right, so last one. I tell Dorg to stand right here. I click the lever. I go around the corner. And then we hit the lever. Boom. Dorg is done. Oh, good. And that's it. We're done with the maze. Okay, see you later tonight. Well, maybe. Also, you might be like, isn't that a lot of traps? Yeah. The best part is these trap boxes control these blade traps right here. So if you don't disable them... Ow! Okay, never mind. It was the wrong one. The trap boxes are trapped, basically. They trap the motherfucking traps, dude. Scary-ass minotaurs. Anyway, we're done with the maze. And we're free! No Friday Night Magic? No, not Friday Night Magic. A buddy of mine has been watching some videos from some content creators that he likes, and they have been talking about Magic, and so he's been interested in Magic, so I'm going to teach him how to play. So that's what we're going to be doing. We tried to plan this like a little while ago, but our schedules ended up changing, so unfortunately we did not have the ability to kind of actually get ourselves together at the time. I wish you the best of luck, though, with your farming. All right, bet you're down. So we're almost done with Giant Hold. There are only 4 more quests. However, again, with these 4 more quests, if you have a group, they are so much faster. But I don't have a group. Kind of tempted to get back into Magic, but I'm poor. Well, that's just it. That's the reason why I'm not like into Magic. I'm like, there's a game shop that's not really close to where I live, but they just have like big boxes of common cards, which is sick. So if I want, I can just go buy big boxes of cards for like 30 bucks. I just have a bunch of garbage that nobody wants. As long as it's not literally all lands, I'll be fine. As long as it's not entirely lands in the boxes, I'd be tempted to buy like a big, like the big box of that. Yes, also print proxying your cards is how people will do it. Where you buy a big box of those cards, even if they're lands, then you print out the card and then you use tape over the edge of it. It's just all lands. Just sit down with a deck, sit at the table, 60 card deck, only planes. That'd be sick. 1998 Magic World Tour. I don't know about that. Well, the rules they have each block. I don't know if it's too bad. I think the bigger one is as long as you have your phone present so you can look up what keywords mean, it's not horrible. Polaro Fridays at 4? Yes. It was an hour-long discussion, but I will try to distill it down to just the new things. They know casters need work. Caster Pass is going to come in stages. The first thing they want to address is DCs, so making DCs fit or hit more often at endgame. Caneth crafting updates are coming to match with the fact that our level cap is going up, so the Caneth crafting will be able to be crafted up to a higher level. 64-bit server transfers are coming. They have just ran into a snag with how they had to get some transfers. They had to hack their way through it, and so it will not happen during the anniversary, but it will likely happen after the anniversary, hopefully before the start of the year. Probably some other big stuff that people can remind me of. Question, is this the new patch for Classic? New patch for classic. Like classic WoW? No, this is not. Oh yeah, I think the game YouTube automatically says that my stream is on World of Warcraft. And I can't change the stream. Like I can't choose the game, it just auto does it for you, which is really funny. So on YouTube, it probably has me streaming under the category of WoW. And it won't let me change it. Because if I can physically change it, but if I stream for too long, it goes, oh, you're playing WoW now. And it flips me onto WoW. No, you're good. Don't worry about it. It's a funny quirk of the YouTube sorting system. This is Dungeons and Dragons Online. It's a free-to-play MMORPG that's celebrating its 20-year anniversary coming up soon. Literally later this month. So in the wake of video games shutting down, games like Ashes of Creation never actually coming out, New World disappearing, and other games falling to the wayside, Dungeons & Dragons Online stands tall as a bastion of what can happen if you have a video game that's really fun, really interesting, but too complicated to go mainstream, so it never ever does. Puzzle solving. Up, up, down, down. Up, up, down, down. Don't forget. A lot of people thought, like, this will be the day Dungeons & Dragons Online will make it mainstream. I mean, it's literally called Dungeons & Dragons Online. How much better publicity can you get? Fun fact, that some of you guys might not know this, but apparently one of the ways in which they actually get a fair number of players is people typing in Dungeons & Dragons Online into Google, thinking, oh man, you know, I want to play Dungeons & Dragons. Maybe I can play online. So they try to look it up on Google to find a way to play, you know, Dungeons & Dragons online, and get linked to this video game, which is, it is Dungeons & Dragons. Comparing this to Neverwinter, Neverwinter is basically like a World of Warcraft light with the Dungeons & Dragons IP, whereas Dungeons & Dragons Online literally uses pen and paper 3.5 rules. I have to roll to attack, and I add my attack roll to monsters. If I hit, I have to confirm my critical hits. Everything calculates the way it does. So if you're like, oh, I played Dungeons & Dragons Dungeons & Dragons pen and paper between the years of 2001 and 2007, well, you've already got a leg up. You know how most of the rules work. Oh god. If you want to get and even into it, look into Rifts. You mean like the tabletop game? I've heard of Rifts. I've never played them myself. One shot, yes, to DMs. This is perfect. So the cool thing about Dungeons & Dragons Online is that you are encouraged to play with a group of people, and you can even treat it like a D&D group if you want. The game, you'll see this yellow text. That's a narrator. This game is not World of Warcraft. There is no overworld, right, where you like go and you go into a town, you get a bunch of quests, you go and do a thing, and you come back and you go and then you hand them in, they give you quests to go somewhere else. This game does not have that. Instead, every single area in Dungeons & Dragons Online is instanced. So it's all a instance dungeon. So if you're used to WoW, every single piece of content is a dungeon, and they're all fully narrated. So they give you information about what's happening. They might give you context or hints. This game is very three-dimensional and has a lot of cool stuff in it. But as I said, the one downside to Dungeons & Dragons Online, and why it will never become super famous, is that it is really, really complicated. This game is really complicated because it's based off of pen and paper. So you gotta like have dice rolls and have things work. So I fortunately have a series called Beginner Basics where I try to break down all the character classes. But I had a situation where I made a video called Beginner Basics Wizard, which explained how to play the wizard class. One of the things you have to know about wizard is that their key stat is intelligence. So if you want to play a wizard, intelligence needs to be your most important stat. Very important. I had somebody who left a comment on my video, and they informed me, they were like, oh hey, love your video, really cool, having fun with wizard, but I have a bit of a problem. As I'm playing, they say, the game is telling me intelligence too low whenever I try to cast a spell, and I don't know what that means, so I can't cast anything. So like, what's going on? Can you help me? Now, something you have to understand is what I said is extremely funny. That somebody said they watched the video where I say it many times you need intelligence, and then can't understand that intelligence too low means that they can't cast spells, which is funny on so many levels. But it's also just another point of Dungeons & Dragons Online is complicated. The game will give you a lot of rules, just like pen and paper, but unlike pen and paper, which has like a really robust rulebook that you're kind of expected to have read at least a good chunk of it, there is no such thing for this game other than the actual 3.5 rulebook, which again, you might not be able to buy at the store depending on the year or what year it is. So that's it.
The orbs go dark in their sockets.
The rules are hot garbage. I've never played. Is it more dungeons focused? Is there PvP? There is technically PvP. You thought it was the player intelligence? I don't know what they thought it was, but I thought it was a very, very funny sentence that made me giggle. Anyway, I did help them and let them know that yes, the problem is you need to have more intelligence on your character sheet to be able to cast the spells. Which, for the record, is an 11. So I think they just like didn't put any points into intelligence when they made their character and didn't realize that would be important. Because they're like, yeah, I want to play Muscle Wizard or something. Again, this is me, like, interpreting. So yes, so PvP. You are technically allowed to do player versus player, which is that there are taverns you can go into to do some PvP, where you can do what's called tavern brawling, where you can show up and just fight anybody who's also there inside the tavern. And there actually are PvP arenas in which you can do games like Capture the Flag, Team Deathmatch, things like that. That system was added into the game in like 2008, I think, and since that time has never been touched. So the game at a high level, any DPS can instantly kill anybody else at any time. A high level tank will have 10,000 health and they can take 100,000 damage from a caster. So because the game is not PvP balanced, there is no PvP like activities, there's no PvP tournament, there's no PvP anything. People do not engage in it. So if you want to play PvP, Dungeons & Dragons Online is not the game for you. Oh god, the strength damage. Yeah, if you're looking for a PvP focused experience, you want to play a PvP game, I cannot recommend Dungeons & Dragons Online at all. Do not play it for PvP. There's a lot of other PvP MMOs out there. World of Warcraft has the arena system. Guild Wars 2 has World v World. Elder Scrolls Online has a similar World v World system in terms of Cyrodiil. There's other good PvP MMORPGs. DO is not one of those games.
The shadows recede as the endless night is banished.
Yeah, there's lots of good PvP MMOs. It is not this one. Yeah, DDO has Greater Ruin, which, you know, kind of erases all possibility of there being any amount of PvP. Untyped, which means it can't be resisted or avoided, that has no projectile, it just automatically hits you for 10,000 or 10,000 damage, or 1,000 damage flat, sorry, not including crits. And you can't lower the damage at all. Greater Ruin. People have been asking, how come the developers won't take the time to fix it or make the PvP good? And the answer is lack of will. As in, like, there's not enough will from the actual player base. So what I mean by that is if the players do what they did for, like, Path of Exile and Diablo 2, where they made their own, like, PvP rules, I think the developers would be more interested in, like, increasing or, like, supporting PvP. But that's just something that doesn't exist. Why did I come into this room? Okay, she's not that dangerous, right? Okay, she hits me 6 times, but it's probably fine. Oh, okay, Princess Aurelia, please. Oh my god, that's so much damage. Okay, it's good. It doesn't look that scary, I promise you it is scary. Okay, she's dead. Holy moly. If I was not specifically tumbling when I did, I would have been very dead.
The orbs in the receptors are now lifeless and dark.
Woo! Alright. Want to do a dungeons and raids, look more puzzle filled than what I'm used to? Oh yeah, there's puzzles all over this game. This is like a dungeon experience. Not every quest has dungeons. Or sorry, puzzles, but a lot of them do. There is an expectation that you'll be able to solve some puzzles. No puzzles in here will be hard, so hard, except for like maybe 1 or 2 in the like several hundred quests in here, will be so hard that you can't, like, a 3rd grader can solve all the puzzles in this game. Like, a common puzzle you'll see is like a tile puzzle where you'll have like a bunch of tiles with lines on them and you just have to twist the tiles to make like a light go somewhere. Like a third grader can do that. It might take you a couple seconds to figure it out. You're not going to get it right away. But like, you know, you'll get there. There are a couple logic puzzles, but fortunately if you don't want to do them, there are websites and tools that people have to solve that problem for you. Would be must-haves, same as D2R? Exactly, yeah. Sane Asylum is not a standard light puzzle. There's a quest called Sane Asylum, and it has, as I described, like a light puzzle where you have to follow a thing around, but it's on, you're inside a cube, so it's on all sides of you, and controlling one side of the cube controls the other side of the cube. That one does throw people for a loop. It can take people hours to get through that one. There is a solution on the wiki, so it is not like impossible to deal with, but it is a thing that you have to do. I am helpless because I got stunned. I feel like I should be immune to power word stun, but whatever. Even the Order of Delon BA. I just want to kill the Coreforge minion here. I don't want to deal with all this garbage. So I'm just going to try to get rid of this. Tactical D. He teleported, that's fine. Because getting rid of this guy seems like it would be good. Whenever Thanakun comes up to me, I'm going to get him though. Okay, how about we don't do that, huh? Okay, I'm going to back up, get myself some extra defense. Recast some buffs. A blade of armor. Okay, shadows are stuck. That's good. Oh, I knocked them down. Right. Almost there. Alright, we're good. Man, flick it one time. If you touch the docent a second time, you die, because you get overwhelmed by psychic energy. Don't do that on hardcore. It's a bad idea. But yeah. Brand new free account yesterday and started streaming the free play experience. Earned my first 100 DD points last night to stream. I bought the Feywild on sale after I sent to stream. Probably won't go live again for another week though because I don't have a mic. But also be streaming the free to play Fiber Grind. Yeah. And the cool thing is right now, because of the deals, there are some good things you can farm out. Like you mentioned, they're busy, where Feywild is on sale for 99 points. This game is free to play, but also, even though it's free, you know, you got to buy the content. So is it really free if you have to spend $100 or $200 or $7,000, however many dollars it is to buy all the quest packs? And the trick is, they give away quest packs for free all the time. And on top of that, you actually earn the points in-game. So there are many players who are fully free to play. For example, there's a community streamer called Deathy TV, and he is fully free to play. He has never bought a single thing in DDO, and he owns all the content. He has like the strats. He knows the way to get through that sort of content to farm it all out. I don't, because when this game came out many years ago, before it went free to play, Dungeons & Dragons Online, fun history fact, was one of the first MMORPGs to embrace the free to play model. Because there were free games like RuneScape and things like that, but the traditional MMORPG didn't have like a free-to-play, like your World of Warcraft or what have you. And so DDO, which followed that traditional model of like monthly subscription, went free-to-play and was one of the first MMO to go from a paid model to a free subscription model and kind of paved the way. Again, is that a good or a bad thing? I don't know. But it is a thing. Also, there could be a trap there. There could also be a trap there, which is why I hugged to the right here. But a little bit of video game history. I never understood the Mastermind puzzle in Tor. Well, it's called the Mastermind puzzle because it's literally just the game Mastermind. So like, you've ever played the game Mastermind, which you can like probably buy at whatever like toy store you go to. They'll probably have a copy of it. That's what it is. Free to play will be a nightmare? Yeah, probably. My recommendation whenever it comes to getting in and trying Dungeons & Dragons Online is pretty simple. The game is free, and there's lots of free stuff in it. So just like, download the game, it's like 20 gigs or whatever, and then just kill a weekend on it. You know? Okay, there's no trap here, which is good. Yeah, download the game, which is free, and then kill a weekend on it. Play it on some Friday, play it on some Sunday, play it on some Monday, and then let it simmer. Let it simmer. Or Sunday, not Monday. And then if you are like, man, you know what? I want to play more DDO. And ooh, I got stunned. Uh-oh. I rolled a 1. No. Live. Oh god, the soundburst stun. If you find yourself thinking about playing DDO as the time goes on, you know, as you move through the week, and you're like, man, you know what, that was a good time. I enjoyed that. Then that would be where I would recommend you just like get the 1 month sub. It's like 15 bucks, but you get access to basically all the content in the game. You get to try out a whole bunch of stuff, and you might be able to get your whole DDO fill. You might play it, have fun, and go, okay, that was good, and then move on to something else by the end of the month. 15 bucks in, you're done. However, many people might want to continue playing, and that's at that point, because you have the 1 month sub, you get upgraded to a premium account, which basically just gets rid of a lot of like the free-to-play nonsense, like chat restrictions, things like that. But also, when you stop paying for it, you'll now know what it is you like and dislike. So you can go like, oh, I liked this, I disliked this. That trap, by the way, that I just hit only gets you on the way out. So if you walk forward and you don't see that trap, it activates on the way out, not on the way in. So just keep that in mind. We're free to play, extend a new account. We're free to play grounded for years. Yeah. Oh god. This guy has sneak attack, which means he does a huge amount of damage if you're vulnerable. Fortunately for me, I'm not vulnerable to sneak attack because I'm immune. Yeah, the premium is a pretty big deal. Secret door. Treasure! Give me some loot, baby. Magnetic scepter. I have no need for a magnetic scepter. Are so worth. It depends. I think it depends on whether the top expansions are worth it. It really, really depends. Like, for example, I used to agree with you, but ever since Myth Draenor came out and gave the +3 racial tome, I'm like, well, do you need to buy the other ones? I mean, Myth Draenor is kind of the best one at that point. Plus, also, you get a flying carpet as a mount, and like that's kind of sick. And you know, people do like their flying carpet. I don't. I'm not a big flying carpet guy, but people do like the flying carpet. Yeah. Also, as a reminder, my bias is that I am I've been playing this game for 20 years, so I've been doing it forever, so I am biased in that I really like this video game. So every time, if you don't know me that well and you're listening to me right now, just keep that in mind. Keep everything I say with a grain of salt. Been playing the game for like 20 years, so I have invested interest in the game. I'm the biggest DDO content creator, so again, I have an interest in making sure people enjoy the game. I'm not trying to like gaslight people, but just in case you're like just it's okay to have a healthy amount of skepticism with the things that I say, because I am coming from that place. And then on top of that, as far as ties to Standing Stone Games, I'm one of the few Dungeons & Dragons Online content creators that has been directly paid for promotion, in which I did a PAX event for them. So, which I was paid for to do by Standing Stone Games, which I feel is fair to disclose. That being said, the payment was to do the event, not to not say anything bad. And don't worry if you're like, oh wow, this guy's on the take. I guess he'll just never say anything bad about the company, huh? Jeez, shrimped on that brown noser. I complain about this video game all the time, and I very often will call things that I think are stupid straight stupid immediately, no questions asked. Yeah. Should have, if you force to unlock or play through the quest. Yeah, they did a weekend where they gave away hard for free, and I've been a big proponent of just make hard free all the time. They should 100% do that. Greater Ruin, 2.5, or 0 Degree Comet. So Kentos, the answer, in my opinion, is it depends. And the answer really is, are you soloing or in a group? If you're soloing, I think Ruin, Greater Ruin, no questions asked. But if you're in a group, 0 Degree Comet comes with time stop. So if you're talking any amount of group play or raids, it comes with time stop. So, yeah. But yeah, Ruin, Greater Ruin is significantly better for quest content. I'm gonna shoot all these stupid ass bards that are attacking me, or rangers. I hate these guys. I hate them so much. Get out of here, rangers. Get out of here with your ranged attacks. You think you can hit me with ranged attacks because you have range in your name? Again, people can disagree, and there are probably smarter people than I in the chat. But, you know, just my opinion, man. Alright. Alright. In my account, it was 2 days after it launched. Oh, damn. That's an old-ass account. Yeah. So, one of my oldest memories is playing Dungeons & Dragons Online in the beta. I'm an old man. Everyone hates Rangers? True! Shrimp Tom's acid arrow was all a lie. Shrimp Tom said he hates Rangers and Ranger players? Yeah, but in R10s you don't care about mana. Because you always have mana, and if you don't, there's always a shrine. You might be thinking of Lord of the Rings Online, Pseudo Ferret. DDO didn't have lifetime subs. I wish DDO had lifetime subs. That would have been sick. But unfortunately, they do not. But that would have been very, very cool. They were like 200. I don't think there were lifetime subs. As somebody who was there at the time, I do not recall there being a lifetime sub. And they have... there's no record of them ever offering a lifetime sub for DDO. For Lord of the Rings, they do. Lord of the Rings Online, they did. But they did not do that for DDO. Again, if you have VIP on your account and you've never paid for it, then, you know, that's good. But yeah, they did not have a lifetime sub. That was something that they didn't do initially, but they did it for Lord of the Rings Online, where when that game launched, they gave players the option to buy a lifetime subscription. So you had to pay $200 US up front, but, or no, it was more than 200. I believe it was more than 200, but you could pay the money up front, but then you had access to a permanent account when you would never need to pay a subscription for it ever again, which was kind of like a bit of a bargain. The downside of that deal is that obviously you can't collect. The upside is there's actually a surprising number of people that still play Lord of the Rings Online to this day because they have an account that they never have to pay for. Now, I will say this, and they didn't do a thing where you could buy a paid account, but there have been instances where there have been events where they have given away lifetime accounts. Is it possible you won one of these events where they gave away a lifetime account? I can only think of one that happened. But yeah. I'm just trying to understand, because again, in Lord of the Rings Online, that was definitely a thing that happened. They did it. They have mixed feelings about it, but yeah. Yeah, like I said, that was a Lord of the Rings thing. They did the lifetime accounts. Also, every time you stop me and see me search, that's because there could be a trap there. The traps in a lot of these quests are random. It's not random here. The floor will just break. Just keep that in mind. I can tell my dog to stop moving. You just follow this line. Floor breaks, and you press the jump or the space bar instead of not doing that, which I did. Like a fool. Just as well Lotro does. Yeah, like I said, I'm like 99.9% certain that they never did a lifetime sub for DDO as a paid option. They did it for Lord of the Rings Online. They did. Now, that being said, if you somehow have a lifetime subscription somehow, Pseudo Ferret, which, by the way, I do know also people that have had that, where they canceled their sub, and then without getting charged, they still kept their sub. You know, I'm not about to say nothing. I ain't no snitch. But again, just saying. As far as I know, to my knowledge, that was never a thing. Yeah, I didn't see nothing. I don't even know what the video game this is. I never played before. What are you talking about? I heard about no Dungeons and no Dragons Online. Huh? What? Dungeons and Dragons? Oh, you must be thinking about that movie that came out. No news. So I'm being pinged in Discord. My work was plagiarized. True. Alright, here is another trap. This is a very dangerous trap section. And can be quite spooky.
What's all that noise outside?
Okay, never mind. There's another dangerous trap section that can be quite spooky. So, what I would encourage in this section, the way you avoid it, is you just run straight through. That's how you do it. The first person that goes through doesn't get hurt, so you just run straight through. That's it. Don't get scared. Just run through. Once you're on this other side, if you're doing this in a group, you can search and find the control panel and then disable the entire trap. The way this trap works is it's an air jet trap that blasts you into a bunch of spikes. It's really dangerous, but if you just run straight through, you're fine. Anyone that comes after you cannot just run straight through because the trap is activating and you will get knocked into the ceiling. But the first person gets it free. So if you happen to be a, the person who's disabling traps in your party, make sure you take care of that. Could be a trap here. There is. Again, the traps in these quests are random. Random as in, like, there's certain locations where they can be. Now, if you happen to just have access to the spot skill, which I don't because my character has no wisdom because I'm a robot and I was literally born yesterday, then I unfortunately do not have the ability to spot those traps. Oh no! Hushweather was slain by a Fae Found. There could be a trap on this. Beautiful. I think I broke Cruiser. Damn, unlucky. Is he like Humpty Dumpty? Can you put him back together again? Or no? Also, fun fact, there's two levers. You have to pull this lever and a lever over here to lower this bridge. If you've ever had this quest break, it's because you've pulled them at the same time. You cannot pull them at the same time. If you pull them at the same time, unfortunately, it breaks and the bridge will not come down. So if you do have party members and you're going through it, one person should pull, say that they've pulled it, and then the next person can pull. If you don't, you will get stuck because, people have equal levels of killing power. Increase my killing power, eh? Anyway, sorry. But yeah, that is something you want to avoid. Do I have a favorite monster in DDO? Excellent question. Favorite monster? That's a tough one. I really like... This is just be controversial. Don't hate me. I kind of like oozes. Because the thing about oozes that I kind of like is that they enforce a different play pattern where you cannot just slam your strongest weapon against them and you now must choose what you're going to do to handle the ooze problem. That being said, this is an old DDO. In modern DDO, you either you don't pull out a ranged weapon, you just have a weapon that's immune to oozes or cast spells and you ignore them. So again, in modern DDO, they're not my favorite. In older DDO, I really appreciated how oozes changed up how you had to play, where you'd have to carry like a secondary weapon to deal with oozes, so that way your main weapon wouldn't break, and the encouragement of that sort of behavior. So I like that. I think that a lot of that can be kind of good. In modern times, though, what's my favorite monster? That's a tough one. Some of the newer ones are pretty good. I really like the servitors from the most recent expansion, the Chill of Ravenloft. There's probably a trap there. I tumbled through it. The servitors are great. I'm a big fan of servitors. For those that don't know what they are, they're basically like Frankenstein-style monsters. So they have like the look where they walk around with their arms like ahead of them. They kind of shamble around and they go like as they like attack you and fight you. Again, giving you that classic Frankenstein feel. I think from a flavor perspective, they're great. They're fun to deal with. They're like mini constructs, so they have some resistances and immunities, but not many. So you can still crowd control them if you want. And I love the throwers because they're the servitor throwers that throw tombstones at you, which is just so silly and dumb, but I kind of love it. So I really, really like servitors as well. Die, buddy. Those are like Flesh Golem in the Ravenloft board game? Yeah. Because I'm 99% sure those are based, given that it is Chill at Ravenloft, that should be the same place, I think. Favorite Everbright weapon? Yeah, I don't have any Everbright weapons, although apparently, is Phosphor an ooze weapon? Is Phosphor Blue Shine? What the hell is this? The old Strength, Dex, Wiz, Cold Iron, good. Azamar's Scourge, Dexit and damage, Freezing Ice, Curse of Major Breath, Gird against Demons, Crit Multi, Combat Brute, Phosphor. Ah, yes.
Cloud of smoke.
Call that a bug in the code, but it's okay. I won't tell anybody. I won't tell anybody. Your secret's safe with me. Wait, was that a 13 times 5 and I didn't even notice? Oh, 14 to 20 times 5, excuse me. And it's 2d4s. The damage. What a sick weapon. Disgusting. It also looks great. I have nothing interesting here, but yeah, it's also a great looking weapon. All right, time to do Giant Hold Tor. Everyone's favorite quest and the finisher of Giant Hold here. I do like Giant Hold Tor. It's a pretty good one. So what rank am I? I have no idea. Oh, well. Can't be that important. Get him, Dorg. Well, yeah, because you actually are using it. It's not. My character doesn't have the nice training or whatever. Okay, so we hand in this quest to Whorl. Actually, this isn't Whorl, but I told him about it. I love the name Whorl. It's great. I might have had the wrong loot on for that first hour. Yeah, I would also be upset with you. You have 2 phosphors? You know, I actually have a lot of those pages. I could go get some weapons. I hoard so bad, so I could go get them, but what if I didn't? Okay, all these items are bad and I have no interest in them. Do I need inventory space? No. All right, time to go and do Giant Hold Tor. Now, Giant Hold Tor can be a spooky quest. The only thing you have to worry about is Overrun. Outside of Overrun, it's not that bad. The rest of the stuff is not too scary, but it's the Overrun that'll get you. So you got to make sure you don't get Overrun. For those of you wondering what Overrun is a mechanic in which if a giant is running at you and you see that the ground starts shaking as they are running, they will just knock you down and deal damage while they move at you. If they're running at you, it's fine, but if they're running and you see this, there's a screen shake and like a stomping animation that's actually being played, that means they're doing it over. Black Razor's Crystal, good for oozes. Yep, Black Razor's a good one. Good ooze beater. All the fair crystal weapons are good ooze beaters because they're all made of crystal. So if you have Feywild, it's really easy to just get whatever fair crystal you want. Unworthy. Anyway, unless I get completely surrounded by giants, I'll be fine here. Get him, Dorg. Get him. So we can't find an epic weapon to run instead of that heavy mace. I mean, it seems pretty good. I'd run that heavy mace. I love the rune arm, man. It's so cool. I do wish the targeting was a little bit better. The targeting is kind of off where I feel like it just doesn't hit. But when it does hit, it actually does a sizable amount of damage. This is where I need to get some of the more linear rune arms. The trash rune arm would be incredible. The legendary dumpster fire, which just great name. Love the dumpster fire. Fantastic name for a rune arm. Also from the same quest is the garbage can lid. One of the reasons why I like the garbage can lid as a weapon, it's not terribly good, but one of the reasons why I actually do like it is because when you get a legendary version of the garbage can lid, which is an item from Sharn, it's a level 15 item, it's a buckler that has like some combat power on it basically. Like it's kind of Vanguard stuff. When you get the legendary version, it's the inexplicably legendary garbage can lid, which is just fantastic. Like that's the name of the item, the inexplicably legendary garbage can lid. Why is this garbage can lid legendary? I don't know. No one knows. It's a video game mechanic, that's why. No, Dorg, I'd killed me, dang it. Live, Dorg, live. You're not facing the giant. I've never faced anything more in my entire life than this giant. We're almost done. This one section where you kind of get mobbed by giants. Fun fact, back in the day, this section was so hard. Because the giants, if you couldn't kill them quick enough, oh my god, you just got completely overrun. Nowadays, obviously, it doesn't matter at all. But back in the day, whew, that was a tough one. Fun fact, if instead of using this lever, that you have your pet use the lever instead, you have your pet use the lever instead. Use the lever, dude. Oh, did they fix it? Can you not use the lever? Anyway, there was a bug. If you get the pet to use the lever, it doesn't summon any of the giants. So you can just run through this area without fighting anything. Oh, sorry, never mind. You have to use the pet, use this lever to open it from the behind. That's it, yeah. It's that lever which summons the giant. So you just summon the pet at the door and they use it through the wall. Yeah, that's what it is. Yep. That's what it is. Thank you. That's the bug. You could probably still do that. I didn't do that. That's one of the reasons why when somebody is like, oh man, how come they can't like just fix this bug? And you describe the process of a single bug. And it's like, oh, I never thought to do that. Why are people doing this? I am washed yet. I stop because it lose conquest. Yeah, it's also, honestly, if you have a strong build, you can borderline kill at movement speed. Like a crossbow or something like that, or any caster. You don't really care. But yes, I am in fact washed up. I am a washed up individual. Nice and clean.
The magical giantish barrier
Shrim's in the tub.
is
Yep.
down.
I'm clean.
You are free to move deeper into the Tor. A narrow passage is buried under these rocks.
This quest also used to have an alternate situation in which you would have to
Is the kobold you saw
basically
before.
defend these like skeletons, and you'd have to fight off these like waves of enemies that would show up. I wonder why they changed it. That section wasn't fun, so that could be possibly why they changed it, but yeah. I can actually show you where that is, if you've never seen that before. If you're too young to remember old giant holds before they added epic. As some of you possibly are. Because that section is still in the quest, it's just not, you can't go there. Get knocked down, suckers.
As the lever clicks into place.
So kill this guy. So the giants are going to be running out this way to check on the lever, but we're just going to scoop them out just by sneaking over this way. They'll never find me. They'll never take me alive. Except this guy did. What the hell? God, I love tactical detonation is so cool. I love this ability. Tactical D.
Where has the kobold gone?
Good old tactical detonation. I really need to get the DCs higher. 46 is like not good enough, but that's kind of the nature of being a first life character. That's why I hope that there will be some, they said they're going to do some DC relief. One of the main problems with hybrids right now is that it's basically impossible to get spell power and spell crit and melee damage on one character and DCs. So if they can alleviate the spell DCs a little bit, either by making DCs lower or by adding some type of like mechanic that makes it so that monsters can only make certain types of saves, like maybe monsters fail between like a 1 and a 5, so it makes DCs much more achievable, or you can cast a spell. Because right now the problem is it's like a zero sum. Either they make their save or they fail their save, and that is not good. Yeah, the dragons used to be really scary. The black dragon especially. Oh my god, the black dragon was always the hardest one. I remember doing the other dragons and then just not doing the black dragon. EK a transfer spell. DCs, yeah, that doesn't solve the problem, but it does add more problems. Here we go.
Ancient gears
Grind deep underfoot.
is open.
Okay. Do I do the dragons? No. I can, I just don't want to. Alright. Kill this guy. Problems are good? Oh, they can be. So in this section here, the way that Giant Hold Tour used to work, there's like all these caved in areas. They just put boxes over. But if you actually go in here, I don't know if it'll let me climb up. I don't have the jump for it. But if you climb up there, there's actually these separate rooms, and you had to split up the party. So half the party needed to go this way, and half the party needed to go this way. And you had to defend these platforms where there were like infinitely spawning enemies that would happen. While there was a guy that was like casting a spell that was right here, and you have to like protect him. And then eventually you would get let through, and that was actually the end of the quest. Whereas now it's been moved over here with Ignos doing a thing, and they completely changed up how the quest actually functions. Which I'm, by the way, not complaining about them updating the quest after like however many years. But it's neat. It was a different ending back in the day. Possibly it's because they wanted to like use the giant skeletons more, and so you have to fight more of them. I don't know. No, come back, Ignos. Power word blind. What the heck? That's rude. What did I do to deserve to get blinded? By this guy. What a jerk. He didn't do nothing. You're using exhaustion on me, it doesn't do anything. Man, being a Warforged is so sick. Just having like resistance and immunities to almost every status effect in the entire game. Play Warforged. Play Warforged, you guys. I still have Heroic Elite VOD with DDM Monk at 20. DDM. Glod roll? I could do the Glod roll. Yeah, we'll do it. I'll put it up for a roll here. Glod roll. You guys want to gamble? Gold roll. Go crazy. Gamma time. Gamma. You have 2 minutes to throw in your predictions. Do you think we're going to roll high or low? The last 2 weeks in a row, we have rolled high. Will we do it for a 3rd week in a row? I don't know. Well, we might. It's asking me to get VIP. You cannot create a character to get VIP. You shouldn't have that problem. You don't need to have VIP to get a character, to create a character. Has somebody made an account recently and encountered that sort of problem? I don't know what you would be running into.
The Storm Reaver has appeared before the tour.
I'm trying to think of what would be causing that issue.
Waits to meet the heroes who saved his kindred from the spell.
Simple question. I'm assuming you're on the character creation menu. You got to the end of it. What class and race did you pick? Just double checking to make sure the game didn't screw up and give you something that you shouldn't be allowed to have. My XP. Ooh, open lock though. Open lock tome or experience points? I'm gonna take the experience points, but open lock tome is also a good option. Yeah, what class and race did you choose? Because some of them will probably say buy only, but I just want to double check. To see if I can help diagnosis. And races are buy? Yeah, they'll have a marker next to them. There'll be like a big coin on them that'll say that you can't. Because again, the game is free to play, as in you can log in and play, and there's a lot of free content, but they also have stuff that's limited behind unlocks, which you can either buy the points, become a VIP, or just play the game and buy that way. Or alternatively, you can also earn them in game. So for example, 2 of the character classes, there's the Favored Soul and the Artificer, the one I'm currently playing. You actually don't get it for being a VIP and subscribing to the game, and that's because you unlock the Artificer by going to the house where the Artificers are, like the dragon marked house, basically the noble family, and you do all of their quests, and that's how you unlock Artificer for your account. So it's not something you earn that way. Also, I need to look at my own guide, so let me see here. Because I forgot what I took. Because that. Level 27, Eerie Aim. Good call, past me, good call. Eerie Aim is +10 to hit, which is fantastic. And recommend. Sweet. And now I get even more points. So we can take this. And now I can take the drive, so I can grab at least 1 point in speed drive. We can take the rune arm DCs, and I can take the imbue dice. I'm putting points here just to make sure I do take these points later. So I'm gonna grab that. It doesn't look efficient, and it's not, but yeah. That was it. There you go. Sweet. Level 27, baby. Not bad. Not bad. All right, now let's see what we happen to do on the gold roll. A lot of you guys put in some money. We have some sun flasks on the line. Lots of gambit. Almost 1 million. You guys are maddening. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna lose? Find out. High roll? Low roll? 82. Another high roll. God damn, I'm so lucky, you guys. I'm so lucky. I got some free XP and some other stuff. Wow. 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 Isn't that neat? Wasn't that neat? Finally. Dude, I've high rolled every week for the past like 3 weeks. Don't give me this finally. Oh, are you trying to burn all your points? Just get rid of them. Go the other way. Okay. So that's good. Good. Oh, you're trying to get to... Are you trying to flex on chat? Yeah. The old flex on chat. Some people might be like, but Shrimp Tom, why don't you have like more interesting things as a reward that you can turn in? And the answer is, I'm not that interesting, so I haven't thought of any of those ideas. And also, isn't it good to be able to flex on chat and show off how you have more points than other people? You can use exclamation point flex to find out who has flexed on chat already. Cool ring. Sonic lore and Sonic resistance. Oh, Sonic resistance. I thought that was spell power. We added the list. Okay. Scrolls, settling potions. Iridium that matters. You peasants in your stand for 30 minutes. Yep. Yeah, you just get to flex on people. I haven't seen Mega Bro or Kalari in a little while. Although I will say, Kalari actually wrote a book called Axiom, and I've been reading it recently. How do I itemize from this build? General rule, you just go for the main stats that you want. You want intelligence. You want things that give you health, physical, magical resistance rating, bonuses to your saving throws, constitution, because that's health. And then you want things that also give, like, hit chance, damage, relevant spell power, specifically repair and whatever your rune arm uses. Outside of that, that's pretty much it. So if I go over my gear right now, I have trapping item, search spot, disable device, open lock that I got lucky in finding. Armor that gives me repair amplification so I can heal better. Fortification and death block because you want to have at least one death block item on at all time, especially if you're playing on hardcore. Intelligence item that gives me bonuses to spell saves. Remember I talked about saves and health, pretty good. Boots that give me that physical sheltering and critical damage, pretty good. Gloves that give me force spell power, which I actually don't need at all. And use magic device, which I don't need at all. I could unequip these and it wouldn't change my character. Celestial sapphire ring that I found that gives me dodge 8 and no other stats. Dodge 8's pretty good though. Belt that gives me constitution and shatter. Shatter's for sundering, and sunder scales all your melee attacks, so they're all based off of your shatter DCs. Cloak that has accuracy, hit chance, deadly, damage, insightful deception, sneak attack damage, and some dex, which isn't really helpful, but it's fine. This also has constitution on it and some fortification. I actually don't need this item either, but I have it still, sure. And necklace of search and spell focus mastery. This is just for spell DCs, so I have spell focus mastery 3. The other stats don't matter. And then I have this item I got from Lamortia, which has insightful intelligence, so it's got intelligence stacking, which is nice, as well as 5 intelligence on it. So it's got intelligence and intelligence. It's kind of nice. And then I also got quality intelligence. This gives me 8 intelligence for the helmet, as well as some other augments there. And then I have insightful intelligence on the rune arm, and I just got a good weapon with good stats. And I put an augment in it for magnetism, so yeah. So how do I itemize? Those are kind of the stats that I look for. That's what I'm kind of going for. Whatever my relevant spell power is for my rune arm, repair spell power as well. In this case, I don't actually have repair spell power on any of my items, and that's because this item has potency on it, so it just gives me 76 to all spell powers, and it's probably fine. If I didn't care about the dodge, I could, because my dodge is 8 and I have the 8 here. I could replace this ring with that repair ring that I found before, but I don't really matter that much. The thing is, at this point, if I cast Reconstruct, I'm healing for 1542 and I only have 1300 health. So it's always healing me for full, so I don't really care too much about that. But yeah, that's kind of the goal there. Is you just try to look for the stats that you want. You roll the help, you're great with this game. Oh, thank you. That's what I do. That's what I try to do. Mega Bro is here just on the YouTube side. Oh, there you go. I know you can't collect the flex on chat though. But no, that's all good. I'm just grateful for people for tuning into my channel at all and listening to me. So I'm never like upset for people not showing up or not doing a thing or whatever. But you know what I do love? That's right, everybody. Ending the live stream. Hey guys, I've had a really long, really exhausting and kind of bad week. So we're going to end the stream a tiny bit early today. Next week, we will have the regular schedule of starting at 11 o'clock every single day, doing the regular stream, and all will be normal. But this past week, I've spent so much time either in my car or at the hospital, I am done for now. So thank you guys for watching. We had a fantastic time. If you like what you saw, consider following the channel. I'll be posting some videos over the weekend going into a couple of the things. So if you need more content, you can check out there. Other than that, I'm so cooked. I'm cooked. I'm done. We're going to do that. Am I points farming? I know, dude. I'm sorry about the points farming. Like I said, usually we stream later here on the channel, but yeah, I just don't have the mental. It's been a lot this week. So you're only going to get 6 hours out of me today. We'll be back to the standard 8 hours. As a reminder, also, if you haven't done it yet, make sure to grab yourself some vitamin D, get your daily D in there. Oh, if you don't go outside like I don't. Oh my God. Good stuff. And that's it. Thank you guys for watching. Ending the stream. Yeah, I appreciate everyone for tuning in. Hope you're all doing good. Anyone who started playing DDO because you saw me play it and it looks fun, enjoy your new addiction. Hope it's good. Just kidding. I know DDO is a good game. And we're gonna raid somebody. Now, I didn't raid Yasukai for a long time, and he is streaming right now. So you know what? I kept avoiding it. I kept going around it. I was raiding everybody else. I raided Neutral Agent. I would be like literally looking at Yasukai on the other monitor. I'd like see his stream up and be talking about raiding him and then raid somebody else. You know, I would really just like, we do everything. We get as close as we can without going over with Price is Right rules. No, we're tickling the balls, but we're not getting there. But today we're going to actually raid the stream. So we're going to raid Yasukai today. So that way he can feel the love. So we're going to do it. Unfortunately, I can't bring YouTube chat along. That'd be kind of sick. But what are you gonna do? Oh my God, I'm also sweating a lot. What the heck? I don't know what's going on, dude. Anyways, enjoy your weekend. Thank you all for tuning in and watching. And like I said, new video on the main channel. A couple should be coming up this weekend. And I'm still working on the post-mortem video for the Feywild event. I'm gonna go lie down. Thank you guys for watching. Hit the raid button. You have now raided the Yasukai. Yasukai. Oh. There we go. Get raided, kid. Destroyed. Anyways, YouTube chat. Hope you guys are doing good.
Raided.
Thank you so much for watching.
So ready.
Strymecom raided.
Anyway, you go. Thank you so much for watching, you guys. Hope you enjoyed the YouTube streams and stuff. As I said, I'm just gonna keep doing it at the same time. Because I can, and I have nothing more to add. I'm gonna go. Take care, everybody. Bye bye. Drive safe. See you later.